Chapter 5284. The Sky Clan had a long history. No one knew the origin of the Sky Clan, and no one knew that it was established by someone outside the Void Realm. Establishing a clan did not require blood relations. Although Yuxian was the Sky Clan's primogenitor, she was not married and had no children. The Sky Clan's second-generation patriarch was actually an adopted son. Her adopted son had already passed away. The 12 ancient emperors of the Sky Clan were actually the Sky Clan's third-generation and fourth-generation patriarchs. Although they held high positions in the Sky Clan, in Yuxian's eyes, they were still a bunch of kids. Yuxian had already guessed Gu Fei's intentions. Gu Fei had gathered his subordinates to Myriad Buddha Mountain to give them a chance to become emperors. Divine kings like the Red-Browed Eagle King and the One-Armed Sword King had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. It was not easy for them to advance further and become emperors. If they could borrow the boundless heaven-earth spiritual energy and great path aura within Myriad Buddha Mountain, they might be able to take the step to become emperors. Gu Fei had too few emperors under him. He only had Huang Fuzun. Yuxian of the Sky Clan was not his subordinate, but his disciple. Gu Fei treated his subordinates very well, especially Patriarch Tian Hong. He was a half-step emperor realm expert. If he left Ling Tian Palace, it would be much more difficult for him to become an emperor. This was because cultivating in Ling Tian Palace's ancestral land would yield twice the results with half the effort. But now, he could cultivate on Myriad Buddha Mountain. This Myriad Buddha Mountain was as famous as Ling Tian Palace's Nine Heavens towering mountain. Cultivating here would definitely not be any worse than cultivating on the Nine Heavens towering mountain. At that moment, Xiaoyu brought everyone to the stone wall behind Myriad Buddha Hall. Then, she waved her right hand, and a seal appeared on the stone wall. In the next moment, transparent ripples appeared on the stone wall, and a golden door immediately appeared on the stone wall. A wave of pure spiritual energy immediately surged out from the golden door on the stone wall. Everyone in front of the door shuddered when they felt the rush of spiritual energy, and their spirits were lifted. Go ahead. Everyone can only choose one. Whatever you choose, it's your destiny. Don't take more than one. Understand? Xiaoyu glanced at everyone and said, although she was young, her words were dignified. Moreover, she was already at the half-step Divine King realm. Her cultivation speed was simply unprecedented. As for whether there would be someone like her in the future, no one knew. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone hurriedly said. Only Huang Fuzun didn't think so. This guy had cultivated for countless years, and he only submitted to Gu Fei, Xiaoyu, Long Xiaozhou, and the others. He really didn't think much of them. After all, this guy was a genuine emperor. Naturally, he had the pride of an emperor. Although everyone was extremely excited, they still walked into the golden door in an orderly manner. Xiaoyu and Long Xiaozhou did not enter the treasure hiding paradise. They stood guard outside the treasure hiding paradise because they had already walked around inside and collected quite a few treasures. Long Xiaozhou waved his right hand in the void in front of him, and a light screen immediately appeared in the void. Then, the scene inside the treasure hiding paradise was displayed on the light screen. Everything was under their control. Roar. As soon as Long Xiaozhou's little sister entered the treasure hiding paradise, she immediately revealed her true form. With a dragon roar, a golden dragon shadow soared into the sky and directly rushed towards a Buddhist pagoda that was filled with spiritual energy. The others did not hesitate either. When they saw a place with strong spiritual energy, they immediately rushed there. Everyone knew that the stronger the spiritual energy, the better the treasures. Peerless divine treasures were hidden in places with spiritual energy. Huang Fuzun took a step forward and instantly entered the depths of the treasure-hiding paradise. The things outside were not worth his attention at all. Good things were naturally hidden deep inside. However, Huang Fuzun only wanted a formation disc right now. If he had the formation plate, he could have killed Dong Wang in one move. Without the formation plate, he could only exert 50 to 60% of his formation Dao's power. At this time, Red-Browed Eagle King, One-Armed Sword King, and the others also rushed in all directions. The treasure-hiding paradise of the Buddhist clan was simply a small world. No one knew how many treasures the Buddhist clan had hidden in this small world. Seeing the spiritual energy rushing out of this small world, everyone was extremely excited. However, they could only take one Dao treasure here. Many people did not know which one to choose, because there were simply too many treasures here. Boom! Soon, there was a loud noise. A Buddhist pagoda suddenly exploded, and a dazzling spiritual energy shot into the sky. Within the spiritual energy, the shadow of a blade was faintly discernible. With a dragon roar, a golden divine dragon shot into the sky and directly wrapped around the blade. Buzz! The divine blade vibrated, trying to break free from the golden divine dragon's entanglement. However, the golden divine dragon tightened its grip, and the spiritual energy that erupted from the divine blade began to dim. It was clear that the golden divine dragon had suppressed the divine blade. With another dragon roar, the golden divine dragon disappeared, and a young girl in golden armor appeared in the sky. Holding a divine blade in one hand, she descended from the sky majestically. She was Long Xiaozhou's little sister, Long Xiaoshuang. Congratulations on retrieving the divine blade, little sister. Long Xiangtian and Long Jingtian walked over and looked closely at the divine blade in Long Xiaoshuang's hands. The blade was still vibrating, and countless runes were faintly discernible on the blade. An extremely sharp saber chi shot out from the divine saber. Even the two brothers of the dragon clan, Long Xiangtian and Long Jingtian, felt chills run down their spines. What a powerful blade! The two Golden Dragon Clan experts could not help but exclaim. Little sister, you're the luckiest. You found your fortune the moment you entered. Long Jingtian sighed. Ha, my two brothers, you have to work hard as well. I'll be heading out first. Long Xiaoshuang was very happy to have found the divine blade. She was about to leave the treasure-hiding paradise and find a place to completely refine the blade. All right, then we'll go look for our fortune as well. After saying that, the two Golden Dragon race experts rushed into this small world and disappeared. Junior sister, are you cheating? Outside the entrance of the Hidden Treasure Wonderland, Xiaoyu gave Long Xiaozhou a meaningful look. Senior sister, don't accuse me wrongly. Long Xiaozhou hurriedly said. Those were her brothers and sisters. So what if she cheated? However, she couldn't say that. She wasn't stupid enough to do that. Chapter 5285. At the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, a dragon's roar came from the hidden treasure paradise. Another West Sea Dragon Clan expert had found a Tao treasure. It was a divine pearl called the Sea-Suppressing Pearl. This pearl was one of the rare treasures in the hidden treasure paradise. A golden dragon soared into the sky and bit the sea-suppressing pearl. Then, it rushed toward the entrance of the hidden treasure paradise. When the other experts in the treasure depository grotto saw this, they were extremely shocked. Two experts from the Golden Dragon clan had already found a Tao artifact or Tao treasure. It should be known that only 3 experts from the Golden Dragon clan had entered the treasure depository grotto. Everyone had a hunch that the next expert to find a Tao treasure or Tao treasure would still be a Golden Dragon clan expert. At this time, everyone was a little anxious. The guys in the Golden Dragon clan's mouth had gotten all the good stuff. They could only get ordinary Tao treasures or Tao treasures now. Boom. Very soon, there was a loud noise, and a palace in the treasure vault suddenly collapsed. A huge golden dragon rushed out of the palace, and in its mouth was a divine spear that was shrouded in flames. As expected, red-browed Eagle King, one-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian, and the others were envious. The divine spear in the mouth of the golden dragon exploded with powerful fluctuations, causing them to be extremely shocked. That divine spear was definitely an incomparably powerful Tao item. Refining such a Tao treasure would naturally increase one's combat strength. An initial Emperor Realm Tao treasure. Han Chong said with a frown. There weren't many Emperor Realm Tao treasures in the Void Realm. One had to be an Emperor Realm expert to refine an Emperor Realm Tao treasure. Even in the hidden treasure paradise of the Buddha clan, there weren't many Emperor Realm Tao treasures. Now, the 3 Dragon Clan experts had found 3 Emperor Realm Tao treasures or Tao treasures. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Moreover, it was too easy. How could they find one of them so easily? Was there something fishy going on? Many people had the same thought. In reality, these West Sea Dragon Clan experts who had obtained Emperor Realm Tao treasures were all Long Xiaozhou's brothers and sisters. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy going on? Everyone knew it, but no one dared to say it out loud. Long Xiaozhou was Gu Fei's second disciple and had the support of the West Sea Dragon Clan. Who would dare offend her? Junior sister, you... Outside the hidden treasure paradise, Xiaoya looked at Long Xiaozhou and shook her head with a wry smile. Senior sister, why are you looking at me all the time? Senior sister, why are you looking at me? Long Xiaozhou was also a little embarrassed. Her 3 siblings had all obtained royal-grade Tao artifacts. It was naturally her doing. Otherwise, how could her 3 siblings have found royal-grade Tao artifacts so quickly? After all, it was not as if there were no existences stronger than the 3 Golden Dragon Clan experts from the West Sea Dragon Clan. At this moment, the half-step Emperor Realm expert, Great Hong Ancestor, was still wandering around the Grotto Heaven and had yet to obtain anything. Huang Fuzun rushed into the depths of the treasure cave abode, but he still hadn't found the array disk he needed. Huang Fuzun had heard that the Buddha clan's array Tao was unique. Since he had the chance to climb Thousand Buddha Mountain and enter the hidden treasure paradise, he couldn't return empty-handed. Where is it hidden? Huang Fuzun had heard that the Buddha clan's array Tao was unique. Since he had the chance to climb Thousand Buddha Mountain and enter the hidden treasure paradise, he couldn't return empty-handed. Where should I hide it? Huang Fuzun sat cross-legged on a Buddhist pagoda. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. In the void realm, Huang Fuzun was confident that no one could surpass him in terms of array Tao. Although the Buddha clan's array Tao was powerful, it was only at the Emperor realm. Only the great array that suppressed the extreme demon cave was strengthened by generations of experts of the Buddhist clan. That Buddhist array was the #1 Buddhist array in the entire Buddhist clan. However, this Buddha array had long disappeared when Gu Fei destroyed the demon cave. Huang Fuzun used his array Tao mystic technique. Array patterns appeared and intertwined on his body, and the power of array Tao spread in all directions. This old antique is cultivating here at a time like this. The people nearby were surprised to sense Huang Fuzun's aura. Huang Fuzun was an array emperor. His cultivation was not something ordinary people could compare to. However, the spirit chi in the treasure paradise was really thick. It was not any worse than the outside world. However, this was only a small grotto heaven. No matter how thick the spirit chi was, it couldn't withstand a king's squandering. Soon, Huang Fuzun's array Tao aura covered the depths of the treasure paradise. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Outside the treasure paradise, Long Xiaozhou used the dazzling water mirror technique to display everything inside the grotto heaven. Both Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were surprised by Huang Fuzun's method. This guy was reliable. He was using his array Dao to sense the Buddha clan's array Dao hidden in the grotto heaven. Boom! Very soon, a mound suddenly exploded. Dust rose high into the sky, and a powerful force of array Dao erupted. Rumble, Buddhist light shot into the sky as an array board slowly rose from the ground into the sky. Countless Buddha runes emerged on the array disk, intertwining with each other. Countless runes emerged and dissipated in the void around the array disk, repeating the cycle. Finally found it. Huang Fuzun soared into the sky and landed on the formation plate. Buzz. The array board vibrated. Rays of golden Buddhist light rushed out of the array board and turned into golden chains that wrapped around Huang Fuzun. When Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou outside saw this scene, they could not help being visibly moved. The array board was like a golden lotus seat where the Buddha sat cross-legged. The array board must have been imprinted with the mark of the previous owner of the array board. It would not be easy for Huang Fuzun to refine this array board. If he was not careful, he might get into big trouble. Should we tell Master? Long Xiaozhou asked Xiaoya. Humph, isn't it good to let him suffer a little? Xiaoya said indifferently. Hee, that's right. Let him suffer a little then. Long Xiaozhou laughed. At this time, Long Xiaozhou's brothers and sister had already been arranged to cultivate by her to refine the emperor-level Dao treasures and Dao weapons they had obtained. Humph, still want to resist. You don't have to hide in the dust when you meet me. Surrender. Inside the treasure paradise, Huang Fuzun sat cross-legged on the golden lotus seat. His body was tightly bound by Buddhist chains, but he was still calm. Seeing Huang Fuzun trapped, everyone in the treasure paradise was surprised and happy. Without Huang Fuzun, an emperor realm expert, they had one less opponent to compete for the supreme treasures, Red-Browed Eagle King, and the others were even more eager to find a suitable Dao weapon or Dao treasure. Chapter 52:86. Although there were many treasures in the hidden treasure grotto heaven, it was not easy to find a Dao weapon that suited one. Long Xiaozhou could cheat, so her brother and sister quickly found a Dao weapon that suited them, but the others were not so lucky. However, Huang Fuzun did have some tricks up his sleeve. He used his formation Dao as a guide and successfully drew out a formation plate, or rather, a lotus seat. However, this lotus seat formation plate was not so easy to subdue. This was because the lotus seat formation plate was branded with the mark of its original owner. Even Huang Fuzun could not erase the mark in a short time. Clanging sounds continued. Golden chains rushed out of the lotus seat and entangled Huang Fuzun to the lotus seat of the Buddha throne. Humph! Huang Fuzun used his mysterious technique to suppress the lotus seat. At this time, the others were anxiously looking for their own Dao weapons. However, the more anxious they were, the harder it was to find one. Eagle King, what do you mean by this? I saw it first. An angry roar was heard in a mountain ridge. Two figures were confronting each other, and powerful monarch-level Yuan Qi fluctuations erupted from their bodies. One of them was the red-browed Eagle King, and the other was the Blade King Luo Lai. Blade King, what did you say? Did you see that I left a mark on this rock? I only left for a moment. And this thing is yours? The red-browed Eagle King glared at the Blade King Luo Lai in displeasure. In front of the two of them was a battle spear. More than half of the battle spear was embedded in the wall. Moreover, the aura that was emanating from the battle spear was not that of the Buddha race. Obviously, this battle spear was not made by the Buddhist clan, but a Dao weapon refined by someone else. the red-browed Eagle King, and the Blade King, Luo Lai, both had their eyes on this battle spear. The red-browed Eagle King was not lying because there was an Eagle King's mark on the rock wall next to the battle spear. There was a flying eagle carved on the rock wall. Moreover, the mark on the eagle was clearly freshly carved because there were many stone chips scattered on the ground below the rock wall. So what? When I came here, there was no one here. You just left a mark, and this thing is yours? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The saber sovereign Luo Lai said coldly, "So you want me to fight for it?" The red-browed Eagle King's eyes immediately became sharp. "Can't I?" Saber King Luo Lai said in a tit-for-tat manner. Then there's nothing more to say. The red-browed Eagle King's killing intent exploded. In the next moment, he stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the air, pouncing towards the Saber King Luo Lai. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Saber King Luo Lai sneered. In the next moment, a cold light rushed out of his body. He grabbed it in his hand and slashed at the red-eyebrowed Eagle King. "Humph!" The red-browed Eagle King sneered and shook his hands. In the next moment, two blades of light immediately rushed out of his hands and directly collided with the blade light that the Saber King Luo Lai had slashed at him. Two figures were instantly sent flying backward. "Luo Lai, you are a saber sovereign. You, a saber wielder, are trying to snatch my spear?" The red-browed Eagle King landed on a large rock and stared at the Saber King Luo Lai while gritting his teeth. "TSK, who said that a saber can't use a spear?" The Saber King Luo Lai said disdainfully, "How dare you? Then let's fight." The red-browed Eagle King didn't waste any more time talking to this guy. He shook his arms, and in the next moment, two wings spread out from his back. Feathers rushed out of the red-browed Eagle King's wings and turned into extremely sharp blades of light that pierced towards the Saber King Luo Lai. Total annihilation. The Saber King Luo Lai swept his divine saber, and a bright blade light burst out. It actually shattered the countless blades of light that were piercing towards him. The countless blades of light turned into countless rays of light and disappeared into the void. Divine Eagle spreads its wings. The red-browed Eagle King let out a furious roar. The image of a giant eagle spreading its wings suddenly appeared on his body. The two wings were like two huge blades of light as they fiercely slashed towards the Blade King Luo Lai. Blade technique? Playing with a blade in front of me? The Saber King Luo Lai sneered and attacked. It had to be said that the Saber King Luo Lai's cultivation of the Saber Dao was really amazing. He directly met the attack with his saber and directly destroyed the two blades of light from the red-browed Eagle King. The second blade was like lightning and instantly landed on the red-browed Eagle King's head. Swish! The red-browed Eagle King's speed was even faster and directly left behind an afterimage where he stood. Boom! The blade of light fell, and the huge rock that the red-browed Eagle King was originally standing on was directly split in half by the Saber King Luo Lai's saber. A blade mark directly extended into the distance. Swish! A golden eagle claw suddenly appeared and directly grabbed towards the Saber King Luo Lai's head at an extremely fast speed. Kill! The Saber King turned the divine saber in his hand and directly met the golden eagle claw. Clang! The blade of light and eagle claw collided and actually caused a few sparks to fly. The two figures once again separated, but immediately after, they rushed towards each other again. An extremely powerful wave of Yuan Qi spread out, directly alarming many people. Why is the red-browed Eagle King fighting with the Saber King? Many people were watching from afar. Saber King Luo Lai, Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong, and the one-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian were all once subordinates of Barbarian Yu, although they had changed their allegiance to Gu Fei, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others had been following Gu Fei since the barbarian imperial city. Naturally, they somewhat looked down on the Saber King and the others. Moreover, previously in the barbarian imperial city, the Saber King Luo Lai's subordinates had unscrupulously killed their way into Shan Kuei's residence. This was simply a slap in the face to the old people who followed Gu Fei. Now, the conflict between the Saber King Luo Lai and the red-browed Eagle King had been ignited because of an emperor-level Dao artifact. These two guys, Xiaoyu could not help but frown when she saw the red-browed Eagle King and the Saber King Luo Lai actually fighting. Let them fight. Why do we care about them? Long Xiaozhou laughed. All right, Xiao, you also did not want to care about these two guys. As long as they did not fight to the death, it would be fine. At this time, the red-browed Eagle King was really angry. Each of his attacks was incomparably ruthless. A pair of eagle claws tore through the void, constantly colliding with the divine saber in the hands of the Saber King Luo Lai. The sound of metal clashing resounded in this small world. These two lunatics are fighting here. Once the master finds out, they will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Someone muttered to himself. Chapter 5287. Red-browed Eagle King, do you really want to fight me? Saber King Luo Lai roared. Motherf ***, I'm going to fight you. Red-browed Eagle King's eyes turned red. These guys didn't take him seriously at all. They were all godly kings, and I'm a peak godly king. I'll cripple you if you dare to mess with me. Red-browed Eagle King didn't show any mercy. Countless light feathers flew out of red-browed Eagle King's body and turned into startling light blades, slashing towards Saber King Luo Lai with all their might. The resulting shock wave sent the surrounding sand and stones flying. Rubble kept rolling down from the cliff. You really want to fight me? Then let's fight. Who's afraid of you? Saber King Luo Lai roared. In the next moment, all his essence, energy, and spirit gathered on the divine saber in his hand. Swish! An extremely resplendent, immortal saber radiance rushed out of Saber King Luo Lai's hand, instantly reaching thousands of meters. The saber radiance landed, and the countless light feathers dissipated under the saber radiance. Under the saber radiance, red-browed Eagle King's light feathers dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. The power of this saber was earth-shattering. Even a peak godly king, Luo Lai, was frightened by this saber radiance. Red-browed Eagle King vomited blood and was sent flying. Bang! The red-browed Eagle King's back slammed heavily into the stone wall. Cracks immediately appeared on the incomparably hard stone wall, and countless pieces of rock tumbled down from above. You... Red-browed Eagle King bled as he stared at Saber King Luo Lai. You didn't expect this, right? Do you think I'm still a peak godly king? I've been a peak godly king for a long time. You idiot! Saber King Luo Lai mocked. You... Red-browed Eagle King vomited a mouthful of blood. How infuriating! This Saber King was too despicable. He hid his strength on purpose. Otherwise, red-browed Eagle King wouldn't have lost so badly. Those who were watching from afar were also indescribably shocked. Saber King Luo Lai was only a peak godly king. When did he break through to peak godly king? Even the one-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian, who had always been on good terms with the Saber King Luo Lai, was dumbstruck as he watched from a short hill in the distance. This guy had really hidden himself well. The Saber King Luo Lai did not dare to kill the red-browed Eagle King. After all, the red-browed Eagle King had followed Gu Fei much earlier than him. If he killed the red-browed Eagle King, the consequences would be dire. Gu Fei had always been good to his subordinates, but if they made a mistake, the punishment would be very heavy. You win. The red-browed Eagle King sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his wounds. Humph! Saber King Luo Lai stepped forward and grabbed the spear that was stuck in the stone wall. He forcefully pulled it out. He wanted to pull the spear out of the stone wall. However, he only felt his hand sink. The spear stuck in the stone wall did not move at all. Huh, what's going on? Luo Lai was shocked. He tightened his grip on the spear, but the spear stuck in the stone wall remained motionless. Luo Lai was truly frightened. The spear stuck in the stone wall seemed to have grown from it. He had already used 70% of his strength, but he still could not pull it out. How is this possible? At this moment, even the people watching from afar were bewildered. Could it be that the divine weapon had a spirit and could choose its own master? Roar! Luo Lai roared angrily. He tightly grabbed the spear stuck in the stone wall with both hands. Then he pushed his feet against the stone wall and forcefully pulled it out. The yuan qi around his body was vast and mighty, and the power of a peak king-level expert erupted from his body. Luo Lai was determined. He did not believe that he could not pull the spear out. However, even if Luo Lai was determined, it did not seem to be of any use. His face was flushed red, and both his feet were pressed into the stone wall. However, the spear stuck in the stone wall did not move at all. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? Luo Lai continuously roared. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not pull it out. Ha! The red-browed Eagle King laughed loudly. So what if you defeated me? You are destined to have no fate with the divine weapon. The red-browed Eagle King mocked. Preposterous. Try pulling it out if you have the ability. Luo Lai let go of the spear and jumped to the ground. He stared coldly at the red-browed Eagle King. At this moment, he finally understood why the red-browed Eagle King left a mark beside the spear, and then left. It was because this fellow could not pull the spear out. Otherwise, the red-browed Eagle King would have pulled out the spear long ago. How could it be his turn? I am not as capable as you. Continue. As the red-browed Eagle King spoke, he took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Then he circulated his energy to heal himself and no longer paid attention to the blade King Luo Lai. Luo Lai was sullen. After defeating the red-browed Eagle King, he thought that the spear stuck in the stone wall would be his. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to pull the spear out? However, he was very unwilling to retreat just like that. The divine weapon belongs to the fated. Luo Lai, you are not fated with this spear. A voice rang out. Then a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the stone wall. You. When Luo Lai saw that person, he wanted to curse. However, when he saw that person's appearance, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. Because this person was Patriarch Tianhong. Patriarch Tianhong was in existence at the half-step monarch realm. No matter how arrogant Luo Lai was, he would not dare act arrogantly in front of Patriarch Tianhong. Senior Tianhong. Luo Lai was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified, because Patriarch Tianhong was a half-step monarch realm expert, and Patriarch Tianhong could kill him with a single slap. Hee. Since you are not fated with this spear, then don't force it. Let me see if I can pull it out. As he spoke, Patriarch Tianhong walked forward. Luo Lai nodded and bowed to Patriarch Tianhong on the surface, but he was cursing 18 generations of Patriarch Tianhong's ancestors in his heart. Patriarch Tianhong didn't care about all that, and he directly grabbed the spear that was stuck in the stone wall. Everyone stared nervously at Patriarch Tianhong. A half-step monarch realm should be able to pull the spear out. However, Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw that Patriarch Tian Hong exerted force several times, but the spear that was stuck in the stone wall did not move at all. Even he can't pull it out. Outside the treasure cave, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, who were watching the scene through the dazzling light mirror, were also shocked. Could the spear that was stuck in the stone wall be a peerless Dao weapon that surpassed the Emperor realm? Almost everyone had the same thought in their minds. We actually didn't see that spear. Chapter 52:88. An inconspicuous spear was stuck in the stone wall just like that. However, Saber King Luo Lai, who was at the peak of a mortal king realm, could not pull the spear out even after using all his strength. Then there was Forefather Tian Hong, a half-step Emperor realm cultivator. He was the strongest if no Emperor realm cultivator appeared. He also wanted to pull out the spear from the stone wall, but even after using all of his strength, it was still useless. He couldn't pull out the spear from the stone wall. Thus, everyone was indescribably shocked. Even Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, who saw this scene through the dazzling light mirror technique, were moved. Previously, they had already searched the treasure grotto heaven carefully. They had already taken all the royal-grade Dao soldiers that they could take away. However, they did not see the spear stuck in the stone wall, especially Long Xiaozhou. She even walked past the stone wall, but she did not see the spear stuck in the stone wall. "Junior sister, do you want to try?" Xiaoya suddenly asked Long Xiaozhou. "Me? Sure." Hearing this, Long Xiaozhou entered the golden door in a flash. Xiaoya was speechless. She only said it casually, but Long Xiaozhou entered the treasure vault directly. She really deserved to be slapped. Long Xiaozhou entered the hidden treasure paradise. How could it return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Even if she could not pull out the spear stuck in the stone wall, she would still target the other Dao soldiers. Now that Gu Fei was in seclusion, everything on Myriad Buddha Mountain was decided by Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. After Long Xiaozhou entered the treasure vault, the experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were delighted. With Long Xiaozhou around, they would not have to worry about finding Emperor Realm Dao soldiers. However, Long Xiaozhou immediately rushed to pull out the spear stuck in the stone wall. "Your Second Highness," Forefather Tian Hong retreated to the side when he saw Long Xiaozhou coming over. "Even you can't pull it out." Long Xiaozhou looked at Forefather Tian Hong in disbelief. "Your Second Highness, I can't pull it out." Forefather Tian Hong's face turned red with embarrassment. He was a half-step Emperor realm expert, but he couldn't even pull out a battle spear that was stuck in the rock wall. This was too embarrassing. Long Xiaozhou was Gu Fei's second disciple. Gu Fei's subordinates all called Long Xiaozhou the Second Highness, while Xiaoya was the goddess. No one dared to be disrespectful to the two of them. Even Huang Fuzun, a super antique, was the same. However, Huang Fuzun was just flaunting his seniority in front of Little Ya and Long Xiaozhou, but he definitely didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of them. Huang Fuzun was trying his best to suppress the lotus formation, so he had no time to pull out the spear. Come. Everyone, come and line up. Let's see who is fated with this spear," Long Xiaozhou said to the experts in the distance. After a short moment of silence, the experts rushed towards the stone wall as if they were on steroids. Soon, all the experts who hadn't found their own Dao soldiers lined up in front of the stone wall. All the experts couldn't wait to see if they had any affinity with the spear stuck in the stone wall. Whoever could pull out the spear would be the owner of the spear. The Black Dragon King was at the front. "Black Dragon King, you're up." Long Xiaozhou said, "Yes, Your Highness." The Black Dragon King was incomparably excited as he strode forward. He directly grabbed the spear that was stuck in the stone wall and slowly exerted strength. He was not in a hurry. However, as the Black Dragon King's power continued to increase, his expression turned grave. In the end, he exerted all his strength, and his black face turned red. However, it was useless. The spear in the stone wall didn't move at all. "Ha, Black Dragon, if you can't do it, let me do it." The Purple Dragon King laughed. "Purple Dragon, the Black Dragon King was shocked and angry. The Purple Dragon King was at the peak of the monarch realm in the Purple Dragon tribe. He was extremely powerful, and the Black Dragon King was still a distance away from him. All right, you do it then." The Black Dragon King had no choice because he couldn't pull the spear out. "This isn't a Buddhist soldier. Why is it stuck here? What's going on?" The Fierce Tiger King whispered to the North Garrison King. "How would I know? However, there must be a reason why this spear appeared here." The North Garrison King said. He stared at the spear with jealousy. However, it was difficult to take away an Emperor-level Dao soldier as long as the weapon soul was not dormant. To a certain extent, Dao soldiers were chosen, and Dao soldiers were chosen. The weapon soul is still here. How is it possible for these guys to pull the spear out? Outside the treasure cave, Xiaoya looked at the scene in front of her and sneered. She was the first person in the Void Realm to be Gu Fei's disciple. She had followed Gu Fei for the longest time and received the most teachings from Gu Fei. It wasn't strange for a Dao soldier of this level to have a weapon soul. In order to subdue a weapon soul, one would need overwhelming power. However, no one in the treasure cave had been able to completely suppress the power of the weapon soul in the spear. Therefore, these people were going to be unlucky. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Xiaoya silently. Xiaoya turned around abruptly. She was already holding a flying knife in her hand. When she saw the person's face, she was stunned. "Master?" This person was actually Gu Fei. "I'm just a clone," Gu Fei said. He had obtained an innate stone golem clone in the domain of the falling stars. After his refinement, this innate stone golem clone was extremely powerful and could display the power of an Emperor realm expert. Moreover, it was Gu Fei's clone. It was far stronger than an ordinary Emperor realm expert. The body of an innate stone golem was extremely powerful. After being refined by Gu Fei, it was comparable to a top-grade Emperor realm Dao soldier. His doppelganger was like a humanoid top-notch Emperor realm Dao soldier. "This, Master, Xiao, you didn't dare to be negligent. Even if it was Gu Fei's clone, it was still controlled by her master's will. I'm just here to take a look." Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the scene in front of him. At that moment, the Amethyst Dragon King went up, but the result was the same. It still couldn't pull the spear out. Then, one expert after another went up and tried to pull the spear out of the stone wall. However, without exception, they all failed. "Interesting." Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone smiled. Then, he took a step forward and entered the treasure cave. Xiaoya hurriedly followed. Could it be that her master came for the spear? Very soon, Gu Fei's clone and Xiaoya arrived in front of the stone wall. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Senior Gu." The red-browed Eagle King and the others called him Master, but the Amethyst Dragon King and the others called him Senior because they weren't Gu Fei's subordinates. "Master, why are you here?" Chapter 5289. The sudden arrival of Gu Fei's innate stone golem shocked all the experts in the hidden treasure grotto, red-browed Eagle King, and the rest even thought that it was Gu Fei's main body because no one could see through Gu Fei's innate stone golem. "Master, why are you here?" Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Gu Fei's clone. The thought of her cheating made her even more uneasy. "This is Master's clone." Xiaoya looked at the crowd and said, "Say, clone." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even with their cultivation, they couldn't see that the Master in front of them was a clone. Continue. Xiaoya took out a chair, and Gu Fei's clone sat down. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this, not knowing what to do. Master said to let you continue, so you should continue. Xiaoya, who stood behind Gu Fei's clone, glanced at the experts and said, Dao weapons belong to those who are fated. All the Dao treasures and Dao weapons here belong to you as long as you can take them. Gu Fei's clone said calmly, Master, what if I can't take it? Red-browed Eagle King really wanted to get the spear stuck in the stone wall. If you can't take it, continue searching. Gu Fei's clone still had a calm expression. Yes, red-browed Eagle King retreated. After hearing Gu Fei's clone's words, the experts who hadn't tried to pull the spear out were surprised and overjoyed. Since Master said so, why are you still hesitating? Long Xiaozhou shouted at the group of experts. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior Gu. The experts were overjoyed. Someone immediately went forward to pull out the spear that was stuck in the stone wall. However, the spear seemed to have grown out of the stone wall and couldn't be pulled out at all. Master, this. Xiaoya looked at Gu Fei's clone. This is an item of the Tian clan. Gu Fei's clone said, What? Third junior sister's stuff. Why are you here? Xiaoya was taken aback. Even Long Xiaozhou's mouth was wide open in shock. Do you think that the relationship between the Sky Clan and the Buddha clan is very good? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. Everyone was even more shocked. Could it be that a great war had erupted between the Tian clan and the Buddha clan? Someone from the Celestial clan even charged into the Buddha clan's hidden treasure grotto heaven? No one knows about the enmity between the two races, except for themselves. Gu Fei's clone said. He was not very clear about the matters between the Tian clan and the Buddha clan, but he could sense the aura of the Tian clan from the spear stuck in the stone wall. All right, I think you guys should disperse. Other than the people from the Tian clan, only I can pull out this spear. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he stood up. Yes, red-browed Eagle King, and the others immediately retreated. They scattered in all directions and continued to search for their Dao soldiers. Although the experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were unwilling, they couldn't pull out the battle spears from the stone walls. Now that they knew the origin of the battle spears, they were even more unwilling to give up. One must know that this spear belonged to the Tian clan. This meant that the origin of the spear was too great. It was definitely an Emperor rank Dao soldier. It might even be a peak Emperor rank Dao soldier. This was because even a half-step Emperor realm expert like Ancestor Tian Hong could not pull out the spear from the stone wall. Some people were still watching from where they were because they wanted to see if Gu Fei's clone could pull out the spear from the stone wall. Master, can you really pull out the spear from the stone wall? Long Xiaozhou was really curious. Gu Fei's clone smiled and casually waved his hand. Swoosh! The spear that was stuck in the stone wall actually flew out and landed in the hands of Gu Fei's clone. Everyone who saw this scene was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. How could this be? Long Xiaozhou's eyes were wide open. I told you, this spear belongs to the Tian clan. Gu Fei's doppelganger held the spear in his right hand and exerted force. A powerful force immediately surged into the spear, directly erasing a brand inside the spear. This spear is not bad. Gu Fei's clone casually stabbed the spear into the ground. Master, this spear, Long Xiaozhou's eyes lit up. Whoever wants it can take it. Isn't it just an Emperor rank Dao soldier? Gu Fei's clone casually waved his hand. This peerless Dao soldier that everyone wanted was nothing in his eyes. Perhaps only eternal-level Dao soldiers could catch his eye. However, not everyone had the same vision as Gu Fei. Ha! Long Xiaozhou reached out with her right hand and grabbed the spear that was stuck in the ground. Just as she was about to grab the spear, A hand reached out from the side. Bam! Two jade-like hands clapped against each other. The two figures instantly separated. Big senior sister, you want this spear too? The one who stopped Long Xiaozhou was Xiaoya. Who wouldn't want such a peerless Dao soldier? Xiaoya smiled. If you want to fight, just say it. Gu Fei's clone smiled. Master, I would like to spar with junior sister Long. I wonder if that's possible. Xiaoya bowed to Gu Fei's clone and said, Fight, fight. It's best to fight more often, so that your cultivation can improve. Gu Fei's clone said, as he sat back on the chair. Junior sister, since Master has said so, how about we fight? Xiaoya looked at Long Xiaozhou and said, Big senior sister, I'm not trying to nag you, but with your current cultivation, aren't you looking for trouble if you fight with me? Long Xiaozhou crossed her arms and chuckled. She was a King Realm cultivator, while Xiaoya was only a half-step King Realm cultivator. The gap was huge. You've only joined the sect for a short time. Don't you know that Master can already compete with Emperor Realm old monsters in King Realm? Although I'm a half-step Divine King, as Master's disciple, I can still challenge Divine Kings. Xiaoya said proudly. What? Long Xiaozhou was shocked. Xiaoya had followed Gu Fei for the longest time, so she naturally received Gu Fei's true teachings. She only received Gu Fei's Formation Dao inheritance. Long Xiaozhou hadn't had the chance to learn Gu Fei's other inheritances. All right, then this little sister will experience senior sister's great moves. Long Xiaozhou flipped her right hand, and a halberd appeared in her hand. She was petite, but she used a heavy Dao tool like the halberd. Even Gu Fei's clone was surprised. Long Xiaozhou didn't use her Formation Dao. This made Xiaoyu a little unhappy. Is Long Xiaozhou looking down on me? Xiaoya stomped on the ground with her right foot and leaped up. Her palm lightly slapped toward Long Xiaozhou. Chapter 5290. Little Ya and Long Xiaozhou were actually fighting, which shocked the experts who were watching from afar. The two of them were senior sister and junior sister. Why were they fighting? This battle alarmed all the experts in the treasure grotto. All the experts stopped and were guessing what had happened between Little Ya and Long Xiaozhou. At this moment, Little Ya struck out with her palm. A powerful cold palm power surged out. A layer of frost instantly appeared on the ground, and the temperature of the entire void dropped rapidly. Divine Moon Palm. Long Xiaozhou was stunned. The next moment, she shouted, and the halberd in her hand slashed forward. The mighty Divine Moon Palm power was directly split in half. The flowers and trees on both sides of Long Xiaozhou were all frozen in an instant. Even the halberd in Long Xiaozhou's hand was covered in frost. However, the halberd in Long Xiaozhou's hand still slashed down at Little Ya's head with great power. Little Ya put her hands together and actually clamped the blade of the halberd between her hands. The divine moon chi immediately surged towards the halberd. Then, a layer of frost appeared on the halberd, and this layer of frost directly spread along the halberd towards Long Xiaozhou's hands. Roar! Long Xiaozhou roared and shook the halberd in her hand. The frost that covered the halberd was instantly shattered. A powerful wave of primordial chi erupted from the halberd and directly shook off Little Ya's hands that were clamping the halberd blade. Little Ya was shocked. The next moment, she left behind an afterimage on the spot, but her real body had already dodged. Boom! The halberd fell and directly smashed a large pit where Long Xiaozhou was originally standing. Soil flew everywhere. Some of the soil even flew towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, there was an invisible chi wall around Gu Fei's doppelganger. Nothing could touch him, and everything was sent flying by the chi wall. At this moment, Little Ya used her body movement technique to fight with Long Xiaozhou. Long Xiaozhou was surrounded by Little Ya's silhouette. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation was at the king realm, while Little Ya's cultivation was only half a step to the king realm. If it was an ordinary half a step to the king realm, they might not even be able to withstand one move from Long Xiaozhou. However, Xiaoyu was not an ordinary half-step monarch realm. This was not Gu Fei's heaven-treading steps, but the 8 desolation steps. This was a supreme movement technique that Gu Fei had cultivated before. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel all over the world in 8 steps. With Xiao Ya's cultivation at the half-step king realm, she was still unable to reach the level of traversing the world in 8 steps. But this 8 desolate steps caused Long Xiaozhou to be badly battered, causing her to have a body full of abilities but nowhere to display them. Preposterous. Is this your confidence to challenge someone of a higher level? Keep hiding and not fighting back. Long Xiaozhou roared. She waved the halberd in her hand frantically. But no matter how ruthless she was, no matter how much strength she used, the halberd in her hand could not even touch the corner of Xiao Ya's clothes. Ha! Isn't it easy for me to fight back? Xiao Ya laughed as she spoke and then punched out. Ascending secret technique. Xiao Ya's imposing aura instantly soared, and a violent force erupted from her fist, causing the space before her fist to seem as if it had condensed. Long Xiaozhou felt cold air assault her body. The cold air penetrated deep into her skin, and it felt as if even her bone marrow was about to be frozen. This caused her to be shocked. Xiao Ya's strength had soared a great deal from before, and it was simply comparable to the attack of a monarch realm expert. No wonder Xiao Ya had the confidence to challenge me. Xiao Ya's punch was swift, ruthless, and accurate. Long Xiaozhou only had time to raise the halberd in her hand horizontally to block before her body. Bam! Xiao Ya's fist smashed onto the shaft of the halberd in Long Xiaozhou's hand, and the entire shaft immediately bent. Long Xiaozhou felt her arms shake, and the halberd in her hand, and her arms were covered in a layer of frost. The cold air invaded her body, and her entire body felt as if it was about to be frozen. Roar! Long Xiaozhou roared furiously, and powerful metal element energy surged out from her body, causing the frost that covered her arms to instantly shatter. She was a monarch realm expert after all, and her combat experience was extremely abundant. At this moment, Xiao Ya blasted another punch over. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret art of ascension, had a time limit, so Xiao Ya had to defeat Long Xiaozhou within the time limit of the secret art of ascension. This was the 5 elements fist, and the power of the 5 elements fist erupted from Xiao Ya's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou was really a little confused. Didn't her senior sister cultivate the power of Yin? How did it become the power of the 5 elements now? She did not know that Xiao Ya had received teachings from Gu Fei and also cultivated the mixed essence qi. The mixed essence qi was a good thing. It could refine all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, and the mixed essence qi could even transform into primordial chaos qi. Of course, it was not an easy thing for the mixed essence qi to transform into primordial chaos qi. Master said that nothing is impossible. Xiao Ya's right fist shook, and the power of her fist instantly increased by a great deal. This punch was indomitable, and it was simply indestructible. Even Long Xiaozhou, who was in the monarch realm, felt threatened. Outrageous! Dragon roar to the 9 heavens! Long Xiaozhou directly stabbed the halberd into the ground beside him, and then he frantically operated his mystic art, striking out the ultimate move of the West Sea Golden Dragon clan, the 9 heavens Golden Dragon Fist. Roar! A golden dragon shadow immediately rushed out of Long Xiaozhou's fist, pouncing at Xiao Ya with its fangs and claws bared. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 figures instantly flew backward. Long Xiaozhou was inexplicably shocked. Xiaoya's punch was actually on par with his. She was only at the half-step monarch realm, while he was a genuine god king. A god king actually could not defeat a half-step monarch realm. No one would believe it. In the void realm, no one had ever been able to challenge an expert of a higher realm. Here, if a half-step monarch realm were to challenge a king realm, he would definitely be committing suicide. A king realm expert was an existence of the god king level, and one move could instantly defeat a half-step monarch realm expert. A challenge of a higher realm? What a joke! Long Xiaozhou was shocked and angry. However, the reality was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Again, Xiaoyu attacked with all her might. She operated the secret skill of ascension to the extreme, and a power wave comparable to the God King level erupted from her body, immediately causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. Long Xiaozhou's right hand grabbed the halberd that was stabbed into the ground, and the halberd immediately flew back to her, and she caught it in her hand. The two figures clashed once again. Xiaoyu wanted to defeat Long Xiaozhou within the duration of the secret skill of ascension. Otherwise, the one who would be abused would be her. Gu Fei's doppelganger sat at the side and watched the show. He did not stop his two disciples as long as they were not fighting each other. This battle would only determine the winner and loser, not life and death. This was because this battle was merely a spar between two disciples of Gu Fei. Therefore, although the two seemed to be fighting fiercely, they did not really intend to kill each other. Chapter 52:91. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou actually started fighting in the treasure depository grotto heaven. Furthermore, it was in front of Gu Fei's clone. This shocked the experts in the treasure depository wonderland. All the experts in the treasure depository wonderland were paying attention to this battle. In Gu Fei's opinion, this battle was nothing much. It was just a sparring session between senior and junior sisters. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this battle was different. Although Xiaoyu was a senior sister, if she lost to Long Xiaozhou, then her position in the hearts of the crowd would be lower than Long Xiaozhou's. This was because the void realm was a place where strength spoke. The strong were the ones that everyone respected. It had to be said that Xiaoyu was really heaven-defying. She had cultivated the various battle skills and secret skills that Gu Fei had imparted to her very well. The power that she displayed was astonishing. In particular, the 9 secrets of the immortal path had made Long Xiaozhou badly battered. He had almost fallen for it. However, the gap between the half-step monarch realm and the monarch realm was too big. Even if Xiaoya displayed the secret skill of ascension, she could only fight Long Xiaozhou to a draw. Moreover, this draw was not entirely true. She had used the trump cards that Gu Fei had imparted to her. If they were at the same level, Long Xiaozhou might not even be able to take one move. Long Xiaozhou became more and more shocked. Was the Master's battle path inheritance really that heaven-defying? It could make Xiaoya, a half-step monarch realm, fight a genuine monarch realm expert to a draw. The more Xiaoya fought, the more shocked she became. She was shocked that the time limit for her secret skill of ascension was almost up. The secret skill of ascension had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, Xiaoya would instantly return to her original form. When that time came, she would be tortured by Long Xiaozhou. Boom! Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou punched each other. In the next moment, the two figures were sent flying. Dragon-binding hand. Xiaoya's hands danced, and rays of divine light rushed out from her hands, turning into golden divine chains that wrapped around the small dragon boat that was being sent flying. In an instant, Long Xiaozhou was firmly entangled by the golden divine chains. Roar! In the next moment, Long Xiaozhou's body shook violently, and the dragon-binding golden chains wrapped around her body immediately shattered. Again. Long Xiaozhou wanted to fight again. Enough! Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was watching the show from the side, suddenly spoke. Long Xiaozhou's body suddenly paused and directly stopped in the air. Both of you are very good. Gu Fei stood up. Master, this Long Xiaozhou still wanted to fight. She didn't believe that she couldn't defeat Xiaoya. At this time, the powerful aura on Xiaoya's body began to recede like the tide. It was as if a high and mighty god king had directly fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Long Xiaozhou sensed the change in Xiaoya's aura. The current Xiaoya might not even be able to take a punch from him, let alone engage in an endless battle with him. You two are equally matched in this battle. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly came to a conclusion. At this time, Long Xiaozhou didn't even need to think to know that Xiaoya had just used some kind of secret technique to fight with him. That was a supreme secret technique that could allow people to skip levels and challenge higher realms. Thinking of this, Long Xiaozhou was extremely curious. Master, the secret technique that senior sister used, Long Xiaozhou was very clear that in the Void Realm, there had never been such a secret technique that could instantly increase one's combat strength and allow one to skip levels and challenge higher experts. Even if there was, it would be a secret technique that would perish together with the enemy, such as self-detonation. However, after Xiaoya used this secret technique, there didn't seem to be any signs of Yuan Qi damage. In other words, this secret technique didn't have any side effects. Want to learn? Gu Fei's doppelganger said. Yes. Long Xiaozhou hurriedly nodded. This kind of secret technique would definitely make countless experts jealous. Even those peerless martial emperors would be jealous. Ask your senior sister to teach you, Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he turned and left. This Long Xiaozhou was stunned. Junior sister, I'm taking this battle spear. As Xiaoya spoke, she stepped forward and pulled out the battle spear that Gu Fei's doppelganger had stabbed into the ground. This was an emperor-grade weapon and a top-notch Dao soldier. Senior sister, if you like it, feel free to take it. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Right now, she had to do her best to please Xiaoya because she wanted to learn the secret technique that Xiaoya had just used. After Gu Fei's doppelganger left the treasure depository grotto heaven, everyone continued to search for their Dao soldiers. However, it wasn't easy to find Dao soldiers that truly belonged to them. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was still in the 10,000 Buddha Hall at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, refining the ball of devil origin that he had obtained from the extreme demon cave. The ball of devil origin in the extreme demon cave was at the boundless grade. Even Gu Fei wouldn't be able to refine this ball of devil origin in a short period of time. Right now, the 10,000 Buddha Hall was shrouded by a ball of devil qi. In the distant sky, there were 3 figures shrouded in Buddhist light. Behind the heads of these 3 powerful Buddhist clan experts, there were golden rainbows formed by Buddhist light. What is that guy doing? A Buddhist supreme with 2 long eyebrows asked. He was none other than the long eyebrows Buddhist supreme. Sigh. Devil Qi actually appeared on the sacred mountain of the Buddha race. If the believers outside were to see this, the position of the Buddha race among the believers would be awkward. The Earth Buddhist Supreme side. He's refining the devil origin. The Sky Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. What? That guy has really gone mad. The other Buddhist supremacies were shocked. In their eyes, the devil origin in the depths of the extreme demon cave was something that couldn't be erased. The extreme demon cave was simply a nightmare for the Buddhist supremacies. It was the existence of the extreme demon cave that had dragged the Buddha race here for countless years. Without the extreme demon cave, Middle Sky wouldn't be in its current state. Everyone said that Middle Sky belonged to the Buddhist supremacies and the heavenly race. However, the true overlord of Middle Sky was the heavenly race. After all, the heavenly race was the strongest power in Middle Sky. The relationship between the Buddha race and the heavenly race was a little complicated. These two powerful races had once fought against each other. However, for some unknown reason, they had stopped fighting. Ever since then, the two races had coexisted peacefully for countless years. On the surface, everything seemed peaceful. However, the two races were still fighting in the dark. "Who cares?" the long eyebrows Buddhist Supreme said, helplessly. "What are you three fellas doing here?" Just at this moment, a voice rang out from behind the three Buddhist supremacies. What? The three Buddhist supremacies were taken aback. To think that someone would appear behind them without them realizing it. If this person were to strike at them, they would definitely be dead meat. "It's you?" Chapter 5292. The Buddhist race's Buddhist supremes had been keeping an eye on the myriad Buddha mountain, afraid that Gu Fei would cause trouble. However, the more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. When the devil energy appeared on the myriad Buddha mountain, the Buddhist supremes couldn't sit still, especially the heavenly Buddha supreme, the earth Buddha supreme, the man Buddha supreme, the long-browed Buddha supreme, and the sky dragon Buddha supreme. They were all old antiques and old monsters, so they naturally guessed what Gu Fei was doing in the myriad Buddha hall. The power of the devil Tao was also a form of power. Over the years, countless people had wanted to obtain this power from the extreme devil cave. This was because it was an invincible power. Whoever could control this power would be invincible and unify the void realm. Therefore, countless heretical cultivators had been eyeing the extreme devil cave. Even Barbarian, you had his eyes on the extreme devil cave. However, how could it be easy to control such a power? Moreover, the power of the extreme devil cave wasn't ownerless. It had a master, which was why there were so many corpses in the extreme devil cave. This time, the will of the extreme devil cave had been refined by Gu Fei. Therefore, the source of the devil Tao had become ownerless. Gu Fei wanted to refine the source of the devil, but it wasn't easy. However, if Gu Fei could really refine the power of the devil Tao, he would truly be invincible. At that time, who would be able to suppress him? On this day, the heavenly Buddha Supreme, the long-browed Buddha Supreme, and the earth Buddha Supreme came again. However, before they could say a few words, they were so shocked by the sudden appearance of a person that they almost fell from the sky. "It's you!" When they saw who it was, their shock was no small matter, especially the long-browed Buddha Supreme. He staggered and fell hundreds of meters. "Weren't you at the myriad Buddha hall?" The heavenly Buddha Supreme forced himself to calm down. "That's right. Tao friend Gu, why did you come out?" The earth Buddha Supreme looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. "I've stayed here for too long, so I came out to stretch my muscles." Gu Fei's clone said. The three old fogies simply couldn't tell that the Gu Fei in front of them was only Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem clone. As for Gu Fei's doppelganger, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. That would be fun. Come out to stretch your muscles? The heavenly Buddha Supreme looked towards the peak of myriad Buddha mountain. There was still demonic energy lingering there. That powerful demonic power was constantly destroying the Buddhist power of myriad Buddha mountain. "What's wrong? Are you guys also eyeing my mana source?" Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. "I wouldn't dare." The earth Buddha Supreme hurriedly said. "TCH, why wouldn't you dare? Where's your ancestor?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said disdainfully. "Ancestor? He has gone to travel the world." The long-browed Buddhist Supreme replied. "This mirage is so small. What's there to wander about? Why don't you join me? I'll show you what a big world is like." Gu Fei's clone said proudly. "Big world, big world. The heavenly Buddha Supreme and the others were taken aback. Could the legend be true? Was there a higher-level world other than the mirage? All right, you guys can think about it. Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, North Ruins, Ghost Emperor Mountain, with a loud bang, the entire Ghost Emperor Mountain shook. Countless formation patterns in the void dissipated, and two extremely powerful figures rushed out from the peak of Ghost Emperor Mountain. Ha ha, I'm finally free. A figure covered in death energy laughed at the sky. Humph, don't celebrate too early, the other figure sneered. Lin Xiaotian, what are you talking about? The Ghost Emperor said, angrily. Humph, you broke Huang Fuzun's killing formation. How could he not feel it? Lin Xiaotian mocked. What? The Ghost Emperor couldn't help but be shocked. Maybe Huang Fuzun is coming here. Lin Xiaotian said indifferently, you're very calm. Huang Fuzun's target is the two of you. Ghost Emperor gnashed his teeth. If it were not for Lin Xiaotian's trick, which led the old guy, Huang Fuzun, to Ghost Emperor Mountain, he would still be living comfortably in Ghost Emperor Mountain at this time. Well, since we've all become enemies with Huang Fuzun, let's join forces. Lin Xiaotian said disapprovingly, join forces? Huang Fuzun has Gu Fei as his backer. We don't have any backer. How can we fight with them? This is simply courting death. The Ghost Emperor was furious. Who was Gu Fei? He was the guy who dared to fight with Ling Tian Palace Master. Since ancient times, Ling Tian Palace Master was the strongest in the world recognized by the Mirage. He had almost attacked the ancestral land of the Tian clan. How could the Ghost Emperor not be afraid of such a powerful person? Why don't we find a backer too? Lin Xiaotian said. What backer can we find? The Ghost Emperor stared at Lin Xiaotian and almost went crazy. He didn't want to provoke Huang Fuzun or even Gu Fei behind Huang Fuzun. If he provoked Gu Fei, he would end up miserably. Didn't I say it before? It's the demons of the Eastern Wilderness. As long as we plan carefully, Lin Xiaotian sneered. Do you want to drag the demon clan down? A cold light flashed in the Ghost Emperor's eyes when he heard this. The demon clan of the East Wasteland was an extremely powerful race, and the inheritance of the demon clan of the East Wasteland was also extremely long. The demon emperor was the most powerful existence among the four emperors. Even the old dragon emperor of the dragon clan of the West Sea was no match for the demon emperor. Some people said that the demon emperor's cultivation had broken through to the legendary supreme emperor realm. Of course, this was just a rumor. It was not very credible. On that day, the four emperors gathered in an ancient relic and wanted to open a mysterious door somewhere, but the four emperors could not open the mysterious door. The demon emperor had only teamed up with the other three emperors to attack once. Well, if you can drag the demon clan of the East Wasteland into the water, I promise to join forces with you. The Ghost Emperor said helplessly. Okay, then you wait. Lin Xiaotian said as he rushed down from the sky and directly grabbed East King. They did not stop and directly left the Ghost Emperor Mountain. Seeing this guy finally scram, the Ghost Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. The Ghost Emperor looked in the direction where Lin Xiaotian disappeared, and his eyes became vicious. These two guys made me so anxious. I will remember this debt. The Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins was a vengeful person. However, he was also very careful. If the opponent was too strong, he naturally did not have the guts to seek revenge. Like Gu Fei, even if Huang Fuzun destroyed the Ghost Emperor Mountain, he would definitely not dare to settle the debt with Gu Fei. However, if Lin Xiaotian could drag the demon clan of the East Wasteland into the water, it would be a different story. Chapter 5293. Lin Xiaotian was an old antique who had lived for countless years. He might be from the same era as Huang Fuzun, so he had some understanding of Huang Fuzun. Moreover, this guy was very capable. He actually dragged the North Ruins Ghost Emperor down with him. Whether the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was willing or not, he had to face Huang Fuzun and the person behind him, Gu Fei. This depressed the North Ruins Ghost Emperor to the point of vomiting blood. However, the North Ruins Ghost Emperor wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wouldn't ally with Lin Xiaotian so easily. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to defeat Gu Fei at all. The barbarian monarch was a good example. If they wanted to deal with Gu Fei, they had to involve the Eastern Wasteland demon race. The West Sea Dragon race was one thing, but Long Xiaozhou was Gu Fei's disciple. It was already good enough that the old dragon monarch didn't attack them. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor's forces couldn't be underestimated. His spies were all over the North Ruins, and he had planted many in Middle Heaven and other regions as well. Inside the Ghost Emperor Palace on Ghost Emperor Mountain, the Ghost Emperor sat on his throne. He held a jade slip in his hand that contained information about Gu Fei. Gu Fei is on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The Ghost Emperor was very surprised. Gu Fei had stayed on Myriad Buddha Mountain for some time already. What was he doing there? The Ghost Emperor wasn't the only one curious. Even the great figures of other regions were curious to death. In the Buddhist land where the Buddhist race was located, all the major powers had sent their spies in. However, these spies could not enter the boundaries of the Myriad Buddha Mountain. They couldn't find out what Gu Fei was doing on the Myriad Buddha Mountain either. In the entire Void Realm, only a few people knew what Gu Fei was doing in the 10,000 Buddha Hall, even the Red-Browed Eagle King, and the others didn't know that Gu Fei was refining the devil origin in Extreme Devil Cave. Moreover, the news that Gu Fei had obtained the peerless devil origin from Extreme Devil Cave was not only known to the Buddha race's Buddhist venerables, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, but also the Sky race's old ancestor, Yuxian couldn't leave the Tian clan's ancestral land for too long, so she didn't return to the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Moreover, the relationship between the Sky clan and the Buddha clan was very subtle. Yuxian wasn't willing to stay in the Buddha clan's territory for too long. Gu Fei did not care about the grudges between the heavenly race and the Buddha race. He didn't know that Lin Xiaotian was rushing to the Eastern Wasteland to deal with him. Lin Xiaotian was going to make trouble. However, the experts of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan were not fools. It was not easy to sow discord. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor was also restless. However, the Ghost Monarch's North Ruins wasn't very peaceful either. The Whitebone Ridgesbone Emperor would occasionally come out and cause trouble, giving the Ghost Monarch a huge headache. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the treasure-hiding Grotto Heaven, there was a sudden loud noise. A powerful wave of Yuan Qi surged out from the depths of the Grotto Heaven. "Ha ha! I've finally succeeded." A loud laugh rang out, and the rolling sound waves spread out, echoing throughout the Treasure Vault Grotto Heaven. All the experts in the hidden Treasure Grotto Heaven were alarmed. "It's Huang Fuzun." Outside the entrance of the Treasure Vault Grotto Heaven, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were alarmed. That guy, Long Xiaozhou, was very displeased. She had just obtained the cultivation method of the secret art of ascension from Xiaoya, and she was studying it right now. Gu Fei's 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao was a perfect interpretation of the 9 great Taos. Although it was only one of the 9 secrets, the secret art of ascension was incomparably profound. Long Xiaozhou was immediately captivated by the secret art after receiving it. Now that she was suddenly disturbed, she was naturally very displeased. "East King, and Lin Xiaotian, if I let you escape again, I'll be your grandson." Huang Fuzun roared angrily and rushed out of the Treasure Vault Grotto Heaven. He soared into the sky, left Myriad Buddha Mountain, and headed towards the north ruins. So, urgent? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were stunned. Was Huang Fuzun in a hurry to reincarnate? In fact, East King and Lin Xiaotian had become Huang Fuzun's sore points. He was determined to kill them. However, Huang Fuzun didn't know that Lin Xiaotian had left the north ruins with East King and was heading to the East Baron. Huang Fuzun, that lunatic, very soon, in the Ghost Emperor Palace at the peak of Ghost Emperor Mountain, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins had received the news that Huang Fuzun had left Myriad Buddha Mountain and was heading for the North Ruins. Lin Xiaotian really did a lot of harm to people. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think he's invincible. The Ghost Emperor rushed out of the Ghost Emperor Mountain. Huang Fuzun entered the North Ruins and headed for the Ghost Emperor Mountain in a threatening manner. However, he was intercepted by the Ghost Emperor halfway. In the sky, above a nameless barren mountain, the two experts met. Their murderous auras shook the world and changed the color of the wind and clouds. Huang Fuzun, how dare you come? The Ghost Emperor glared at Huang Fuzun and said fiercely, "Hand over East King and Lin Xiaotian." That was all Huang Fuzun said. "You're too late. They've left the North Ruins a long time ago." The Ghost Emperor said coldly, "Then go to hell." Huang Fuzun threw a punch at the Ghost Emperor in front of him. A tiger-shaped fist energy pounced at the Ghost Emperor violently. "How dare you?" The ghostly Emperor was infuriated. He also punched out. A terrifying ghostly shadow rushed out from his fist and met the incoming tiger head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, the two terrifying fist forces collided with each other. In the next moment, two figures were sent flying backward. An extremely powerful yuan qi fluctuation spread out. The mountain below crumbled instantly, and dust rose high into the sky. Before the countless living beings in the mountain range could react, they were instantly killed. This was what it meant when immortals fought and living beings suffered. Although this was a nameless mountain, and there weren't any powerful living beings, weak living beings were still living beings, and they were still living beings. However, in the eyes of Huang Fuzun and the Ghost Emperor, these living beings were nothing but ants. Huang Fuzun hadn't used his trump card yet. He wanted to play with the Ghost Emperor first. The Ghost Emperor was not to be trifled with. High up in the sky, the two great experts fought back and forth. The constant burst of vital energy shook the earth. This was the combat strength of the peak of the Emperor realm. God slaying by 10,000 ghosts. The Ghost Emperor roared. In the next moment, an endless aura of death erupted from his body and enveloped the entire world. The world seemed to have turned into a dark night. Countless ghostly shadows appeared in the void and pounced at Huang Fuzun. These ghostly shadows were not formed by the Ghost Emperor's vital energy. They were truly terrifying malicious ghosts, and each of them was bursting with a monstrous aura of the Ghost Tao. The ghostly sovereign had spent a great deal of effort to subdue all sorts of ferocious ghosts. Chapter 5294. After Huang Fuzun refined the Buddha Lotus Formation platform, he immediately went to the North Ruins. There was no way he would let the East King and Lin Xiaotian go. That Lin Xiaotian was too cunning and detestable. He was drawing hatred everywhere for him. Huang Fuzun was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm and become the first person in the history of the Void realm to become an emperor with formations. Lin Xiaotian drew hatred everywhere for him. Wherever they went, the forces they encountered were annihilated by Huang Fuzun. However, things were different this time. Lin Xiaotian had lured Huang Fuzun to the North Ruins and made him fight the North Ruins Ghost Emperor. Last time, he had to go to the Myriad Buddha Mountain because of Gu Fei's summons. Now, He was intercepted by the North Ruins Ghost Emperor when he was halfway there. The two monarchs didn't say much when they met. They fought immediately. In the sky above a barren mountain at the border of the North Ruins and the Middle Sky, two powerful Emperor-level powers collided continuously. Two figures moved quickly in the sky. The dull sounds of the collisions resounded in the sky like muffled thunder. It was incredibly shocking. The mighty Emperor-level power that came down from the sky directly shattered the mountain ridges. Countless living beings were turned into blood mist, and they couldn't be more dead than they already were. To the high and mighty Shin King-level experts, these weak living beings were no different from ants. 10,000 ghosts slaughtering gods. The Ghost Emperor used his trump card. Monstrous ghostly energy enveloped the entire sky and earth. The sky darkened in an instant, and countless ghostly shadows appeared within the ghostly energy. The ghostly shadows pounced at Huang Fuzun. Huang Fuzun was shocked. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor was quite capable. Otherwise, how could he have become the master of the North Ruins? You're cultivating the 10,000 ghost-slaughtering gods art. Huang Fuzun flipped his right hand, and a golden Buddha lotus appeared in his hand. Buzz. After a deafening sound, the golden Buddhist lotus in Huang Fuzun's right hand burst out a ball of brilliant Buddhist light. Under the illumination of the golden Buddha light, the ghost chi around Huang Fuzun was quickly dispersing. The fierce ghost shadows that were lunging at Huang Fuzun all screamed and backed off with smoke rising from their bodies. What? The North Ruins Ghost Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Huang Fuzun to bring a great treasure of the Buddha race. This Buddha treasure was incredible, and it was his nemesis. At this moment, the Buddhist lotus in Huang Fuzun's hand flew up and enlarged quickly. Huang Fuzun then jumped up and sat cross-legged on the lotus. At this moment, Huang Fuzun, the old man, had the bearing of a Buddhist master. Of course, the dirty old man was still a dirty old man. It was impossible for him to become a follower of Buddhism just because of a Buddhist lotus array platform, much less become an almighty Buddhist. Huang Fuzun, when did you join the Buddha clan? The North Ruins Ghost Emperor said angrily. At this time, countless ghost shadows still appeared in the void around Huang Fuzun, ready to pounce at any time. The ghosts that the North Ruins Ghost Emperor had refined were extremely powerful. They could kill without leaving a trace, but this time they had met their nemesis. The dozen or so ghosts that were illuminated by the Buddhist light were already greatly weakened. Tui, you think I would join the Buddha race? Huang Fuzun was furious when he heard this. The Buddha race is nothing. Didn't my master still get his hands on the myriad Buddha mountain? Even the progenitor of the heavenly race, Yu Xianer, had become my master's disciple. Only an unparalleled existence like Gu Fei was qualified to be my master. You are about to die, and yet you still want to squabble here? I will send you on your way. Huang Fuzun immediately activated the Buddhist Lotus Array platform. In the next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out of the Buddhist Lotus Array platform and imprinted themselves on the void around it. Wherever the formation patterns went, the eerie ghost chi dissipated. This was the formation inside the Buddhist Lotus Array platform. This kind of formation was naturally a Buddhist formation, and Buddhist formations were the nemesis of evil and unorthodox paths. Whoosh! Seeing that the situation was bad, the Ghost Emperor immediately retreated. Countless Buddhist formation patterns shrouded the North Ruins Ghost Emperor, causing the ghost chi around him to dissipate continuously. One after another, the ghostly shadows swiftly retreated. A shrill scream suddenly rang. A ghostly shadow was hit by several Buddhist formation patterns and began to struggle violently in the air. In just a few seconds, The ghostly shadow turned into black energy and dissipated into the void. Damn it! The North Ruins Ghost Emperor was furious. These 10,000-year-old ghosts were not easy to subdue. He had spent an endless amount of effort to subdue and refine hundreds of these incredibly powerful ghosts. But he had no choice. Huang Fuzun had finally used his trump card. He was actually using the Buddhist races formation to deal with the North Ruins Ghost Emperor. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor had no choice but to retreat. Very quickly, a few more ghostly shadows were hit by the Buddhist races formation patterns and turned to ash amidst their terrifying screams. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. You win. We will meet again. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor roared angrily. He waved his sleeves and withdrew all the ghostly shadows and ghostly energy into his sleeves. Then he turned around and fled. Don't leave if you have the guts. Huang Fuzun roared angrily. However, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins would not stop and fight him head-on. A beam of black light instantly flew far away and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Xiaotian is in the Eastern Wasteland's East Sun City. Do you dare to go? The North Ruins Ghost Emperor's voice came from afar. What? The Eastern Wasteland's East Sun City? Huang Fuzun's expression changed when he heard this. Lin Xiaotian was extremely cunning, and so was the East King. Were these two really planning to go this far? He was no fool. A single sentence from the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was enough to make him think of many things. Lin Xiaotian had helped Huang Fuzun draw hatred all the way to the Eastern Wastelands. It looked like Lin Xiaotian was about to make a big move. Huang Fuzun couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor was not his target. The East King and Lin Xiaotian, who was protecting him, were. Huang Fuzun pondered for a moment before changing directions and heading toward the Eastern Wastelands. Just as Huang Fuzun left, a figure appeared high up in the sky. This person was Gu Fei. No, it should be Gu Fei's innate Stoneman avatar. Gu Fei's avatar had sensed Huang Fuzun the moment he left the Myriad Buddha Mountain. It had followed him all the way here and witnessed the great battle just now. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor's strength was undeniable. If he decided to go all out and fight Huang Fuzun, even Huang Fuzun might not be able to handle him. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor had cultivated the Ghost Tao to this level. He was many times stronger than the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu in the human world. Chapter 5295. As the Lord of the North Ruins, the Ghost Emperor was naturally extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he have dominated the North Ruins? However, ever since the battle with Huang Fuzun, he had a sense of uneasiness. It was as if something bad was about to happen to him. At this moment, as a monarch, he had a sense of danger. It was as if danger could appear at any time. Therefore, the Ghost Emperor returned to the Ghost Emperor Mountain and hid in the Ghost Emperor Palace. However, it seemed to be of no use. After he hid in the Ghost Emperor Palace, his sense of uneasiness grew even stronger. However, the feeling disappeared very quickly. He heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, the Ghost Emperor would never have imagined that his uneasiness came from Gu Fei's innate Stone Man clone. Gu Fei's innate Stone Man clone had been following behind the Ghost Emperor. Given Gu Fei's cultivation in the Formation Tao, the Ghost Emperor Mountain's defensive formation was full of flaws in the eyes of Gu Fei's innate Stone Man clone. He easily avoided all the open and hidden sentries on the Ghost Emperor Mountain and strolled around the mountain as if he was in an uninhabited land. In the entire Ghost Emperor Mountain, the Ghost Emperor was the only one who felt uneasy. The other experts of the Ghost Tao didn't feel anything at all. Gu Fei's innate Stone Man clone had no intention of attacking at all. He walked around the Ghost Emperor Mountain, for a while before leaving. At this time, Huang Fuzun had already entered the Eastern Barren territory. An existence like him was immediately targeted by the demon race the moment he appeared in the Eastern Barren territory. One should know that the battle between Huang Fuzun and the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins had already alarmed the Eastern Barren demon race. This was because the Eastern Barren demon race had taken advantage of the internal strife of the Southern Barren territory to invade the Southern Barren territory. The demon race's plan was very good. However, they never expected that the Southern Barren sovereign would be defeated by a nobody. The Southern Barren sovereign's death should have split the Southern Barren territory into pieces. Who would have thought that the guy called Gu Fei would be able to quell the unrest so quickly? Even the sorcerer race had to lower their heads before the guy called Gu Fei. As a result, the Southern Barren territory was once again united. The Eastern Barren demon race naturally didn't gain any benefits. Now that Huang Fuzun had entered the Eastern Barren territory, he naturally attracted the attention of the Eastern Barren demon race immediately. After all, Huang Fuzun was Gu Fei's man. Moreover, he was the Emperor of Array. No one in the entire Void Realm could compare to him in the art of arrays. If this old madman started a massacre in the Eastern Barren demon race, it would be the Eastern Barren demon ruins. If this old madman started a massacre in the Eastern Barren of demon race, the Barren territory, demon of demon, ruins, and mountain, none, Gu Fei of the ruins, and of Emperor, and Baron Chen as he ruins, his appearance had also changed. He was now a dark and skinny cultivator. He was also a blade cultivator, and he carried a big black blade on his back. The back of the black blade was very thick, and it didn't seem to be sharpened. Such a blade was simply a common item. It was definitely not a divine weapon. Dongyang City was the closest city to Middle Sky in the Eastern Barren territory. There were millions of creatures living in the city, and most of them were demons. On the streets of Dongyang City, there were all kinds of monsters. However, there were also a large number of humans in Dongyang City. These humans were on good terms with the demon race, and some even worked for them. What's more, many humans were enslaved by the demon race. This made Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem very unhappy. Walking through the streets of Dongyang City, Gu Fei's stone golem attracted the attention of a lot of humans and demons because he was a bit different. Dressed in black, with messy hair and a big black blade on his back, he looked like a beggar on the streets. "Brother, are you from the beggar gang?" Suddenly, a filthy fellow holding a bamboo stick in his right hand and a broken bowl in his left hand approached Gu Fei's avatar and whispered to him in a low voice. "What beggar gang?" Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem avatar was really speechless. "Do I look like a beggar?" Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem avatar said angrily, "Brother, to be honest, you really look like one of us." The beggar looked at Gu Fei from head to toe and said, "Scram, don't bother me." Gu Fei's avatar was very depressed. "TCH, we're clearly one of us, but you still want to act high and mighty. I despise you." The middle-aged beggar sneered and ran away. Gu Fei's avatar almost coughed out blood. The surrounding people also looked at Gu Fei's avatar with strange gazes. "It looks like I need to change my appearance," Gu Fei's avatar muttered to himself. Cloud, immortal residence. Gu Fei's avatar came to an inn. This inn was really arrogant, comparing itself to an immortal residence. He raised his leg and was about to walk in. Where did this beggar come from? Scram! At this moment, a black-robed man walked out from the entrance of Cloud Immortal Residence. "You told me to scram?" Gu Fei's avatar was furious, but on second thought, he wasn't the famous Gu Fei. "Look at you, if you're not a beggar, what are you?" the black-robed man said with a look of disdain. "What a snob!" Gu Fei's avatar sneered. Who are you calling snob? The black-robed man was furious. I'm talking about you, so what? Gufei said coldly. Go and die. The black-robed man roared in anger and punched the head of Gufei's avatar. Gufei's avatar laughed coldly. Then he punched the guy's face. The guy cried out in pain and was smashed into the Cloud Immortal residence. Where did this blind thing come from? How dare you cause trouble in Cloud Immortal residence? Are you tired of living? With a furious roar, over 10 figures rushed out from the Cloud Immortal residence and surrounded Gufei's avatar. A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard walked out from Cloud Immortal residence. Gufei's avatar saw through this guy with a single look. This guy was actually a demigod. Even the guards were demigods. It seemed like this Cloud Immortal residence had a strong background. But so what? Gufei's avatar had no worries at all. Are you the one who injured my subordinate? The middle-aged man stared at Gufei's avatar with a vicious gaze. So what if I am? Gufei said expressionlessly. It's easy if it's you. Kill him. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the black-robed men surrounding Gufei's avatar charged forward with their weapons, wanting to kill Gufei's avatar. However, Gufei's avatar stood there motionlessly. He turned a blind eye to the weapons that were flying towards him, allowing them to slash at him. But at the next moment, everyone was stunned. All they saw was the sound of metal clashing when the weapons slashed at him. All the weapons were rebounded, and some of them were dented. This, Chapter 5296, Eastern Baron, Dongyang City. This was one of the 5 most prosperous cities in the Eastern Baron. The Cloud Celestial House was the largest in Dongyang City. It was also the most famous in the Eastern Baron. The Cloud Celestial House had branches all over the Eastern Baron. There were even branches in other areas. But today, someone was causing trouble in the Cloud Celestial House. When the news spread, the entire street was shocked. Countless people watched from afar, and no one dared to get close. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. That was because the skinny rogue cultivator with a large black saber on his back was struck in the head by more than 10 weapons, but his body was completely unharmed. Instead, the weapons in the hands of the Cloud Immortal Abode's guards were damaged. It was as if they had hit an extremely hard rock. In fact, Gufei's avatar was really a rock. The middle-aged man's subordinates were shocked to the extreme. Some of them almost peed their pants. Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man's expression changed as well. Come. My body is itchy. Let me hit you a few more times. Gufei's natural-born stone man crooked his finger at the middle-aged man. Hit me a few more times. Gufei's stone man laughed. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Someone actually asked someone to hit him with a blade, but at this moment, who would dare to hit this guy? Body refining technique? Don't think that just because you cultivated it for a few years, you can cause trouble in the Cloud Celestial House. The middle-aged man sneered and pulled out his long sword. A ray of cold light appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Gufei's avatar was shocked because the sword in this guy's hand was also a semi-god sword. No wonder this guy wasn't afraid of him. Normal weapons naturally can't hurt you, but the sword in my hand can take your head. The middle-aged man stared at the skinny, black guy in ragged clothes and sneered. Ha! Gufei's avatar laughed. Although he had changed his appearance, he still had the pride of an invincible cultivator. Why are you laughing when you are about to die? The middle-aged man stared at Gufei's clone, ready to attack at any time. I'm laughing at your arrogance. How can your sword be considered a divine weapon? Gufei's clone said in disdain. Humph, the weapon in my hand is a semi-divine artifact. How can an ordinary weapon compare to it? The middle-aged man said proudly, "Only a demigod and a demigod's sword could unleash their greatest battle prowess." "Ha! I have a blade here that can compete with your divine sword." Gouffet's doppelganger laughed. "What did you say? Ha ha, a lone cultivator like you actually has a better divine weapon than me? What a joke." The middle-aged man looked down on this beggar-like fellow in front of him. "Lord Supervisor, has this kid gone mad? Could it be that this brat's divine weapon is that big black saber on his back?" The subordinates behind the middle-aged man mocked. "Maybe the black blade on this guy's back is really a divine weapon. Ha ha!" When the subordinates of the Cloud Immortal Residence saw that the Lord Supervisor was standing up for them, they naturally weren't afraid of this lone cultivator. One must know that the Lord Supervisor was a demigod. In the eyes of ordinary people, a demigod was naturally a high and mighty figure. But how could this young man who dared to cause trouble in the Cloud Immortal Residence be a match for a demigod? Although you guys are all snobs, your eyes aren't bad. The saber on my back is really a divine weapon." Gouffet's clone said proudly, "This guy really dares to say that? A broken saber is a divine weapon." Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the Cloud Immortal Residence. Then, a young man with a folding fan walked out. This person had a faint demonic aura around him. He wasn't a human, but a demon. Furthermore, he was a demon that could take on a human form. Only demons at the demon god realm could take on a human form and roam the world. Gouffet's clone saw through this young man's background with a single look. This guy was just a fox demon. No wonder he was so arrogant. "You're saying that my saber isn't a divine weapon?" Gouffet's clone laughed coldly. "Isn't it? The saber on your back can be seen everywhere on the streets. Yet, you want to pass it off as a divine weapon? Do you think I'm blind?" That young man had an arrogant look on his face. When he spoke, his nose was in the air. "Young Master Ching, why are you here?" This lowly one greets young Master Ching. When the housekeeper of the Cloud Immortal Residence saw that young man, she was stunned for a moment. Then she hurriedly bowed. The subordinates behind her had already knelt on the ground. This was the Eastern Wilderness, the world of the demon race. Humans didn't have a high status here. And that young Master Ching nodded. Young Master Ching, right? Since you said that my saber is trash, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Gouffet's clone laughed. "What bet?" That young Master Ching seemed to be interested. "Let's bet if the saber on my back can break the sword in this guy's hand." Gouffet's clone pointed at the sword in the hands of the housekeeper and said, "What did you say? You want to use your broken saber to break a half-god weapon?" Young Master Ching was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. The broken saber on his opponent's back didn't have any spirituality at all. It wasn't even a spirit weapon. It was just an ordinary saber that couldn't be any more ordinary. Yet he wanted to use it to break a half-god weapon. Wasn't this like using an egg to smash a rock? He looked at the big black saber on the back of Gouffet's clone and the sword in the hands of the housekeeper. "Just tell me if you dare, or not." Gouffet's clone's voice rang out. "Ha! Is there anything that I, young Master Ching, don't dare to do? However, I'm not making a bet with a nobody. Tell me, who are you?" Young Master Ching wasn't stupid. Who would believe that someone who dared to cause trouble in front of the Cloud Immortal Residence didn't have any background? "Me? I'm Li Heidao, an itinerant cultivator from Zhongtian. I'm just here to train in the Eastern Wilderness." Gouffet's doppelganger casually gave himself a name. Li Heidao. Young Master Ching was so angry that he almost went berserk. What kind of lousy name was this? How could he not know that this guy in front of him was full of lies? He couldn't believe a single word. "Li Heidao, this young master will bet with you. However, do you have the capital to bet with me?" Young Master Ching looked at Li Heidao in disdain. Of course I do. Gu Fei's clone replied. Then take it out and let me see. Young Master Ching didn't believe that this beggar-like guy in front of him would have anything on him that could catch his eye. My capital is right in front of you. Can't you see it? Gu Fei's clone pretended to be shocked and said, Right in front of this young master? What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Ching raged. I'm the capital. If I lose, you can do whatever you want of me. Gu Fei's clone was incomparably cold and arrogant. Young Master Ching was infuriated. Fine, fine, fine. If you lose, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Young Master Ching gritted his teeth. You know my capital, but what about yours? Gu Fei's clone also looked at young Master Ching in disdain. This guy was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. You dare to look down on this young master? Just open your dog, eyes wide, and see. Young Master Ching took out a bead that was surrounded by spirit light. Everyone immediately felt an exuberant vitality rushing toward them. Not bad. Gu Fei's clone nodded. Chapter 5297. The wood spirit orb was one of the 5 elemental spirit orbs, and it contained an enormous amount of wood elemental essence. In the cultivation world, a wood spirit orb was a cultivator's second life. No matter how serious a cultivator's injuries were, as long as they consumed a wood spirit orb, they would be able to recover in a short period of time. This was because wood elemental essence chi was life essence chi. The wood spirit orb that young Master Ching had taken out contained a powerful life essence chi. For Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem clone who had assumed the name Black Blade, Li, this wood spirit orb was not bad. The look of disdain on the face of Gu Fei's innate stone golem completely infuriated this young Master Ching. Then let's begin. Young Master Ching couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to defeat Li Heidao and make him regret being born into this world. Yes, young master. The manager of Cloud Immortal Residence immediately stood out and flashed the demigod sword in her hand. It had to be said that this sword was really dazzling. There seemed to be a layer of white light flowing on the sword's body, and a cold sword chi spread out from the sword's body. It was as if sword light would rush out from the sword at any time. The manager of Cloud Immortal Abode looked at Gu Fei's clone with disdain and pride. What's wrong? You still haven't taken down that broken saber of yours? The steward said contemptuously. Are you afraid of losing? Isn't this guy very arrogant? Are you afraid now? The subordinate of the steward mocked and ridiculed the rogue cultivator called Li Heidao. Humph. Gu Fei's doppelganger pulled out the big black saber from its back. This big black saber was really a common item that could be found anywhere. In fact, Gu Fei's clone had indeed bought a saber like this from the streets and carried it on his back. Then he had transformed into the saber user Black Blade, Li, and roamed the eastern wilderness. Little fellow, if you kneel and beg for mercy, bark like a dog 3 times, then scram out of Dongyang City, then I'll spare you. Young Master Ching waved his fan and said proudly. The Fox clan was a large clan in the eastern wasteland, and young Master Ching was a god realm cultivator. Although he had a bad reputation in Dongyang City, his cultivation was not bad. Qin Yunfei, what did you say? You want to start a war with my Howling Sky clan? Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from afar, and then a figure strode out from the crowd. This fellow had the head of a dog and the brain of a dog. Although he was in human form, one look was enough to tell that he was a great demon. TSK, what's wrong with me telling him to bark like a dog? What does it have to do with your Howling Sky clan? Young Master Ching sneered. You bastard. That person was enraged and was about to attack. Enough. At this moment, An elderly voice rang out from within the Cloud Immortal residence. Upon hearing this voice, young Master Qing and the Howling Sky Clan Great Demon were instantly terrified. Gu Fei's clone looked into the Cloud Immortal residence. There was actually an expert guarding this place. However, this was one of the 5 most prosperous cities in the Eastern Wasteland. The Cloud Immortal residence had a strong foundation here, so they naturally had to send a powerful expert to guard this place. The Howling Sky Clan was actually a dog demon clan. Gu Fei's clone naturally knew that the Howling Sky Clan was just a dog demon clan. Also, the dog demon clan had some power in the Eastern Wasteland. Otherwise, this dog demon clan wouldn't have dared to offend Qing Yunfei. Okay, let's continue the bet. Hurry up, I still need to eat. I'm hungry. Gu Fei's clone, who had turned into Black Blade, Li, cursed. Humph, you want to be abused? I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. As young Master Qing spoke, he gave the general manager of the Cloud Immortal residence a look. Come, let me see how powerful your divine blade is. The general manager of the Cloud Immortal residence sneered. The manager of the Cloud Immortal house sneered. His tone was especially focused on the word divine blade. Ha! The surrounding people all laughed. Qing Yunfei, aren't you bullying us? Ha ha! The dog demon clan laughed. Dog leftovers. This young master is bullying others. Are your dog eyes blind? Young Master Qing gave the dog demon a look of disdain. What did you say? Dog leftover? F***CK. The dog demon clan was about to go crazy. Dog leftover. Dog leftover. Dog leftover. What's wrong? I told you. Young Master Qing shouted at the dog demon proudly. I'm going to kill you. The dog demon clan was going crazy. He was so angry that he couldn't even maintain his human form. A dog head kept appearing. TSK, a fox demon and a dog demon are fighting. It's really a case of the fox biting the dog and the dog biting the fox. Both of them have a mouthful of fur. Interesting, interesting. Gu Fei's clone laughed heartily. After he said that, the entire street went silent. Everyone looked at Gu Fei's clone as if he was a monster. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy really a human? He actually dared to say such words in the Eastern Wasteland, in Dongyang City, in front of the Cloud Immortal residence. He really didn't stop until he shocked everyone. Both the humans and the demons were stunned. What are you waiting for? Do you still want to bet? Gu Fei's clone asked young Master Qing. These demons who were tyrannical in the Eastern Wasteland were like ants in front of him. Instead, he was surprised. Huang Fuzun came to Dongyang City earlier than him. Why didn't he make a move? Were East King and Lin Xiaotian not in Dongyang City? Of course, why not? Young Master Qing waved his hand. The general manager of the Cloud Immortal residence directly slashed at Gu Fei's clone with her sword. With a flash of cold light, the sword was already in front of Gu Fei's clone. All the humans and demons were waiting to see Gu Fei's clone make a fool out of himself. This human dared to bet with young Master Qing with a broken sword that could be found anywhere on the street. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Even the dog demon clan stared at Gu Fei's clone viciously, because what Gu Fei's clone said had completely offended the dog demon clan. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The next moment, a broken sword flew into the air and stabbed into the ground dozens of feet away. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? The general manager of the Cloud Immortal residence looked at the sword in her hand. Her voice was trembling, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on her forehead. This young Master Qing's hand trembled, and the folding fan in his hand fell to the ground. The dog demon clan's eyes widened as well. Damn, that's possible. All the humans and demons were dumbfounded. This scene was so surreal that no one dared to believe it. However, they had to believe it. A broken saber actually cut a demigod's sword in half. This was something that no one would believe even if it was told to others. But now, it had really happened in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 5298. A broken blade actually broke the half-god sword in the hands of the supervisor of Cloud Immortal residents. This caused countless spectators on the street to be dumbfounded. There was complete silence. How is this possible? Everyone thought that they were hallucinating. Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes. However, the truth was the truth. Your blade, young Master Ching glared at the guy called Li Heidao. This guy didn't even have a god realm cultivation. How could he break the half-god sword? Moreover, the big black blade in his hand was clearly a broken blade that could be found everywhere on the street. You lost. Hand over the wood element bead. Gu Fei's clone stretched out his hand towards young Master Ching. Young Master Ching's expression changed. Why, young Master Ching of the Fox clan, are you going to renege on your debt in front of everyone? Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. This young Master Ching was a person of status. He couldn't afford to renege on his debt in front of everyone. Humph! Young Master Ching directly threw the wood element bead to Gu Fei's clone. Thank you. Gu Fei's clone grabbed the wood element bead. The surrounding humans and demons were all envious. Many of them even started to covet the wood element bead in Gu Fei's clone's hand. He was just a rogue cultivator. Even if he died in Dongyang City, it wouldn't be anything new, because many people died in Dongyang City every day. The status of humans in Eastern Wilderness wasn't high. But now, Gu Fei's clone was here. Humph! Young Master Ching snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into Cloud Immortal residence. We don't welcome you here. The housekeeper of Cloud Immortal residence glared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. He had paid a huge price to get his hands on this sword. But now his half-divine sword was actually cut into two by this guy called Black Blade, Li with one slash. His heart was dripping blood. TSK, I didn't want to come. Gu Fei's clone turned around and left. Fellow Taoist, please wait. At this time, a fat man in a Taoist robe walked over and called out to Gu Fei's clone. What do you want? He could tell at a glance that this fatty was a human and not one of those demons. This, fellow Taoist, are you selling this saber in your hand? Fatty stared at the big black saber in the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger. What? You want my saber? Gu Fei's doppelganger said with some surprise. That's right. I see that you haven't refined this saber yet, so it's not your life weapon. Why don't you sell it to me? Fatty laughed. An unrefined saber? A cold light flashed through the eyes of the dog demon, and then he left without a sound. When the others heard Fatty's words, they were also tempted. At this time, everyone realized that the aura of the big black saber in the hands of Gu Fei's avatar was not the same as his. If he refined the saber, he would be able to refine it into his body. Why would he need to carry it? Fellow Taoist, I'm Lang Shan, the son of General Lang Chi of Dongyang City. I want your saber. At this time, a young man in embroidered clothes walked out from the crowd. A group of people surged up from behind the son of the great general. These people immediately drove the surrounding people to the side. Everyone was angry, but they didn't dare to speak. The general of Dongyang City was an existence second only to the city lord. He also held military power. Who would dare to provoke the son of the general? Were they tired of living? Lang Shan strode toward Gu Fei's avatar. Gu Fei's avatar was actually a wolf demon. However, this wolf demon was much stronger than young Master Ching. He was at the mid-stage of the God state. The forces in Dongyang City were complicated, but Gu Fei's avatar didn't care about that. Ha! All of you on my saber. All right then, the highest bidder wins. Gu Fei's avatar laughed. That's how it should be. Lang Shan nodded. The fat man didn't speak, but everyone knew that he wouldn't easily give up on the big black saber in the hands of Black Saber Li. Who wouldn't want a divine weapon? It should be said that a good divine weapon could double a martial artist's combat power. Soon, a few demons stood up. The forces behind them weren't small either. Lang Shan wanted to use his father's name to scare off all the people and demons who wanted the saber. However, the effect didn't seem to be very good. Not everyone could be scared off. Come on, start bidding. Gu Fei's avatar glanced at the crowd and said, 1,000 high-grade godstones. Lang Shan rushed to bid. In the Void Realm, godstones were used. The quality of godstones could be divided into 3 types: low, medium, high, and top quality. 1,000 high-grade godstones were equivalent to 500 kilograms. Godstones were measured in kilograms. Oh, Lang Shan, you bid 1,000 high-grade godstones right off the bat. Do you have that many? The fat man in the Taoist robe sneered. Damn fatty, who are you? Are you tired of living? Lang Shan stared at the fat man and said fiercely, he was a wolf demon, not a kind person. In his eyes, humans were just lowly creatures. Prick up your wolf ears and listen carefully. I am a descendant of the immortal sect, the fat man said proudly. What Lang Shan's expression changed. The faces of the surrounding demons changed as well. The immortal sect, like Ling Tian Palace, was a hidden sect in the Void Realm. Moreover, it was even more mysterious than Ling Tian Palace. However, no one dared to look down on the immortal sect. This inheritance was extremely powerful, and the descendant of the immortal sect was even more powerful. Lang Shan took out a note worth 1,000 high-grade godstones. This note belonged to the largest trading house in the Eastern Wilderness, the Fire Emperor Trading House. It could be exchanged for divine stones in any branch of the Fire Emperor Trading House in the entire Eastern Wilderness. I didn't expect a small wolf demon like you to be so rich. The fat man was a little surprised that Lang Shan could really take out 1,000 high-grade godstones. Fatty, if you don't have any divine stones, then scram. Lang Shan sneered. I don't have any divine stones. The fat man said dejectedly, then scram. One of Lang Shan's subordinates shouted at the fat man arrogantly. This guy had yet to completely transform into a human, and was only in the demigod realm. Humph! Fatty glared fiercely at this subordinate of Wolf Mountain. In the next moment, this fellow actually fell head first to the ground and died just like that. The subordinate of Lang Shan revealed his true form. It was a white wolf. You dare to kill my subordinate? Lang San was infuriated. He grabbed a spear from one of his subordinates and pointed it at the fatty. Humph! The strong can't be humiliated. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The fat man looked at Lang Shan coldly, and a powerful murderous aura erupted from his body. Seeing this, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but give the fat man a thumbs up. This guy was really tough. He actually dared to go against the son of the city lord in Dongyang City. You win. Lang Shan's expression changed several times. In the end, he did not make a move. Chapter 5299. Under everyone's gazes, the son of Dongyang City's general was terrified. This surprised everyone. It has to be said that Lang Shan was an existence that could do whatever he wanted in Dongyang City. Lang Shan, young Master Qing, and Go Sheng were the 3 great devils of Dongyang City. Anyone who provoked the 3 of them would suffer a miserable fate. However, the damn fatty was a member of the Celestial Sect. For countless years, everyone compared the Celestial Sect to Ling Tian Palace. This was why Lang Shan didn't dare to provoke the fatty. I don't have any godstones, but I have this. The fatty stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. In his hand was a crystal the size of half a fist, surrounded by divine light. What? Is this a divine crystal? Although Lang Shan was a spoiled brat, he was still the son of the general. His vision was not ordinary, so he immediately saw what the fatty was holding. A divine crystal much better than a top-quality godstone. This fatty actually used divine crystals to cultivate. This shocked everyone present. This was because divine crystals were very rare in the void realm. This was also why Lang Shan and the other great demons were so shocked. The people of the celestial sect were indeed amazing to use a divine crystal to cultivate. The spiritual energy inside a divine crystal was the purest form of spiritual energy. In the void realm, even the disciples of the big shots of the eastern wasteland couldn't afford to use divine crystals to cultivate. Can this divine crystal of mine compare to your 1,000 kilograms of top-quality godstones? The fatty looked at Lang Shan with disdain. Lang Shan was about to go crazy. He had been repeatedly slapped in the face by this fatty, and he felt very aggrieved. Ha! Divine crystal, not bad. Is there any higher bid? Gu Fei's avatar laughed. You want to trade for a divine blade with a divine crystal? Someone sneered. Then the crowd parted, and a figure walked out. This person was a slender young man with sword-like eyebrows. Feng Guang? Lang Shan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this person. The city lord's son, Feng Guang? When the surrounding people heard this, they were all shocked. Some of them even retreated immediately. Feng Guang was a strong and powerful existence, the son of the city lord. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the divine realm, only half a step away from the half-step divine king realm. How about 2 divine crystals? Feng Guang smiled at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Young Master Guang sure is generous. Lang Shan did not dare to offend this fellow. One had to know that his father was the city lord's subordinate. Young Master Shan, your net worth should be more than this, right? Feng Guang glanced at Wolf Mountain. These guys, on the 2nd floor of the Cloud Immortal Abode, young Master Qing Yunfei was eating and drinking on the balcony, watching the show. He wanted to see what kind of ability this heaven-reaching human clan loose cultivator called Li Heidao had to fight with Feng Guang and Lang Shan. These 2 fellows were existences that even he didn't want to provoke. Dong Wang, why are you hiding inside? Come out and watch the show, young Master Qing suddenly said towards the building. Outside Yunxian House, Gu Fei's doppelganger naturally heard young Master Qing's words. He didn't expect that Dong Wang actually had a connection with young Master Qing of the Fox clan and appeared in Yunxian House. What's there to see? A voice rang out from within the building. Then a figure walked out from within and sat down at the table. This person was Dong Wang of South China. Undeniably, Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian were very resourceful. They had a connection with the Fox clan in Eastern Wilderness so quickly. The major forces of the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan didn't like to interact with the human forces of other regions. Being able to get in touch with the Fox clan showed that Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian were indeed capable. It's better to have a show than to have no show. It's so boring. Young Master Qing smiled. Young Master Qing is so cool. Dong Wang poured himself a cup of wine and drank it. His throat was burning. It was so refreshing. The wine brewed by the demon clan was very refreshing. It was much more domineering than the wine brewed by the human clan. Ordinary people would get drunk after 1 or 2 cups. Even cultivators couldn't drink too much. Since Dong Wang had appeared here, Lin Xiaotian must be nearby. It was impossible for Lin Xiaotian to leave Dongwang's side. Gu Fei's doppelganger wasn't here to kill Dongwang and Lin Xiaotian. He was here to pretend to be a pig, to eat a tiger. Well, this young master has bid 2 divine crystals. Who else wants to bid a higher price? Gu Fei's doppelganger said to the surrounding people and demons. In the entire eastern wilderness, the demon clan dominated, and the human clan was only a vassal of the demon clan. Although there were many humans in the eastern wilderness, they were all under the control of the demon clan. Of course, there were also experts in the eastern wilderness, but so what? There were no Emperor realm humans in the eastern wilderness. However, there was more than one Emperor realm demon in the eastern wilderness. In Dongyang City, who dared to go against Feng Guang? Who dared to refuse what Feng Guang wanted? The surrounding people and demons didn't speak. Even Lang Shan shut up. Since young Master Guang wants it, then forget it. The fat man seemed to have some scruples about Feng Guang. Feng Guang was the son of the city lord of Dongyang City, and the city lord of Dongyang City was one of the 5 emperors of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. 2 divine crystals. Feng Guang took out 2 divine crystals and handed them to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger was about to reach out to take them. However, Feng Guang loosened her grip, and the 2 divine crystals fell to the ground. The surrounding people didn't speak when they saw this. There were many people on the street, but the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The 2 divine crystals fell to the ground and collided with the ground, producing a crisp sound. What do you mean? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Feng Guang and said calmly, "Nothing. I just want you to lower your head in front of me." Feng Guang said proudly, "Who gave you the courage to be presumptuous in front of me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger was still calm. "Just because I'm the son of the Phoenix Emperor. Is that enough?" Feng Guang stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger with arrogance and disdain. "Hey!" Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head and pulled out the big black blade on his back. "Just throw this kind of trash away." Feng Guang thought that this guy called Black Blade, Li was going to give him the big black blade. "You don't even know who you're talking to." Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. What? Feng Guang was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a cold sensation on his neck and his head fell to the ground. Just 1 blade. Gu Fei's doppelganger had killed Feng Guang, who was at the peak of the immortal state, with just 1 blade. All the humans and demons were dumbfounded when they saw this. Even young Master Qing, who was watching the show upstairs, was so shocked that his hand shook. His wine glass fell to the ground and shattered. "You're courting death." Chapter 5300. With just 1 blade, Gu Fei's avatar had killed Feng Guang. The entire crowd was silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. They were all shocked out of their wits. No one expected this rogue cultivator from Zhongtian City to kill Feng Guang with 1 blade. That was Feng Guang, the son of the city lord of Dongyang City, one of the 5 great ancient cities of the Eastern Wasteland. The city lord of Dongyang City was an emperor, one of the most powerful existences in the Eastern Wasteland. He pierced the sky. He really pierced the sky. Whether it was young Master Qing, who was watching the show from the cloud Celestial House Lang Shan, or the disciple of the Celestial sect, the fatty, their eyes almost fell to the ground. It was impossible for them not to be shocked, because the person this guy named Black Blade Li had killed was the most powerful son of the Dongyang City, Feng Guang. Feng Guang was dead. He was killed by someone with a single slash. This scene was too surreal for all the humans and demons present. Feng Guang is actually dead. You actually killed Feng Guang. Lang Shan, who was facing Gu Fei's avatar, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He knew Feng Guang's origin. Feng Guang was the son of an emperor, and the city lord of Dongyang City only had 1 son. In other words, Gu Fei's avatar had killed the only son of the city lord of Dongyang City with 1 blade. Soon, The entire street was in an uproar. Countless people and demons were stunned and didn't know what to do. This super explosive news spread across the entire Dongyang city. Then, the city lord's manor exploded. One after another, extremely powerful silhouettes dashed out of the city towards the direction of the Cloud Immortal residence. Brother, you have guts. If you don't die, Fan Jian, will definitely be your friend. The fatty gave Gu Fei's avatar a thumbs up. You're being cheap? Gu Fei's clone almost burst out laughing when he heard that. I'm Fan Jian, a disciple of the Celestial Sect. Fatty Fan spoke with his head held high. I know you're being cheap. Ha ha! Gu Fei's avatar finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. You. At this moment, Fatty Fan finally realized that something was wrong. His face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Young Master Guang is dead. Who did it? A furious roar came from the sky. A golden-armored soldier descended from the sky and landed beside Feng Guang's corpse. It's him. All the people and demons on the street pointed at Gu Fei's clone, who had changed his name to Black Blade Li. Half-step martial emperor. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately saw through this golden-armored immortal general with a golden spear in his hand and a pair of golden boots on his feet. He was tall and had a mighty appearance. What surprised Gu Fei's clone was that this golden-armored general wasn't a demon, but a human. A human expert being ordered around by a demon made Gu Fei's clone very unhappy. You killed young Master Guang. The golden-armored general glared at Gu Fei's clone. Although his voice wasn't very loud, everyone around him felt their ears ring. The humans and demons with weaker cultivations directly bled from their ears. All the people and demons on the street had to retreat far away. This is the golden-armored general, Luo Yuan. Lang Shan was inexplicably shocked. He also retreated. Luo Yuan was a capable general under the city lord of Dongyang City, Lord Phoenix. Fatty Fan also tactfully retreated far away. The experts watching the show also had to retreat. Then go to hell. The golden-armored general Luo Yuan raised the spear in his hand, and a golden light pierced directly between the eyebrows of Gu Fei's clone. What a decisive killer. East King, who was watching the show from the Immortal Cloud House, was shocked. The golden-armored war god didn't even bother talking nonsense with Black Blade, Li, and directly attacked. Gu Fei's clone sighed. The next moment, there was a flash of black light. The golden-armored General Luo Yuan felt his hand lighten. He looked down and saw that the front half of his golden spear had disappeared. Luo Yuan's eyes widened. Before he could react, there was another flash of black light, and his head flew off. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Once again, the street was silent. Killing a half-step emperor with 2 strikes, young Master Qing was so scared that his legs were trembling. This Black Blade, Li, was too terrifying. He simply dared to kill anyone. Young Master Qing had just provoked this guy. That was no different from courting death. Young Master Qing was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. You guys are really something. Why do you want to kill me? I've already killed those who wanted to kill me. Aren't you guys courting death? Arrogant, too arrogant. At this moment, several figures descended from the sky and directly surrounded Gu Fei's clone. What? Do you guys also want to court death? Gu Fei's doppelganger said, casually. You killed young Master Guang. You must die. The leader, a black-robed old man, stared at Gu Fei viciously. This old man was no longer a human. He was a great demon of the half-emperor realm. A little kitten dares to be so insolent in front of me. I admire your courage, Gu Fei's clone said disapprovingly. Little kitten, the black-clothed old man, was enraged. A violent demonic aura erupted from his body, and the shadow of a black tiger appeared on his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Gu Fei's clone. Kill. 4 demons attacked Gu Fei's clone directly. All of you are courting death. The big black blade in Gu Fei's clone's hand swept horizontally. Then the 4 demons were directly cut into 2 at the waist. As long as they were hit by the big black blade in Gu Fei's clone's hand, no matter if they were human or demon, no one was spared. There was no need for a second strike. Everyone and all the demons were frightened by this scene. Damn, this human was too fierce. These guys were all powerhouses of the City Lord's mansion. He killed them just like that. No one had ever dared to kill in Dongyang City. The powerhouses watching in the dark were also dumbfounded. This human was crazy. Did he want to start a war with the City Lord, Lord Phoenix? Lord Phoenix is not in Dongyang City now. In a simple guest room in the Cloud Immortal residence, a figure sitting cross-legged on a bed suddenly opened his eyes. This person was Lin Xiaotian. Wherever East King appeared, Lin Xiaotian would also appear. Lin Xiaotian couldn't sense the aura of an emperor in Dongyang City. In other words, there were no other emperors in Dongyang City. This guy killed half-step emperors like killing chickens. Was he actually an emperor? An emperor actually came to Dongyang City to pretend to be a pig, to eat a tiger. The entire Dongyang City was shrouded by Lin Xiaotian's divine sense, but he couldn't feel any emperor aura from this person named Li Heidao. Chapter 5301. Gu Fei's avatar went on a killing spree. This shocked the countless people and demons on the street. The street was completely silent. Everyone looked at this guy called Black Blade Li as if they were looking at a monster. Dongyang City was one of the 5 great ancient cities of the Eastern Wasteland. The 5 great ancient cities had existed for countless years. No matter how chaotic the Eastern Wasteland was, the 5 cities still existed. Dongyang City was the territory of the Eastern Wasteland's Phoenix clan. The Phoenix Lord was the emperor of the Phoenix clan, but he was not in Dongyang City at this moment. As a result, who could stop Gu Fei's avatar? Although Lin Xiaotian was hiding in the Cloud Celestial House, he wouldn't help the Phoenix clan because he had enough trouble on his own. If he provoked this unknown guy, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Who else wants to die? Gu Fei's avatar held the big black blade and spoke calmly. Around him were the corpses of a black tiger, a giant crocodile, a demonic ape, a white lion, and even a demonic vine. These were all experts from Dongyang City's City Lord's mansion, but now, without exception, they were all cut in half at the waist and revealed their true forms. In particular, the Black Tiger King was a powerhouse among powerhouses. He was only half a step away from becoming a true emperor, but unfortunately, he was now dead. The surroundings were still silent. No one dared to speak because the scene before them was too shocking. No one expected this person from Zhongtian to be so fierce. He didn't care who the other party was and killed without hesitation. I just arrived in the Eastern Wasteland, and I can already eat this kind of game. Not bad. What Gu Fei's doppelganger did next left all the humans and demons dumbfounded. This guy actually collected the corpses of the phoenix, the black tiger, the giant crocodile, and the white lion. What is he doing? Everyone from the human clan and the demon clan could guess what Li Heidao was going to do when they saw this scene. This guy was treating the corpses of the demon kings as game. Let's go. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at the Cloud Immortal abode before heading in the direction of the city gate. Wherever he passed, both the human clan and the demon clan made way for him. At this moment, no one dared to provoke him. Under the watchful eyes of all humans and demons, Gu Fei's doppelganger swaggered out of the city gate. That guy is coming out. There were shadows flashing in the forest outside the city. Gu Fei's clone pretended not to see anything and continued walking along the main road. Soon, he turned from the main road to the mountain road. Ha ha, the heavens really want you dead. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out as a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. There were no other people on the mountain path, nor were there any other demons. However, a sudden gust of demonic wind blew, and a dozen or so demonic auras immediately appeared on the mountain path. Dog demon! It was the dog demon that had suddenly left the Cloud Immortal house in Dongyang City. What did you say? I want to talk about Lord Dog. The dog demon roared angrily. Lord Dog, it's still a dog. What's the difference? Gu Fei's clone laughed. Lord, the human clan is cunning. Let's kill them quickly before they cause any trouble. A toad demon that had a toad head but could already transform into a human body came over and said, Okay, kill. The dog demon waved his hand, and the dozen or so demons behind him charged at Gu Fei's clone. They were all fierce and ferocious. Gu Fei's doppelganger pulled out the big black saber from his back and swung it horizontally. Whoosh! The mountain path was suddenly filled with sand and stones. The dozen or so demons that wanted to attack Gu Fei's clone were sent flying and smashed into the walls on both sides of the mountain path. They all coughed out blood and were in a sorry state. Gu Fei's clone had only swung his blade once at the edge of the water. After that, the dozen or so demons were all sent flying and fell to the ground. They screamed and could no longer stand up. A strong wind blew against the dog demon's face. His legs were trembling and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Who gave you the confidence to block me? Gu Fei's clone carried the big black blade and walked toward the dog demon step by step. The dog demon was so scared that he fell to the ground. Go back and tell your city lord that I'll wait for him for 3 days. Gu Fei's clone threw the big black blade in his hand. A ray of black light shot into the sky and pierced the gate of the city lord's mansion. The guards of the city lord's mansion were all shocked. At this moment, Dongyang City was already in an uproar. Countless people and demons were spreading the news that a big shot had come to challenge the city lord of Dongyang City. Also, this guy was a ruthless person. He had directly killed Feng Guang and the experts of the city lord's mansion. This was a big grudge. It has to be said that Feng Guang was the only son of Dongyang City's city lord, the Phoenix Lord. Now that the city lord, the Phoenix Lord, was back, he would definitely fight to the death with Li Heidao. At this moment, on a remote mountain road outside the city, the dog demon had already revealed his true form. This guy was even bigger than Black Tiger and was extremely fierce. If an ordinary person encountered such a fierce dog, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, this big dog peed his pants and rushed toward Dongyang City. This big dog was the god realm powerhouse of the dog clan, Go Sheng. Go Sheng had left the city early, so he didn't know what had happened after he left. If he knew that Gu Fei's clone had killed Feng Guang, he wouldn't have dared to bring people to block this fiend outside the city. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone flew into the sky and landed on the top of a mountain outside Dongyang City. He sat down on a large rock under a tree. Go Sheng revealed his true form and rushed into the city. The demon soldiers guarding the city were so scared that they almost peed their pants. A big dog rushed into the city like a madman. The people in the city were thrown off their feet, and many demons were knocked away. The city was in chaos. Go Sheng, you bastard! Some of the demons who recognized this large dog cursed loudly. This big dog directly rushed toward the city lord's mansion and crashed into it. The next moment, the city lord's mansion was in an uproar. When the city lord's mansion calmed down, Go Sheng only had half his life left. That guy actually wanted to wait for our emperor for 3 days. Does he really think he is invincible? An old man in the main hall of the city lord's mansion gritted his teeth. Then what are we waiting for? Such a big thing has happened. Quickly send a message to the master. Chapter 53:02. The Void Realm, the Eastern Wilderness. Under the rule of the Demon Clan, nothing big had happened in the past hundreds of years. Aside from the Phoenix Lord of Dongyang City sending troops to southern Man, the entire Eastern Wilderness had been very peaceful. The 5 ancient demon cities maintained their own balance. But now, a human from the Middle Sky seemed to want to break the balance in the Eastern Wilderness. What happened in Dongyang City soon spread across the entire Eastern Wilderness. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. A cultivator from the Middle Sky clan had invaded the Eastern Wilderness. What did this mean? A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. That guy had dared to stab the city lord's mansion and leave a message to wait for the Phoenix Lord for 3 days. This cultivator from the Middle Sky clan was too arrogant. The Phoenix Supreme was one of the 5 strongest Emperor Realm cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. That guy from Sky Center actually dared to challenge the Phoenix Supreme, the City Lord of Eastern Sun City. This directly attracted the attention of all the big shots in the Eastern Barren Territory. That guy is actually an emperor, and he killed Feng Guang. The dog demon was scared out of his wits when he heard what had happened in the city. He'd actually brought people to stop an emperor outside the city. An emperor could kill him as easily as turning over his hand. He was already very lucky to have survived. Dog Leftover was really scared. He hid in the ancestral land of the Dog Demon clan and didn't dare to come out again. Young Master Qing and Lang Shan had also completely restrained themselves. Dongyang City had become one of the 4 spoiled brats. After Feng Guang had been killed by Gu Fei's clone, the 4 had become a thing of the past. However, time was disappearing. All the strong cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness were staring at Dongyang City. They all wanted to know if the Phoenix dared to accept the challenge. There hadn't been a battle between emperors in the Eastern Wilderness for a long time. The emperor from Culmination Sky was not an ordinary person. One had to know that only the most ferocious dragon would not cross the river. Since that guy called Li Heidao dared to challenge Lord Phoenix, then he had the confidence to do so. No one thought that the guy called Li Heidao would be stupid enough to court death. Many strong cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness rushed to Dongyang City as soon as they heard the news. No one wanted to miss such a big show. Even the experts from the other 4 ancient cities of the Demon Clan had begun to move. Interesting. Someone actually dares to challenge the old Phoenix. Inside the South Chelan City's City Lord Manor, an aged laughter sounded out, and the entire main hall shook. Ancestor, are you going out to play as well? A girl in red smiled and said to an old man sitting on the City Lord's throne. This messy old man was very strong. The aura on his body was as vast as the sea. A sinister fire Chelan image appeared on his body. The temperature of the entire palace quickly rose. It's been a long time since I went out for a walk. It's time to meet some old friends. The disheveled old man said in a deep voice. Then bring me along. Ha! The red-robed woman laughed heartily. At the same time, the rulers of the other ancient cities were all heading toward Dongyang City, or had already left for Dongyang City. It only took 1 day for countless cultivators to enter Dongyang City. All the inns in the city were overcrowded, and the streets were filled with cultivators. Lin Xiaotian, I know you are in the city. Get out of here. On the next day, a roar shook the entire city. Early in the morning, countless humans and demons who were still sleeping were awakened. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Dongyang City. However, the city defense formation was soon activated. A layer of demonic light directly enveloped the entire city. The entire ancient city was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. Ha! You dare to play with formations in front of me? The laughter of the newcomer shook the void and echoed between heaven and earth. Outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's avatar, who was sitting on a boulder on the top of the mountain, opened his eyes. Why did this guy arrive so late? Gu Fei's avatar naturally knew who had arrived. It was Huang Fuzun. However, he was a bit confused because Huang Fuzun had arrived at Dongyang City a long time ago. Why did he arrive so late? Huang Fuzun, if you have the ability, then fight your way in. An old voice came from the Yunxian house in Dongyang City. You bastard! Huang Fuzun's figure appeared in the sky outside Dongyang City. He looked down at the city below and gritted his teeth. This Lin Xiaotian was truly abominable. This guy had fled to the North Ruins with the East King and caused me to fight the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. Now, he wanted to make enemies again. This time, it was the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race was different from the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race was much stronger than the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. It should be known that among the 5 regions of the Void Realm, Middle Heaven was the strongest, followed by the Eastern Wasteland. If you don't have the ability, then get out of here. Lin Xiaotian's voice rang again. At this time, all the humans and demons in Dongyang City were dumbfounded. Countless people and demons had no idea what was going on. Even the big shots in the City Lord's mansion were confused. However, the big shots in Dongyang City had heard of Huang Fuzun's name. This guy was the #1 emperor in the Void Realm's Formation Dao. In the entire Void Realm, Huang Fuzun was the only one who had become an emperor through Formation Dao since ancient times. In fact, Lin Xiaotian's way of making enemies was too unskillful. He was blatantly making enemies. In this way, he had offended the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race as well. However, Lin Xiaotian couldn't care less. If Huang Fuzun dared to attack Dongyang City, he would be declaring war against the Phoenix race, one of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race. By then, the Phoenix race would be in a difficult position. Naturally, they would have to fight back and make enemies. What? You don't want to say anything? Are you scared? Lin Xiaotian provoked Huang Fuzun again when he didn't make a move. In the sky, Huang Fuzun was really hesitating. Dongyang City was different from other places. It was one of the 5 ancient cities of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race. The origins of the 5 ancient cities could no longer be investigated. However, Huang Fuzun knew very well that once he attacked the city, he would be declaring war against the Phoenix race. It didn't matter to him. If he couldn't win, he could run. However, if he did that, he would make a big enemy for his master. The #1 expert in Formation Dao in the Void Realm is scared. Lin Xiaotian continued to provoke. Huang Fuzun was furious, but he knew very well that this was Lin Xiaotian's provocation. Once he made a move, there was no turning back. If you want to do it, then do it. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in Huang Fuzun's mind. Huang Fuzun's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't be arrogant in front of me. I'm going to kill you in the city. Chapter 53:03. The reason why Huang Fuzun didn't dare to make a move was that he didn't want his master to hate him and provoke the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race was different from the Ghost Emperor of the North. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race also had more Emperor Realm experts than the North. On the surface, there were already 5 Emperor Realm experts in the ancient cities. No one knew how many more Emperor Realm experts were lurking in the Eastern Wasteland. Even Huang Fuzun would have to run away if he provoked so many Emperor Realm experts. At this time, Huang Fuzun didn't hesitate anymore. Boom! A loud noise shook the earth and mountains. Countless formation patterns appeared in the sky above Eastern Sun City. Demonic energy soared into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Countless humans and demons in Eastern Sun City trembled in fear. Under the powerful pressure of the Emperor Realm, even Divine Realm and Divine King Realm experts were terrified. Haha, Huang Fuzun, you've got guts. Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed inside the immortal cloud house. Ancestor, is this Huang Fuzun really a fool? King Dong said. Huang Fuzun obviously knew that Huang Fuzun was trying to provoke him, but he still did it. This guy can't take the provocation. Lin Xiaotian said with a serious expression. He was also a little surprised. Did this Huang Fuzun really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had Gu Fei's support? Gu Fei was very strong, but if he became the public enemy of the world, he wouldn't be able to defeat all the experts in the world, no matter how strong he was. Lin Xiaotian's plan was being carried out step by step, and everything was developing in the direction he expected. However, he still felt a little uneasy. This was the feeling that a peak Emperor Realm expert had towards the impending danger. However, he couldn't tell where the danger was coming from. At this time, the entire Eastern Sun City was already in a mess. Lang Shan's general had also climbed up the East Gate Tower with his bodyguards. Lang Tianhao was definitely the #1 expert in Eastern Sun City. He had just returned from outside the city half a day ago, and he was an early Emperor Realm expert. Lang Shan, this fellow, had the support of his old man and jumped out again. He kept a low profile before because he knew that his old man wasn't in the city. Now that his old man was back, who was he afraid of? Who was he afraid of? In Lang Shan's eyes, an emperor was an invincible existence. However, what he didn't know was that Emperor Realm was also divided into different levels. Even peak Emperor Realm cultivators didn't dare claim to be invincible. The old monster Huang Fuzun is still alive. Lang Tianhao looked up at the figure in the sky and tightened his grip on his halberd. Huang Fuzun was an array emperor and was definitely not easy to deal with. General, what should we do? The city lord hasn't returned yet. This fellow is so ferocious, we can't stop him. A tall and sturdy general with a full beard beside Lang Tianhao said with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't go out of the city, Huang Fuzun can't do anything. He can't really break into the city, can he? Lang Tianhao was very confident. Dongyang City was one of the 5 ancient cities of the Eastern Wasteland, and its protective formation was extremely powerful. Since ancient times, who could shake the protective formation of one of the 5 ancient cities? All the generals behind Lang Tianhao didn't speak. In fact, no one could break through Dongyang City's city protection formation. Not even the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace, Hong Tian. Of course, Hong Tian ancestor was no longer a member of Ling Tian Palace. There were still many remnants of King Dong. The myriad transformation ancestor, Mu Gaofeng, and Mr. Qiu Shui were all hiding. Of course, these guys would never dare to go against Gu Fei, unless they felt that they were tired of living and wanted to die. That would be a different story. Boom! With another loud bang, countless formation runes appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. The power of the protective formation blocked Huang Fuzun's attack. Shocking collisions kept ringing as Huang Fuzun tried to make a move. As a result, countless creatures in the city were scared out of their wits. It has to be said that for countless years, there were very few people who dared to attack Dongyang City. Today, someone actually came directly to their door. How could the creatures in the city not be shocked? Huang Fuzun is too cautious. Outside the city, Gu Fei's avatar sitting on the top of the mountain shook his head when he saw Huang Fuzun constantly changing positions in the sky and attacking the protective formation of Dongyang City from time to time. With Huang Fuzun's strength, it was impossible to break the protective formation of Dongyang City by force. Unless Huang Fuzun used the formation to slowly wear it down, it might be possible to break the protective formation of Dongyang City. However, Huang Fuzun was about to make his move. Gu Fei's avatar was still watching the show. He originally wanted to play around, but in the end, he still couldn't help but kill Feng Guang. He couldn't help it. Since he couldn't play around, he would just watch the show. Let's see how many big shots Huang Fuzun could attract. Hand over Lin Xiaotian, and I'll leave. Huang Fuzun's voice spread throughout Dongyang City. Who is Lin Xiaotian? So he's here to find Lin Xiaotian. It has nothing to do with us. Then hand him over. Dongyang City was suddenly in an uproar. Even Lang Tianhao, who was guarding the East Gate Tower, was shocked. Lin Xiaotian, Lang Tianhao was shocked and angry. Another old antique. Lang Tianhao was also in the Emperor realm. Although Lin Xiaotian had hidden his name for a long time, he had still heard of his name. Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless man. In the distant past, this guy killed his way to Ling Tian Palace alone and shocked the world. At that time, Lang Tianhao was still a small figure in the Wolf clan. The generals behind Lang Tianhao couldn't sit still anymore. Handing over Lin Xiaotian would save Dongyang City from a disaster. I know what you're thinking, Lang Tianhao said in a deep voice. General, what are we waiting for? The bearded general said anxiously. We can't go. Lang Tianhao sighed. He naturally knew where Lin Xiaotian was, Yunxian House. But Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless man, and he was no match for him at all. Why? The generals behind Lang Tianhao exclaimed in shock. Because that person is Lin Xiaotian. Lang Tianhao had to admit that he was not as good as Lin Xiaotian. The generals behind Lang Tianhao were speechless. They were not stupid. Naturally, they knew Lang Tianhao's temper. It was estimated that even Lang Tianhao didn't dare to provoke that person. Even Lang Tianhao didn't dare to provoke that person. If Lang Tianhao went to find him, he would probably be abused. Very well, if you don't hand over Lin Xiaotian, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 5304. In the eastern wilderness, above Dongyang City, Huang Fuzun was about to use his trump card. A ray of golden light rushed out from Huang Fuzun's body. Inside the golden light, a lotus throne rapidly grew larger, and a powerful fluctuation of origin energy erupted from the golden lotus throne. This was the lotus throne Huang Fuzun had obtained from the treasure cave on Myriad Buddha Mountain. This lotus throne was also a formation disk. Huang Fuzun didn't hesitate and directly flew into the sky. He landed on the lotus throne and sat down cross-legged on it. Boom! He immediately activated his mystic art. In the next moment, an endless amount of golden light erupted from the lotus seat of the Buddha. Within the golden light, countless runes could be vaguely seen. These golden runes were directly imprinted in the void. The countless runes were like a super big net. With the lotus throne as the center, they spread in all directions and gradually shrouded the entire Dongyang City. This guy, on the tower of the East Gate, Lang Tianhao was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the sky. This Huang Fuzun was amazing. He wanted to cover the entire Dongyang City with a formation. This is crazy. Everyone in the city raised their heads and looked up into the sky. They saw a golden light screen appear in the sky, and this golden light screen was still expanding. This madman. In the Cloud Immortal House, Lin Xiaotian sensed the movement above Dongyang City. He couldn't help but be shocked. Did this Huang Fuzun want to refine the entire Dongyang City with a formation? Old ancestor, isn't this good? When Feng Zun comes back, he will definitely fight with Gu Fei. Also, Feng Zun will definitely hate Gu Fei. East King's eyes were extremely sharp. He was the East King of the South, and the head of the 19 vassal kings of the South. He controlled the boundless eastern territory of the South. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been the most likely to replace the wilderness and become the overlord of the South. But now, forget about the overlord of the South. Even he, the head of the 19 vassal kings of the South, had become a stray dog. King Dong naturally wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he did not have this strength. Even his ancestor, Lin Xiaotian, did not have this strength. What they could do now was to try their best to make enemies for Huang Fuzun and Gu Fei, making them the public enemy of the world. However, it was impossible to make Gu Fei the public enemy of the world. This was because the West Sea was on Gu Fei's side. The Sky Clan of Center Heaven had their primogenitor become Gu Fei's disciple. As for the Buddhist ancestor, he had been conned by Gu Fei to the point where even the myriad Buddha mountain had fallen into Gu Fei's hands. As for the North Ruins, although the North Ruins' ghost emperor and Huang Fuzun had fought, there wasn't any great enmity between them. Who cares about those people from the eastern wasteland? Let's fight them first. Gu Fei was this capricious, although his main body was still refining the Devil Tao source in the culmination myriad Buddha mountain. His avatar could roam the world. Outrageous! Do you really think my Dongyang city is a pushover? Lang Tianhao clenched his right hand and punched at Huang Fuzun in the sky. The fist energy of an emperor realm expert turned into a giant white wolf that pounced at Huang Fuzun with bared fangs. Boom! After a loud explosion, the white wolf exploded when it was still hundreds of meters away from Huang Fuzun. A terrifying energy storm erupted in the sky. However, Lang Tianhao's punch couldn't shake Huang Fuzun at all. The gap between the two was too big. Lang Tianhao was only an early-stage Emperor Realm expert, but Huang Fuzun was a peak Emperor Realm expert. A peak Emperor Realm expert killing an early-stage Emperor Realm expert was as easy as crushing an ant. General, this Lang Tianhao's subordinates changed their expressions. Why isn't the old Array Master reacting at all? Lang Tianhao suddenly asked. Array Master? His subordinates were shocked. Apart from the City Lord Phoenix Soon, there was another powerful person in Dongyang City, and that was the Array Master. The Array Master was someone who could control the defensive formation of Dongyang City. However, ever since the Array Master activated the defensive formation of Dongyang City, there had been no movement. It should be noted that the defensive formation of Dongyang City had many ways to attack. Rumble, the entire sky of Dongyang City shook. The power of Huang Fuzun's formation finally collided with the defensive formation of Dongyang City. The entire sky was filled with formation runes, and it looked like the sky was about to collapse. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted, and the sky above Dongyang City was filled with dazzling lights. However, none of the creatures in the city were in the mood to appreciate the spectacle in the sky. They were all terrified. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the city lord's mansion of Dongyang City. There was a formation disc floating in front of him. On the disc was a miniature Dongyang City. At this moment, Dongyang City was surrounded by dense formation runes. This old man was the Array Master of Dongyang City. That old ghost, Huang Fuzun, is still alive. Array Master Dongyang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp. I'll let you have some more fun. Array Master Dongyang sneered and closed his eyes again. Huang Fuzun was indeed worthy of being the Array Emperor. He immediately saw that the eye of the defensive formation was the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was the center of the entire defensive formation. It was very simple to break the defensive formation of Dongyang City. All he had to do was destroy the city lord's mansion. However, the premise was that Huang Fuzun could enter Dongyang City. However, Huang Fuzun couldn't enter Dongyang City right now. Since he couldn't enter the city and destroy the city lord's mansion, he could only break the formation from the outside. This was why Huang Fuzun was going to use his ultimate move. With the formation platform in hand, Huang Fuzun's formation Dao power was finally released completely. Countless runes rushed out from the lotus seat of his Buddha throne and were imprinted in the void, forming a formation in the void. Very soon, a super formation appeared between heaven and earth. This formation really shrouded the entire Dongyang City. This guy is indeed worthy of being an array emperor. In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, the old array master opened his eyes again. Huang Fuzun was the first person in the void realm to become an array emperor. All the spiritual energy in the world was gathering toward Huang Fuzun's killing formation like crazy. There were 9 vague dragon silhouettes in the sky. Each dragon silhouette gave off a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a true dragon had descended from the 9 heavens. 9 dragons destroy the sky. The array master in the city lord's mansion was surprised. Boom! The 9 dragon shadows began to attack the defensive formation of Dongyang City. The show is about to begin. Chapter 53:05. Huang Fuzun's formation Dao was related to the veins of the earth. Therefore, he cultivated the earth formation. He could draw the energy of the earth's dragon veins for his own use and change the rivers and mountains of the earth. However, Huang Fuzun's earth formation was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Moreover, in Gu Fei's opinion, Huang Fuzun's earth formation Dao had been cultivated to the extreme. He could use the power of the earth veins at will and summon the power of an earth dragon at will. In the eyes of any formation master, this was the supreme divine art of the formation Dao. It was the ultimate truth of the formation Dao that countless formation masters in the void realm yearned for. Huang Fuzun had made countless formation masters in the void realm see the hope of becoming a monarch with the formation Dao. It turned out that the formation Dao could also become a monarch. Once upon a time, Huang Fuzun was the idol of countless formation masters in the void realm. However, he suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his life. But now, no one knew where this guy came from, and he even became the subordinate of the peerless Gu Fei. When the news that a formation emperor had become Gu Fei's subordinate spread out, countless old geezers were shocked beyond belief. They all thought that Huang Fuzun had gone mad. Now, Huang Fuzun had come to Eastern Sun City. Not only was the entire Eastern Barren territory shaken, even the attention of the other super forces in the Void Realm was focused on the Eastern Barren territory. If it was just one Huang Fuzun, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Huang Fuzun had Gu Fei backing him up. Many people were guessing if Gu Fei was going to attack the Eastern Barren demon race. If that was the case, then there would be a good show to watch. After all, Gu Fei had just pacified the Southern Barren territory not long ago. Who knew how many lives would be lost when the war started? Moreover, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's tacit consent, Huang Fuzun wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and come to the Eastern Barren territory to cause trouble right after fighting the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. Actually, Huang Fuzun wasn't afraid of any demon emperor because he had Gu Fei's support. No one knew Gu Fei's strength and terror better than he did. Even the Heaven Clan and Buddha Clan of Middle Sky had no choice but to lower their heads to Li Kuang, let alone the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. Huang Fuzun used a formation to cover the entire Dongyang City, completely sealing the ancient city. When the news spread, the people in the Phoenix Clan's territory began to panic. This was especially true for the countless creatures in Dongyang City. This was because the ancient city was not self-sufficient. If the city ran out of food, it would be troublesome. Of course, there was still a lot of food stored in the ancient city. It wouldn't be a problem for them to last a month or two. Moreover, the living creatures in the city didn't need to last that long, because their city lord was about to return. All the living beings in the city were anxiously waiting. Formation Master Dongyang, Lang Tianhao, and the people of the Phoenix clan were all watching from the sidelines. They weren't in a hurry to act, especially Formation Master Dongyang, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret location. However, not everyone had such mental fortitude. Feng Guang had been killed, so the people of the Phoenix clan were naturally furious. A tall old man walked out from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. He stood on top of a mountain and looked toward Dongyang's city. Boom! In the next moment, a fire phoenix even larger than the mountain appeared on top of the mountain. Monstrous divine flames enveloped the entire sky. The powerful creatures in the surrounding mountain ridges were immediately alarmed, and countless creatures were incomparably terrified. "It's the Phoenix clan's ancestor," a great demon exclaimed. The Phoenix clan's ancestor was the strongest existence in the Phoenix clan. Even the Phoenix sovereign had to call him granduncle. This ancestor hasn't come out for a long time, right? The area around the Phoenix clan's ancestral land was originally deserted, but the appearance of the Phoenix clan's ancestor caused the area to become lively. There was no way it wouldn't be lively. Not everyone could withstand the might of the Phoenix clan's ancestor. The aura of an Emperor realm expert spread out in all directions. All the living beings near the ancestral land felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on the town. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even straighten their backs. Fortunately, the Emperor realm aura didn't last long, because the fire phoenix on top of the mountain soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Time flew by. The first day of Huang Fuzun's sealing of Dongyang City had passed. The area around Dongyang City was peaceful. Nothing had happened. However, early the next morning, a divine sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. It was like a scorching sun hanging above the city. "Is the city lord back?" "No, it seems that the ancestor is here." In the city lord's mansion, a group of Phoenix clan members excitedly rushed out of the house. The divine sun in the sky was extremely dazzling, and the temperature of the entire world kept rising. It was definitely an Emperor realm existence. "Fengyang, old ghost, I didn't expect you to still be alive." A figure appeared opposite the divine sun in the sky. It was Huang Fuzun. "Humph, old ghost, you're not dead yet, are you?" An extremely old voice came from the divine sun. "What? Do you want to practice?" Huang Fuzun sneered. "Huang Fuzun, what do you mean?" Fengyang said angrily. "What do I mean? Hand over Lin Xiaotian, and I'll leave." Huang Fuzun stared at the divine sun with a serious expression. Fengyang wasn't an ordinary Emperor realm expert. He was also an Emperor realm expert of the same generation as Huang Fuzun and had lived for countless years. He was also the ancestor of the Phoenix clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. There were many elders in the Void Realm, such as the Dragon clan of the West Sea and the Phoenix clan of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was because of these elders that these super clans could continue to exist. Lin Xiaotian, why is that old guy in the Eastern Barren Territory? Fengyang was surprised to hear this. "Ha ha, brother Fengyang, how have you been?" Just at this moment, a loud laugh came from Dongyang City. Fengyang was really surprised. Hadn't this guy disappeared for a long time? Why did he jump out again? And he was still in Dongyang City. "Huang Fu, old ghost, let me ask you one thing. Did you kill Feng Guang of my clan?" Feng stared at Huang Fuzun with eyes as sharp as lightning. What did you say? What Feng Guang? With my status, why would I attack a junior? I don't know. Huang Fuzun was unhappy. He was an Emperor realm expert, the Emperor of Array. How could he do something that was beneath his status? Fine. Since that's the case, Huangfu Old Ghost and Lin Xiaotian, your personal grudges have nothing to do with my Phoenix clan. Find a place to settle them. Don't make trouble in Dongyang City. Fengyang said coldly. Humph, Old Ghost Fengyang, you've lived for countless years. Can't you see it? Doesn't Lin Xiaotian want to drag your Phoenix clan down with him? Huang Fuzun sneered. What did you say? Chapter 53:06. The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan hadn't come out for thousands of years. Many experts of the same generation as him even thought that he had died. But now, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan came out again, which directly shocked the entire Eastern Wilderness. However, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan didn't know the current situation in the Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Void Realm. He came out because of the death of Feng Guang. Huang Fuzun suddenly came to the Eastern Wilderness and even set up a super killing formation to seal the entire Dongyang City. It seemed that things were very serious. Otherwise, why would Huang Fuzun make such a big scene? Lin Xiaotian, come out! Fengyang roared at Dongyang City below. Brother Fengyang, why are you looking for me? A figure appeared over Dongyang City. Of course, with the existence of the Killing Formation and the Dongyang City Defense Formation, even Lin Xiaotian couldn't break out. Do you want to drag our Phoenix clan down with you? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan stared at Lin Xiaotian and sneered. Hey brother, it's obviously Huang Fuzun, who wants to help his master open up a new territory. Why do you say that I want to drag you down with me? Lin Xiaotian said with some grievance. Huang Fuzun's master? Open up a new territory? Hearing this, Fengyang suddenly turned around and stared at Huang Fuzun. I said, hand over Lin Xiaotian, and I'll leave. Huang Fuzun said angrily, Brother Fengyang, do you really believe him? Lin Xiaotian said coldly, maybe this guy wants to use your hand to get rid of me, and then he will attack the Phoenix clan. Lin Xiaotian continued, Lin Xiaotian, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape death. Huang Fuzun stared at Lin Xiaotian below. This guy was too hateful. What was called a cunning old man? This was a cunning old man. But the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, didn't know who to believe. I still say the same thing. Hand over Lin Xiaotian. Huang Fuzun said in a deep voice, do I have to hand him over just because you said so? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan said angrily. He was the master here, and Huang Fuzun didn't give him any face. With Gu Fei's support, you are unscrupulous and arrogant. Lin Xiaotian said, adding oil to the fire. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan didn't care about the outside world at all. If it wasn't for Feng Guang's death, which made him furious, he wouldn't have left the mountain. He didn't even know who Gu Fei was. My master is invincible, Huang Fuzun said proudly. What did you say? Invincible? Ha ha, what a joke. The patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang, laughed disdainfully. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the Void Realm? Even someone as powerful as Ling Tian Palace, master wouldn't dare to proclaim himself to be invincible. That's right. Who dares to say that they are invincible? Lin Xiaotian echoed, but his face was a little unnatural because the big man behind Huang Fuzun was really strong. Even the Tian clan and the Buddha clan were badly battered by him. Lin Xiaotian knows that he is no match for Gu Fei. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's do it. Huang Fuzun sat cross-legged on the lotus throne and a chilly killing intent burst out from his body. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, was not a pushover. A powerful aura spread out from his body, and the two auras confronted each other. Lin Xiaotian, who was standing aside, was overjoyed to see this. Once Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang fought to the death, it meant that his plan had succeeded. Huang Fuzun didn't waste any more words. In the cultivation world, strength was the most important thing. He waved his right hand in the void, and a dragon shadow rushed out of the killing formation. Earth Chi Dragon. No wonder he's the Emperor of Array. Feng Yang didn't dare to be careless. Huang Fuzun was the only Emperor of Array in the Void Realm. He became an emperor by using the Array Dao, and no one in the Void Realm could match him in terms of Array Dao. "Go!" Huang Fuzun waved his right hand, and the huge dragon shadow pounced at Feng Yang, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Humph!" The old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, sneered. With a jerk of his body, a shadow of a fire phoenix immediately rushed out from his body and charged at the dragon's shadow. Boom! A dragon and a phoenix collided with each other in an instant, producing a loud bang. Spatial ripples spread out in the void. The shadow of the dragon and the shadow of the phoenix dissipated into the void in an instant. "Kill!" Feng Yang roared and threw a punch at Huang Fuzun. The violent fist force turned into a monstrous divine fire that instantly shrouded Huang Fuzun. Buzz! The void shook, and the golden dragon shadow appeared, blocking all of Feng Yang's fist force. Good heavens! Feng Yang was shocked. Huang Fuzun was really powerful. At this time, Huang Fuzun used the lotus throne to guide the essence of the earth. Dragon shadows rushed out of the ground one after another and gathered in the sky. Good job, Huang Fuzun. Feng Yang had to admire the Emperor of Array. In terms of Array Dao, Huang Fuzun really deserved to be the #1 master of Array Dao in the Void Realm. As the Earth Chi was guided by Huang Fuzun, the whole world changed color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and all the creatures in Dongyang City felt extremely depressed. The whole sky darkened. What's going on? Has the war started? Countless living beings in the city were terrified to the extreme. This was not an ordinary battle, but a battle between Emperor-level experts. In the Void Realm, Emperor-level experts were usually the strongest existences. As long as people like Palace Master Ling Tian didn't take action, Emperor-level experts were almost invincible. In the past, battles between emperors didn't happen often. However, in recent times, battles between emperors had become a common occurrence. Even battles between emperors had broken out a few times. Of course, these were all battles that Gu Fei had participated in. However, Feng Yang, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, didn't know about this. At this time, Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang were fighting in the sky. The entire sky was filled with origin energy, and the spiritual chi in the world was in a mess. On the mountain outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, watching the battle in the sky calmly. The Eastern Baron Demon clan seemed to be full of hidden talents. At this time, Gu Fei's clone finally felt that the Eastern Baron Demon clan was different. The Eastern Baron Demon clan wasn't as simple as they seemed. There were definitely many hidden experts in the Eastern Baron Demon clan. Perhaps there was something that could interest Gu Fei in the Eastern Baron Demon clan. Boom! Bang! In the sky above Dongyang City, dazzling light kept bursting out. Countless array patterns kept bursting in the sky and recombining, repeating the cycle. This was the Array Dao divine power that Huang Fuzun displayed with the Array Disc. Chapter 5307. An Emperor-level battle finally broke out. Words didn't work, so they had to use their fists. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. This was the reality of the cultivation world. In fact, if Fengyang had handed over Lin Xiaotian, this battle wouldn't have happened. However, Fengyang was the ancestral patriarch of the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan, and the ancestral patriarch naturally had some pride. Fengyang had to do whatever Huang Fuzun said. That was too shameful. Fight, fight. It's best if both sides suffer. In Dongyang City, Lin Xiaotian, who was standing on the roof of the Yunxian house, was overjoyed. Wasn't he trying to create hatred for Huang Fuzun and Gu Fei, who was behind him? He had achieved his goal, but deep in his heart, he was a little uneasy. Things had gone so smoothly that even Lin Xiaotian had some doubts about why Huang Fuzun wasn't afraid of the Phoenix clan and why he dared to fight with Fengyang, the ancestral patriarch of the Phoenix clan. The 5 major demon clans of the Eastern Baron territory were of the same branch. Huang Fuzun had offended the Phoenix clan, which was equivalent to offending the 5 major demon clans of the Eastern Baron territory. On the mountain outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's avatar pondered. Compared to the entire Eastern Baron territory, Huang Fuzun couldn't defeat the entire Eastern Baron territory demon clan by himself. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to train. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's avatar sent out a message. With his current cultivation, he could send a message from billions of miles away without a problem. Soon, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, who were cultivating on Zhongtian Myriad Buddha Mountain, received a message from Gu Fei's avatar. To the Eastern Baron territory. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou had already eaten. They walked out of their cultivation area and soon received the news that Huang Fuzun was heading to the Eastern Baron territory. Master wants them to help Huang Fuzun. That was a battle between emperor-level experts. They couldn't get involved at all. However, since their master had summoned them, they had to go. Tianhong, come to me immediately. Xiaoya sent a message to Tianhong. Patriarch Tianhong had just found a decent array disk in the treasure depository Grotto Heaven and was refining it when he received Little Ya's voice transmission. Sigh. Patriarch Tianhong had no choice but to meet Xiaoya. After all, he was Gu Fei's subordinate. This guy walked into Little Ya's cultivation place dejectedly, but after a while, he walked out in high spirits with his head held high. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou then left the Myriad Buddha Mountain. However, what made Gu Fei's avatar depressed was that Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou had used the transfer array to directly enter Dongyang City. Right now, one could only enter Dongyang City, but not leave. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were stunned when they arrived at Dongyang City. They were surrounded by hundreds of soldiers outside the teleportation array. Dragon Clan! A young demon clad in golden armor walked out and stared at Long Xiaozhou. It's just a wolf cub. Long Xiaozhou did not put this guy in his eyes. What? You're courting death. The young warrior raised his spear and stabbed towards the shroud. The Wolf clan was a powerful clan under the command of the Phoenix clan. The status of the Wolf clan in Dongyang City was not low. The Wolf clan could not be humiliated, so this young warrior wanted to kill them. Scram! With a wave of Long Xiaozhou's right hand, a gust of strong wind immediately swept up on the platform. In the next moment, the Wolf clan general was sent flying. With a boom, his back slammed heavily into the wall over 100 feet away. Divine King? The Wolf clan general's face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. After coughing it out, his face became as pale as paper. Lang Shan was a playboy of the Wolf clan, but this Wolf clan warrior was not someone Lang Shan could compare to. Who the hell are you? The Wolf clan warrior stared at Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. What does who we are have to do with you? As Long Xiaozhou spoke, he took a step and instantly rushed into the sky. Xiaoya naturally followed Long Xiaozhou. Her junior sister was a divine king while she was only at the god realm. It was very safe to follow Long Xiaozhou here. However, just as Long Xiaozhou rushed out of the teleportation formation platform, a figure rushed over at lightning speed from the side and sent Long Xiaozhou flying with a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, a nearby house was directly smashed by the dragon boat. Dust filled the air, and broken bricks and tiles scattered in all directions. The Dragon Clan dares to behave atrociously in Dongyang City. A figure surrounded by divine fire appeared in the sky. This sudden scene stunned the hundreds of wolf soldiers near the teleportation formation platform. Even Xiaoyu was shocked. It has to be said that Long Xiaozhou was a divine king. This guy that had suddenly appeared had sent a divine king, and a divine king of the Dragon Clan at that, flying with one punch. This in itself was a display of strength. Fengzhan? Long Xiaozhou rushed out from the ruins. When he saw who it was, he was startled. I didn't expect you to know me. A figure was faintly discernible in the divine fire. It was a young cultivator. Humph, it's not hard to guess. In the Phoenix clan, there's only one king who can send me flying with one punch, and that's Fengzhan. Long Xiaozhou patted the dust off her body. Since you know it's me, you still haven't escaped. I admire your courage, Fengzhan said proudly. You seem to be too confident. Fengzhan said proudly. You seem to be too confident. Long Xiaozhou said disapprovingly. Humph. Fengzhan sneered. This isn't confidence. I just have the strength. All right. If that's the case, we'll talk with strength. As Long Xiaozhou spoke, she extended her right hand, and a large halberd immediately appeared in her hand. Interesting. Very good. Let's talk with strength. Fengzhan was very proud. The next moment, the divine fire on his body erupted. The divine fire condensed into fire phoenixes that pounced at Long Xiaozhou. Long Xiaozhou waved the halberd in her hand and destroyed the fire phoenixes formed by the divine fire. The divine fire dissipated in the air. Don't tell me this is all you've got. Long Xiaozhou shouted. She waved the halberd with both hands and slashed at Fengzhan's head. Her speed was extremely fast. Her attack seemed to have split the air and moved forward with indomitable will. Interesting. Fengzhan's figure instantly disappeared into the void, and Long Xiaozhou's attack directly hit empty air. When he reappeared, he was already above Long Xiaozhou. Fengzhan didn't hesitate. He stomped down on Long Xiaozhou, and there was a thunderous sound under his feet. Hee, I can use you to practice. Long Xiaozhou suddenly smiled. Then, a strange wave of primordial qi exploded from her body. The power of Fengzhan's stomp was moved to the side. How is this possible? Chapter 5308. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye entered Eastern Sun City through the teleportation formation. Even Gu Fei's clone didn't expect this. They encountered Fengzhan of the Phoenix clan as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation formation. Fengzhan had a great background. He was a genius of the Phoenix clan's younger generation. He had already reached the peak of Divine King realm and was only one step away from Half-Step Emperor realm. Such a person was rare even in other cultivation clans. In the past 1,000 years, the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan had produced many geniuses. Previously, Guang was also one of the geniuses of the Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, he had clashed with Gu Fei's clone and was directly killed by the clone. Feng Guang and Fengzhan were both people that the Phoenix clan put all of their efforts into. This was also why the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, came out of seclusion because of Feng Guang's death. How is this possible? Fengzhan fought Long Xiaozhou. However, when Fengzhan stomped on Long Xiaozhou's head, he lost his aim. This shocked Fengzhan. Nothing is impossible, said Long Xiaozhou. She was even mimicking her master, Gu Fei's tone. She flew up and swung her halberd at Fengzhan's waist. The sharp blade made an ear-piercing sound as it cut through the air. Humph! Feng Zhan's hands danced in front of him. Powerful fire elemental energy surged from his hands, and a fire shield immediately appeared in front of him. Damn! Long Xiaozhou's halberd slammed into the fire shield, producing an incomparably dull sound. Feng Zhan only felt his hands tremble, as though his arms were about to break. Countless cracks appeared on the fire shield that he condensed with the power of the fire element. He was knocked back dozens of meters by Long Xiaozhou's attack. Who is this girl? She actually repelled Feng Zhan. Many powerful figures appeared in the surroundings. The battle between Feng Zhan and Long Xiaozhou alarmed many experts in the city. You don't even know Long Xiaozhou, the princess of the West Sea Dragon clan? Someone recognized Long Xiaozhou's identity. What? The surrounding experts were all shocked. The name Long Xiaozhou had been frequently mentioned in Dongyang City. Because Gu Fei had shaken the world, the demons of the Eastern Wilderness naturally wanted to thoroughly investigate Gu Fei's background. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu were both Gu Fei's disciples, so they naturally fell into the eyes of the major powers and were being watched by the spies of the major powers. Who's the other one? Could it be Gu Fei's other disciple, Xiao Yu? Many experts were shocked. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu had appeared in Dongyang City. What was going on? Gu Fei conquered the South Barbarians, and the West Sea was on Li Kuang's side. Was he going to make a move on the East Barbarian? No one knew what Gu Fei was going to do next. In fact, even Gu Fei himself did not have a plan for the next step. Long Xiaozhou and Little Yu are here. In the Cloud Immortal residence, East King's eyes lit up when he received the news. You want to capture them? Lin Xiaotian said indifferently, Old ancestor, they are our talismans. As long as they are in our hands, Gu Fei won't dare to do anything to us, right? East King was really afraid of Huang Fuzun's pursuit. If it wasn't for the old ancestor protecting him, he would have died many times. Let's wait and see first. Lin Xiaotian pondered. Since Gu Fei dared to let his two disciples enter Dongyang City, he must have something to rely on. Gu Fei would not let his disciples die. East King was speechless. Since the old ancestor was not going to make a move, he could do nothing. Of course, he could make a move himself. He was also a half-step Emperor realm expert. If he made a move, wouldn't it be easy to capture these two girls? Don't underestimate them. Lin Xiaotian seemed to have seen through East King's thoughts. Yes, old ancestor. East King turned around and left. What does Gu Fei mean by this? Lin Xiaotian frowned. Even the cunning Lin Xiaotian couldn't understand Gu Fei's move. However, Lin Xiaotian knew that Gu Fei would never let his disciples come to Dongyang City to die. Is Gu Fei also in Dongyang City? Lin Xiaotian suddenly thought of this, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. If Gu Fei was already in Dongyang City, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian couldn't sit still and left Yunxian House. Those two bastards are finally gone. Inside the Cloud Immortal residence, in a luxuriously decorated room, young Master Qing listened to the report from a green-robed servant beside him. He finally smiled. This Yunxian House was the property of the Phoenix clan. As soon as Lin Xiaotian came to Dongyang City, he immediately lived in Yunxian House and was generous, especially the senior masters. He soon made friends with Master Qing. Then, through Master Qing, Lin Xiaotian got in touch with Feng Guang. However, unfortunately, Feng Guang was killed by Gu Fei's avatar. Now, Gu Fei's avatar was still stuck in front of the gate of the City Lord's mansion. So far, no one had been able to pull out Gu Fei's avatar. Even Feng Zhan couldn't pull it out. The big black saber of Gu Fei's avatar seemed to have grown in the ground. Even an existence at the peak of the King realm couldn't pull it out. Lang Tianhao didn't pull out the big black saber left by Gu Fei's avatar, because he didn't dare to. If he couldn't pull it out, he would lose a lot of face. He was the great Zhang army of Dongyang City. 3 days passed quickly, but the city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun, still hadn't returned. What's wrong with the city lord? That's right. Could it be that the city lord is afraid? At this time, all the humans and demons in the city were terrified. After all, Huang Fuzun was already fighting with the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Was it because the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan had taken action, so Feng Zun wouldn't come back? At this time, the battle between Huang Fuzun and the great ancestor of the Phoenix clan had reached the most intense moment. Above the sky, countless runes were vanishing. The monstrous divine fire burned the whole sky red. 2 terrifying emperor-level pressures fell from the sky, and all the creatures in Dongyang City were trembling. This was a battle between 2 emperor-level experts. In the eastern wilderness, there hadn't been a battle between 2 emperors for a long time. Most of the creatures in the city had never experienced such a terrifying battle. It was already good enough that the humans and demons with weak cultivation were not scared to death under the pressure of the emperor-level experts. These 2 guys are about the same. Outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's avatar on the mountain had already seen through the battle between Huang Fuzun and Feng Zun. It would be difficult for the 2 to determine a winner. Just as Feng Yang turned into a fire phoenix and lunged at Huang Fuzun, a figure dashed behind Huang Fuzun like a bolt of lightning and slapped his back. With a muffled sound, Huang Fuzun was blown away along with the lotus throne. The fire phoenix formed by Feng Zun directly pounced on Huang Fuzun. Boom! The terrifying divine fire completely drowned Huang Fuzun. Master, help! Huang Fuzun didn't care about anything else at the moment of life and death. Another sneak attack. Chapter 53:09. In the sky above Dongyang City, Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang were in a stalemate. However, a figure suddenly appeared, broke through the formation, and slapped Huang Fuzun's back. The palm directly knocked Huang Fuzun away along with the lotus throne on his Buddha throne. Then, the fire phoenix that Feng Yang turned into pounced on Huang Fuzun. It grabbed Huang Fuzun's shoulders and thighs with its sharp claws and pulled hard, trying to tear Huang Fuzun in half. Huang Fuzun's bones creaked from the pull of the fire phoenix. He was almost torn in half for real. The fire phoenix's claws dug deep into Huang Fuzun's body, and even his bones were crushed. Moreover, the divine fire that erupted from the fire phoenix burned him until he was tender on the inside. In just a short while, he was almost cooked. Who could withstand this? Master, help! Master, if you don't do something, I'll be done for. Huang Fuzun didn't care about pretending to be arrogant anymore. He directly shouted for help without caring about his image. Master? Huang Fuzun's shout terrified Feng Yang and the other monarch. After all, Huang Fuzun was at the peak of the emperor realm. Wouldn't his master be a supreme existence that surpassed the emperor realm? Feng Yang and the other monarch broke out in a cold sweat when they thought about how a supreme existence was watching them from the side. Feng Yang originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Huang Fuzun because he was really strong. The Phoenix clan would never have a day of peace if they were targeted by such a madman. However, they couldn't do that now. If they killed Huang Fuzun and angered the person in the dark, the Phoenix clan would probably be wiped out. Release him. An incomparably majestic voice echoed in the minds of Feng Yang and the other king. The other king who suddenly launched a sneak attack was the city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun. The city lord of Dongyang City, Feng Zun, suddenly returned and suddenly attacked. He immediately broke the balance between Huang Fuzun and Feng Yang, putting Huang Fuzun in a dead end. You're hesitating. The voice echoed in the inner seas of Fengyang and Fengzun again. Fengyang and Fengzun spread out their divine senses, but they couldn't sense the existence of that person. That person's cultivation level was definitely above theirs. Still not releasing your claws. Do you want to die? Huang Fuzun roared in anger. He was plotted against, and he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Humph! The fire phoenix transformed by Fengyang threw Huang Fuzun aside. Gu Fei's clone didn't even need to make a move. With just a few words, Fengyang, the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, let go. In this world, perhaps only Gu Fei's clone had this ability. I won't interfere if it's a fair battle. However, you've gone too far by trying to stab me in the back and use despicable methods to take my subordinates' lives. The voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger sounded. At that moment, Fengyang and Fengzun were extremely shocked because they still could not sense the existence of the person in the dark. All right, I hope you won't go back on your word, Your Excellency. Fengyang nodded. Let's go. Then he turned around and waved his right hand. He opened the formation around Dongyang City and stepped out. He disappeared into the void. Lord Phoenix glanced at Huang Fuzun and entered Dongyang City as well. Preposterous! Huang Fuzun was furious. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was charred black, and dead skin kept falling from the burns on his body. His burnt flesh was constantly recovering. At Huang Fuzun's level of cultivation, his body's recovery speed was shocking. Soon, his injuries were almost healed. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Huang Fuzun bowed to the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was too lazy to care about this guy. Very soon, the city-protecting grand array that Fengyang opened was restored. In Dongyang City, the battle between Long Xiaozhou and Fengzhan was still going on. The two of them were equally matched, so it would not be easy for Long Xiaozhou to defeat Fengzhan. Unless she used the Soul Slayer blade that Gu Fei had given her, she would have to fight to the death with Fengzhan. Boom! Bam! Muffled collisions continued. Long Xiaozhou used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path to fight Fengzhan. As a result, Fengzhan was in an extremely sorry state. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were the supreme spells of the Immortal Path. What kind of spell is that? Fengzhan's trump card was easily countered by Long Xiaozhou. Moreover, the power of the trump card was pulled by Long Xiaozhou and was almost reversed. She almost hurt herself. I'm not telling you, haha, Long Xiaozhou used Fengzhan to practice. She was getting more and more comfortable with the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. On the other hand, Xiaoya's situation was not so good. Xiaoya was surrounded by Lang Shan and his men. A silly little girl dares to break into Dongyang City. Take her down. At Lang Shan's command, the surrounding demon clan soldiers immediately surrounded Xiaoya. You want to gang up on me? Do you Eastern Goblin tribe have any shame? Xiaoya sneered. She was not afraid of these guys. Back off. Lang Shan's expression changed. The next moment, he roared in anger. The hundreds of demonic soldiers immediately stopped and retreated. I'm here to fight you. Lang Shan held his spear and approached Xiaoya with large strides. You have guts. Xiaoya gave Lang Shan a thumbs up. Of course I have guts. Lang Shan said proudly. Tisk! Xiaoya sneered. In the next moment, she leaped up and threw a punch at Lang Shan. The punch was extremely violent and overbearing. Humph! Lang Shan sneered. The spear in his hand pierced towards Xiaoya like lightning, directly breaking through Xiaoya's punch. Just as Lang Shan's spear was about to pierce Xiaoya's fist instantly turned golden, as if it was made of gold. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Lang Shan only felt his right hand, which was holding the spear, shake. It was as if he had stabbed an immortal metal, and his right hand almost lost all feeling. What made Lang Sen dumbfounded was the fact that the spearhead of his spear had shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Lang Shan's shock was no small matter. Could it be that his opponent's golden gauntlet was more powerful than a divine weapon? Xiaoyu relied on the golden armor that Gu Fei gave her. Only Xiaoyu could use the entire set of golden armor because Gu Fei had left a restrictive spell on it. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to use the golden armor. Moreover, Gu Fei's doppelganger was outside Dongyang City. Xiaoyu destroyed Lang Shan's divine weapon spear with one punch. This made Lang Shan feel extremely pained. Preposterous. Lang Shan was furious. He flipped his right hand, and another divine weapon appeared in his hand. Chapter 53:10. How is that possible? Isn't Gu Fei on Mount Million Buddha in Zhongqian? In a room on the highest floor of the Yunxian house, Lin Xiaoyan's expression was extremely serious. If Gu Fei came to the Eastern Wilderness in person, he and East King would be finished. In today's Void Realm, who would dare to provoke Gu Fei? That would be courting death. Ancestor, what should we do? Dongwang also panicked. It was really one wrong move, and the whole game was lost. If he did not compete with Gu Fei for hegemony in southern China, he might still be able to keep his territory and be a free marquis. But now, they were like stray dogs, hiding from Huang Fuzun's pursuit. What else can we do? I'm afraid we can't stay in Dongyang City anymore. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Back then, he was also a ruthless person. He was once high and mighty, looking down on the world. Countless creatures trembled under his feet. But now, everything was different. At this time, in the hall of the city lord's mansion, all the higher-ups of Dongyang City had gathered. The Phoenix clan, Wolf clan, and even the Fox clan and the Dog clan had all arrived. Even Feng Zhan had been called back by Feng Zun. Long Xiaozhou hadn't had enough yet. As for Lang Shan's golden blade, it was once again shattered by Xiaoya's punch. This time, Xiaoyu even punched Lang Shan in the face, causing his face to look as if it had opened a dye shop. It was extremely wonderful. Lang Shan was shocked and angry. He wanted to fight again, but he was called back by his father. What's wrong? You don't want to fight anymore? Are you scared? Xiaoyu shouted at the retreating Lang Shan. Just you wait. Lang Shan had to retreat because he didn't dare to disobey the order of his father, Lang Tianhao. All the surrounding demon soldiers had retreated, and the surroundings suddenly became deserted. What's going on? Long Xiaozhou flew down from the sky and looked at Xiaoya. They both felt it was strange. Let's find an inn to stay in first. Xiaoya pondered for a moment and said, Okay. Long Xiaozhou nodded. You two want to find an inn. How about we go to Cloud Immortal Residence? A young master waved a folding fan and walked over from the opposite side. This fellow was the hedonistic son of the Fox clan, young Master Qing. Cloud Immortal Residence. Not everyone can stay in such a high-class place. Long Xiaozhou looked at young Master Qing with a faint smile. With Long Xiaozhou's cultivation, he could naturally see through young Master Qing's cultivation at a glance. He could also tell what this fellow was. This fellow was actually a fox demon. Fox demons were the most cunning. This guy had an evil aura about him, so he was definitely not a benevolent being. And this Cloud Immortal Residence was one of the top inns in the Eastern Baron territory. Not only did they have branches all over the Eastern Baron territory, but they also had branches in other regions. My young master is an esteemed guest of the Cloud Immortal Residence. Bringing a few people to stay in the Cloud Immortal Residence is a piece of cake for him. A green-robed servant appeared behind young Master Qing. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Xiaoya suddenly said, I'm willing to serve the two fairies, please. Young Master Qing made a gesture of invitation and led the way in front. The Cloud Immortal residence was indeed imposing. It was a place specially designed to entertain dignitaries. Ordinary people or ordinary demons could not afford it, because a meal here could cost hundreds of divine stones. If they ordered some rare dishes and immortal wine, it would be far more than hundreds of divine stones. Young Master Qing directly took Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya to the Cloud Immortal residence and booked 2 superior rooms for them. Then he said goodbye to the 2 of them. What the hell does this guy want? Long Xiaozhou muttered. Who knows, but it's not bad to have a free inn to stay in. Xiaoya smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. This young Master Qing must have some purpose for being so attentive for no reason, but her senior sister didn't seem to care about his purpose at all. Junior sister, why do you care so much? Since Master wants us to come here, let's have fun here. Xiaoya lay down on the soft mattress and stretched herself comfortably. Have fun? Long Xiaozhou was even more speechless. Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian immediately knew that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were staying in the Cloud Immortal residence. The 2 disciples of Gu Fei are staying in the Cloud Immortal residence. Dong Wang almost rushed out to the residence of Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Don't be impulsive, Lin Xiaotian said in a deep voice. They were brought here by the playboy of the Fox clan. If he touched them, the Fox clan would find trouble with him. Besides, if Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, it was impossible for Gu Fei not to take action when he dealt with his disciples. Once Gu Fei personally took action, they would really be finished. In fact, Gu Fei did not take them seriously at all, because with Gu Fei's cultivation, killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. As Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya moved into the Cloud Immortal residence, the atmosphere of the entire Cloud Immortal residence became strange. At this moment, Huang Fuzun was still watching from outside. Huang Fuzun didn't withdraw the killing formation. The entire killing formation still shrouded the entire city. Huang Fuzun had nowhere to vent his anger after being sneak attacked by the Phoenix Lord, so he vented his anger on the killing formation. He continued to use countless formation tokens to increase the power of the killing formation. As a result, the people in Dongyang City were out of luck. Huang Fuzun's formation Dao was the best in the Void Realm. He had attracted the essence of the earth within thousands of kilometers, and the endless essence of the earth gathered on the killing formation. His actions caused the sky to change, and the sun and moon to lose their light. The countless humans and demons in Dongyang City were terrified to the extreme. This guy, Gu Fei's avatar, saw this from a distant mountain and couldn't help but shake his head. Huang Fuzun was already so old, but he was still so impulsive. Had this guy become stupid from cultivating? In the city lord's mansion, the higher-ups of Dongyang City also had a headache. That Lin Xiaotian is too much. The Phoenix Lord directly smashed the handle of the throne next to him. He brought Gu Fei to the East Baron territory. Does he really think we will fall into his trap? Lang Tianhao gritted his teeth. Does he want to treat us as fools? Qing Xiao of the Fox clan sneered. Qing Xiao was young Master Qing's father. He was also an emperor at the early stages of the Emperor realm. The big shots of the demon clan in the hall were all above the divine king realm. What should we do now? We can't offend Gu Fei, but this Lin Xiaotian, the dog emperor of the dog clan, looked at the Phoenix Lord on the throne and said, Lin Xiaotian is only one person. We have so many emperor realm experts. Can't we take care of him? Lang Tianhao said angrily. Lin Xiaotian's goal was clear, but the East Baron territory was not the North Ruins. There were only 2 emperor realm experts in the Ghost Emperor and Bone Emperor. Chapter 53:11. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Tribe was not easy to be fooled. The big shots in the Eastern Wasteland demon tribe were not fools. No one wanted to be used. At this time, Fengyang and Phoenix Lord also returned to Dongyang City. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya actually lived in Yunxian House. The atmosphere of the whole Dongyang City became extremely strange. After all, Long Xiaozhou and Little Yu were Gu Fei's disciples. Fengyang and Phoenix Lord. These two old guys must know the grievances between Gu Fei and Lin Xiaotian. Dong Wang was directly ignored. He was just a half-step Emperor Realm expert. In front of an Emperor Realm expert, the half-step Emperor Realm expert was trash. Lin Xiaotian also lived in Yunxian House now. Dong Wang wanted to attack Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, but he was stopped by Lin Xiaotian. If he attacked now, it would not only be a grievance with Huang Fuzun, but also directly provoke Gu Fei, a peerless, ruthless man who even dared to kill Lingtian Palace Master. In fact, Lin Xiaotian still had a glimmer of hope. That was, Gu Fei would not really kill them. If he could lower his head, he might be able to live well like Huang Fuzun. Therefore, Lin Xiaotian did not really want to make a big enemy of Gu Fei. Ancestor, this Dong Wang was restless at this time. He was not as shrewd as Lin Xiaotian. Hey, Lin Xiaotian was really disappointed. How did his descendant cultivate to the half-step Emperor realm? He was more stupid than a pig. At this time, Lin Xiaotian really had an impulse to slap Dong Wang to death. You can't go out of this room without my permission, Lin Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Ancestor, why is this so? Dong Wang was confused. I don't let you go out for your own good. Lin Xiaotian sighed. The two disciples of Gu Fei lived in Yunxian House, and they were brought in by the Fox tribe. If Dong Wang had a conflict with them, it would definitely not be a good thing. How could Lin Xiaotian not know what Fengyang and Fengzun were planning? They were eager to see the conflict between East King and the two disciples of Gu Fei, so that they could capture Lin Xiaotian and East King and hand them over to Gu Fei. In this way, the grudge between Gu Fei and the Eastern Goblin tribe would vanish. Perhaps they could even become friends. Being able to befriend a ruthless person like Gu Fei was not a bad thing for the Eastern Baron demon race. After all, Gu Fei was a peerless and ruthless person. Lin Xiaotian wanted Gu Fei to become enemies with the Eastern Wasteland demon tribe, but the Eastern demon tribe was not easy to deal with. Just as Lin Xiaotian grounded King Dong, the Phoenix clan also made a decision in the city lord's mansion of Dongyang City. They would wait and see. At this moment, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the Cloud Immortal residence. A few of the masters of the 5 immortal cities in the Eastern Wasteland had appeared near Dongyang City. Some people saw a fire Qilin descend from the sky and burn a mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were killed. Fire Unicorn Patriarch is here. The humans and demons who knew the background of that expert were indescribably shocked. Fire Unicorn Patriarch was one of the 5 strongest experts in the Eastern Baron territory, and also the city lord of South Unicorn City. His cultivation was comparable to that of Fengzun. Huang Fuzun, what brings you to the Eastern Baron territory? 2 old men stood in the sky far away from Dongyang City. One of them was tall and had a head of red hair. His appearance was mighty, and he exuded a powerful aura. Moreover, the heat emanating from his body caused the surrounding space to distort. I'm just chasing 2 bugs, Huang Fuzun said coldly. Fire Unicorn Patriarch had lived for countless years. Before Huang Fuzun retired to the Fallen Star Mountain Range, the 2 experts still had some friendship. Of course, they were not life and death friends. They just met a few times. Just chasing 2 bugs. Fire Unicorn Patriarch was a little surprised. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Senior Huang Fu. A girl in red rushed over and bowed to Fire Unicorn Patriarch and Huang Fuzun. Well, you have a good successor. Huang Fuzun glanced at the girl in red and immediately knew her cultivation level. This young girl, at a young age, was actually already a divine king. This little girl could compete with Long Xiaozhou. Huang Fuzun was a bit depressed. He hadn't seen such a heaven-defying little monster in thousands of years. Who would have thought that he would meet them so often? Long Xiaozhou was one, and so was Xiaoya. Xiaoya was even more monstrous. She was only 7 or 8 years old, but she was already at the divine realm. Now he met another one. Her name is Huoling Xian Fire Unicorn Patriarch, said proudly. Your Fire Unicorn clan has a successor. Huang Fuzun sighed. He had been cultivating formation Tao all his life, but he had never accepted a disciple because he never thought about it. Now, seeing that Fire Unicorn Patriarch had such a heaven-defying successor, he was also very envious and suddenly had the idea of accepting a disciple. But the matter of accepting a disciple depended on fate. Senior Huangfu, you are doing this for Lin Xiaotian and King Dong, right? Huoling Xian smiled. These two bastards, I'm so angry when I mention them. Huang Fuzun said, angrily. I know that Lin Xiaotian, angry dragon Lin Xiaotian. He was also a ruthless man in his generation. Fire Unicorn Patriarch said, ruthless my ass. He only knows how to escape and make trouble for me everywhere. He is despicable and shameless. Huang Fuzun said bitterly, this, Brother Huangfu, do you have a great hatred between you and Lin Xiaotian? Fire Unicorn Patriarch asked. Huang Fuzun was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to have no hatred with Lin Xiaotian at all. It was just that his master wanted him to kill Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. In fact, his master wanted to deal with King Dong himself. His target was King Dong, but when he was dealing with King Dong, Lin Xiaotian jumped out. Lin Xiaotian wanted to protect King Dong, so he had to deal with Lin Xiaotian as well. However, to Huang Fuzun's disbelief, Lin Xiaotian ran away when he couldn't beat him and made enemies for him everywhere. Before he came to the East Wilderness, he had a fight with the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. The East Wilderness was not like the North Ruins. The North Ruins was the world of the Ghost Emperor. Although the Bone Emperor was causing trouble, it was just a small fight. But the East Wilderness was different. The situation in the East Wilderness was far more complicated than that of the North Ruins. Even Huang Fuzun almost died in East Sun City. If it weren't for Gu Fei's doppelganger, Huang Fuzun would have been killed by Feng Yang and Feng Zun. Does that person have a great hatred with Lin Xiaotian? Fire Unicorn Patriarch asked tentatively. Humph, my master disdains to deal with Lin Xiaotian. Huang Fuzun sneered. Fire Unicorn Patriarch, and the girl in red were shocked when they heard this. It seemed that the person behind Huang Fuzun didn't take Lin Xiaotian seriously at all. In fact, if Lin Xiaotian surrenders, will that person let him go? Fire Unicorn Patriarch wanted to know Gu Fei's bottom line. How do I know? Huang Fuzun said grumpily. Brother Huangfu, I have a presumptuous request. Fire Unicorn Patriarch said hesitantly. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't. Huang Fuzun said indifferently. Chapter 53:12. Fire Qilin Patriarch had met Huang Fuzun several times. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, Fire Qilin Patriarch was the only demon overlord who could talk to Huang Fuzun. The other demon emperors did not have that kind of respect. Huang Fuzun was the first and only person in the Void Realm who became an emperor through Formation Dao. He had shaken the entire Void Realm back then. Back then, Huang Fuzun was famous all over the world. However, When Huang Fuzun was at the peak of his life, he suddenly disappeared. No one had ever seen him again. No one would have thought that he was hiding in the meteorite mountain range, guarding his peerless treasure. However, who would have thought that the peerless treasure that Huang Fuzun had guarded for thousands of years would be taken away by Gu Fei in the end? Although there were many experts in Huang Fuzun's era, there were very few people who could be friends with Huang Fuzun. Well, brother Huang Fu, I just want to pay a visit to that person. It's a piece of cake for you. Fire Qilin Patriarch said, awkwardly, "You want to see my master?" Huang Fuzun was surprised, but then he sneered. "My master doesn't even want to see me. Why would he want to see you?" Huang Fuzun was almost killed by Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. At that time, Gu Fei's clone did not even make a move. What? Fire Qilin Patriarch was shocked. Did Gu Fei really come to the Eastern Wilderness? He only said that he wanted to see Gu Fei. His real purpose was to get information from Gu Fei. Now, he had guessed that Gu Fei had really come to the Eastern Wilderness. This was not a good thing for the entire Eastern Wilderness demon clan. Gu Fei was a peerless madman. He even dared to kill someone like Lingtian Palace Lord. The Eastern Wilderness demon clan could not compare to Lingtian Palace, which was the most powerful force in the Void Realm. Gu Fei did not even care about Lingtian Palace, so the Eastern Wilderness demon clan was not worth mentioning in his eyes. "Brother, please introduce me to him." Fire Qilin Patriarch said shamelessly, "Forget it. Get out of here." Huang Fuzun said coldly, The red-clothed girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. All right, let's go." After saying that, Patriarch Firekalin pulled Hualing Xian away. "Ancestor, why are you so cowardly in front of Huang Fuzun? I feel ashamed for you." Forefather Firekalin pulled Hualing Xian and landed on a mountain. "That's not cowardice. It's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Ancestor Firekalin said loudly, "Are you still pretending to be a pig?" Hualing Xian was overjoyed. "All right, at least we know that Gu Fei has probably come to the Eastern Barren territory," Ancestor Firekalin muttered. "So what? Isn't Gu Fei someone with one head and two shoulders? What's so great about it? This is the Eastern Wilderness, not his Southern Wilderness. He can't do whatever he wants." Hualing Xian said disdainfully, "I say, little girl, when did you become so arrogant?" Forefather Firekalin looked at his granddaughter with doting eyes. In the Eastern Barren territory, the Firekalin race was one of the 5 strongest races in the Eastern Barren territory. Otherwise, the Firekalin race wouldn't have been able to occupy the Southern Unicorn City. Only the strongest race in the Eastern Barren territory could occupy such a place. Why is there another person here? At this time, Hualing Xian suddenly noticed a person sitting on a boulder under a tree a dozen feet away. It was a black-clothed man. To be more precise, it was a black-clothed youth. His face was sallow, and his figure was thin. He looked sickly. This black-clothed youth seemed to have become one with the surroundings. Even Forefather Firekalin and his granddaughter couldn't sense his presence immediately. "Hey, who are you? Why are you here?" Hualing Xian shouted at the black-clothed youth. "Little girl, don't be presumptuous." Forefather Firekalin stared at the black-clothed youth sitting cross-legged on the boulder. This black-clothed youth was only a dozen feet away from them, but they couldn't sense his presence. This meant that this youth wasn't simple. It has to be said that Forefather Firekalin was one of the strongest demon emperors in the Eastern Barren territory. Hualing Xian pouted and didn't think much of it. "Little brother, why are you cultivating here?" Forefather Firekalin probed. "This isn't your place, so why can't I cultivate here?" The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as if two bolts of lightning had flashed through the void. Forefather Firekulin and Huling Xian were shocked. This guy really wasn't simple. Are you the youth with the black blade, Black Blade Li? Forefather Firekulin suddenly stared at the black-clothed youth. Black Blade Li? That Black Blade Li? This name is really old-fashioned. Huling Xian laughed. The black blade in front of the city lord's mansion in Dongyang City. Forefather Firekulin said calmly. What? Huling Xian's mouth opened wide in shock. Forefather Firekulin and the others didn't come to Dongyang City unprepared. Their Firekulin clan had spies in Dongyang City. This black-clothed youth was Gufei's clone. Forefather Firekulin and the others were really unlucky. The mountain they landed on was the mountain where Gufei's clone was. An old Qilin and a young Qilin. Gufei's clone was still sitting on the boulder. What did you say? Huling Xian was angry. This guy actually dared to look down on them. He was really despicable. Don't be rude. Forefather Firekulin still admitted defeat and humbled himself. An old Qilin pretending to be a pig. Interesting. Gufei's clone laughed. Even Forefather Firekulin was displeased by Gufei's clone's words. Hee, little brother, you should think about how to deal with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign. Forefather Firekulin suddenly laughed. Just then, two extremely powerful waves of divine descended from the sky and landed on Gufei's clone. In the next moment, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. Two powerful auras of the martial emperors immediately spread out from the figures. Gufei's clone's pupils shrank when he saw the two guys who suddenly appeared. Your Black Blade Li? Phoenix Sun stared at Gufei's clone and said coldly, Your blade. Lord Phoenix held a big black saber in his hand. He shook it with his right hand, and in the next moment, with a clang, the big black saber shattered. The shard shot toward Gufei's doppelganger. However, when the fragments were less than a foot away from Gufei's clone, they all stopped and floated in the void. The quality of your blade isn't that good. Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. Whether the blade is good or not depends on the person using it. Chapter 53:13. The Fire Qilin ancestor and Huling Xian were too lucky. They landed on a random mountain outside Dongyang City and encountered Gufei's avatar named Li Heidao. Then Fengyang and Fengzun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, came directly to this mountain. How did these two get out of Dongyang City? It has to be said that Dongyang City was not a place they could enter and leave at will. This was because the entire city was under Huang Fuzun's killing formation. Therefore, when Fengyang and Fengzun wanted to leave Dongyang City, they would definitely alert Huang Fuzun. However, Huang Fuzun didn't appear, which meant the two of them had left the city using other methods. Little guy, you dare to challenge me? Are you tired of living? Fengyang stared at Gufei's avatar, and a cold-killing intent spread from his body. At this moment, the fragment of the big black blade was still floating before Gufei's avatar. You're the ones tired of living. Gufei's avatar stretched out his finger and flicked a fragment before him. Ding! With a soft sound, the fragment turned into a ray of black light and shot toward Fengyang. Fengyang reached out and grabbed the fragment. He felt a burning pain in his palm, which shocked him greatly. The power contained in such a small fragment was extremely powerful. This person named Li Heidao was definitely an emperor, and he was very strong. Who the hell are you? Fengzun stepped forward, and a powerful pressure shrouded Gufei's avatar. Gufei's avatar didn't speak. He waved his right hand, and the fragments floating before him all turned into rays of black light that shot toward Fengyang and Fengzun. They were extremely fast. Kill! Feng Zun let out a roar and charged at Gu Fei's avatar. Boom! A ball of divine fire erupted from the Phoenix Lord's body. The fragments that shot towards him were all burnt to ashes and dissipated into the void. Go to hell! The Phoenix Lord approached Gu Fei's clone in an instant and threw a punch at Gu Fei's clone. Boundless fire elemental power gathered on his fist. The moment the Phoenix Lord threw the punch, a fire phoenix rushed out of his fist, and the fist force materialized. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Gu Fei's clone merely extended his right hand and grabbed the Phoenix Lord's incoming fist. The fiery phoenix formed by the fist energy also disappeared. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was nothing to scoff at. He was the city lord of Dongyang City, one of the strongest demon kings in the Eastern Wasteland. There was actually someone in the world that could catch his fist with their bare hands. As it turns out, you are a fool. Gu Fei's clone grinned. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the Phoenix Lord's fist, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Roar! The Phoenix Lord broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Suddenly, a fist smashed into the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was completely fine. The one who attacked was Feng Yang, but it was as if his punch had landed on a piece of divine metal. Not only did he not hurt his opponent, but his own hand was almost broken. This freak, Feng Yang, was shocked as well. At this moment, the Phoenix revered Lord let out a roar and actually cut off his arm. He chopped off his right arm with a chop of his hand and then retreated. Gu Fei's clone had no intention of chasing after the Phoenix Lord. This guy is incredible. Fire Qilin Patriarch and Hualing Xian, who had retreated to watch the show, were shocked as well. There was no one like Li Heidao in the Eastern Wasteland, but Li Heidao was definitely a king. There was no doubt about that. The Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, had suffered a great loss at his hands. Hualing Xian was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. This dark and skinny guy had cut off the Phoenix Lord's arm with one move. This kind of combat power was too strong. The Phoenix Lord was the city lord of Eastern Sun City, one of the top kings of the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Purgatory Furnace. The Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Sovereign worked together and unleashed their ultimate skills. At the next moment, endless divine fire surged out of their bodies, turning into a huge furnace that covered the entire mountain. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fire Qilin Patriarch had already taken Hualing Xian to hide in the distance. The two old fellows of the Phoenix clan are serious. Fire Qilin race stared at the monstrous divine fire. The Fire Qilin race was also a divine beast of the fire element. Their fire control technique was not inferior to the Phoenix clan's, and they each had their own specialties. Patriarch, do you think these two can defeat Li Heidao? Hualing Xian's gossip fire burned. This is hard to say, Fire Qilin Patriarch pondered. Li Heidao's combat power made his heart palpitate. Patriarch, why don't we make a bet? Hualing Xian suddenly said. What bet? Fire Qilin Patriarch subconsciously said. His attention was attracted by the battle before him. Let's bet on who will win. Hualing Xian said. Ha, okay, I'll play with you. Who will you choose? Fire Qilin Patriarch smiled. I favor Li Heidao. Hualing Xian pondered for a while. The scene of Gu Fei's clone attacking shocked her to the extreme. It was too amazing. Okay, I'll choose the two old fellows of the Phoenix clan. Fire Qilin Patriarch didn't have a choice. Patriarch, if you lose, that Fire Qilin pearl will be mine. Hualing Xian said excitedly. So you're eyeing my Fire Qilin pearl. Fire Qilin Patriarch suddenly understood. But what if you lose? Fire Qilin Patriarch continued. If I lose, I'll massage your back for the rest of my life. How about it? Hualing Xian smiled slyly. You. Fire Qilin Patriarch was speechless, while Fire Qilin Patriarch and Hualing Xian were making a bet. Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing the purgatory fire to burn his body. This purgatory flame was incomparably terrifying. Soon, cracks began to appear on Gu Fei's clone's body. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. This body was an innate stoneman. It had been tempered by the spiritual qi of the world for countless years and was even harder than immortal divine metal. However, the purgatory fire could burn the innate stoneman's body. If it was an ordinary emperor, they would have been burned to ashes. This guy, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign, were the most shocked. The purgatory furnace was their trump card, combining the supreme mystiques of the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. However, what shocked them the most was that this guy was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing them to refine him. Chapter 53:14. Outside Dongyang City, flames soared into the sky. Terrifying emperor-level pressure spread in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson by the flames. That is, countless creatures in Dongyang City were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. It's the aura of the ancestors. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were all dumbfounded, especially Feng Zhan. He was a genius of the Phoenix clan and often received pointers from the two ancestors, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. He was naturally very familiar with the auras of the two ancestors. The two ancestors are working together to fight someone. Feng Zhan was also dumbfounded like the other descendants of the Phoenix clan. It has to be said that the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan had never worked together before, because both Feng Yang and Feng Zun were at the peak of the Emperor realm. Feng Yang and Feng Zun could easily sweep through a region. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there was no one that could make them work together. But now, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan, were working together. This had never happened before. It was the first time. At this moment, many mysterious and powerful figures appeared near Dongyang City. There were quite a few experts in the vicinity watching the battle. The experts in the city also wanted to watch the battle, but no one was willing to break through Wang Fuzun's killing formation. However, everyone knew that the Phoenix clan definitely had a secret passage in and out of Dongyang City. However, since it was a secret passage, only the big shots of the Phoenix clan could use it. It's the purgatory furnace of the Phoenix clan. Two figures stood on a mountain in the distance. These two figures were blurry, as if they had no flesh and blood. It was as if a gust of wind could blow them away. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, those two old farts, are working together to fight the enemy. What is the background of that little guy? The two experts were whispering. I heard it's a guy called Li Heidao. What? There are only so many emperors in the Void Realm. When did this Li Heidao appear? Who knows? I'm afraid someone is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. As the two figures were whispering, Gu Fei's avatar, who was trapped in the purgatory furnace, finally made his move. He pushed his palms upward. Rumble, boundless palm force surged from his hands and condensed into two large hands. These two large hands broke through the layers of purgatory divine fire and slapped out of the purgatory furnace. The palm force of Gu Fei's clone was simply invincible and unstoppable. Even if Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord worked together, they would not be able to suppress Gu Fei's clone. How is this possible? The two fire phoenixes were sent flying. The two huge palms smashed the purgatory furnace apart, and endless divine fire swept out in all directions. Everything that was burned by this divine fire would instantly turn into ashes. Even old ancestor Fire Qilin had to retreat with his granddaughter, Fire Spirit Xian The entire mountain exploded as if the world was going to collapse. Countless rocks smashed toward Dongyang City. Boom! The first stone smashed into the killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up outside Dongyang City. The stone directly shattered, and a ball of fire exploded. Countless runes appeared in the void. The next moment, a series of collisions rang out. Countless runes appeared in the air. The killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up was shaken. Countless creatures in the city looked at the scene in the sky in horror. The flames that exploded on Huang Fuzun's killing formation lit up the entire city. Roar! With a roar, Huang Fuzun appeared in the sky. Phoenix Lord, you deserve this. Huang Fuzun pounced on one of the fire phoenixes without hesitation. He was still brooding over Phoenix Lord's sneak attack on him. If not for his master, he would have died in the hands of the two old fogies of the Phoenix clan. How could Huang Fuzun not take revenge? However, the explosion of the purgatory furnace was too powerful. Even Huang Fuzun didn't dare to get close. The fire phoenix formed by the Phoenix Lord smashed over like a sun, and Huang Fuzun dodged in a hurry. Boom! The phoenix that the Phoenix Lord had turned into smashed into a mountain dozens of miles away. With a loud rumble, the mountain was smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. The other old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, wasn't much better. Feng Yang was also sent flying dozens of miles away, directly falling into a forest. The entire forest was instantly burned to ashes, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Can't even withstand one blow. A lazy voice rang out in the void. Huang Fuzun was stunned when he heard this voice. This black blade, Li, is too heaven-defying. In the sky, was Spirit Xian, or was dumbfounded by this scene. There is no such expert in the Eastern Barren territory. He has probably surpassed the Emperor realm. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin said with a serious expression. Ha! No matter what, Old Ancestor has lost. Was Spirit Xian, or laughed. Since you lost, you have to pay. Old Ancestor, give me your Fire Qilin pearl. Was Spirit Xian, or was very happy. She had wanted Old Ancestor Fire Qilin's pearl for a long time. You've emptied my entire fortune. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin took out his Fire Qilin pearl with a helpless expression. This was the Fire Qilin clan's treasure. It contained an enormous amount of Fire Qilin energy. Using it to cultivate would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Old Ancestor, don't say that you're poor. I know that you have a lot of treasures. Was Spirit Xian, or smiled. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin was speechless. It seemed that his granddaughter had her eyes on all the treasures in his possession, while Old Ancestor Fire Qilin was feeling the pain of losing his Fire Qilin pearl. Feng Yang and Feng Zun had already charged at Gufei's clone. Kill! Feng Yang turned into a human, but there were two golden wings on his back. He flapped his wings, and countless golden rays shot out from his wings, shooting at Gufei's clone in the air. Every ray of golden light seemed to have pierced through the void. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gufei's clone didn't dodge at all. He let the golden rays hit him. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The golden rays that shot at Gufei's clone all shattered in the void. Not only Feng Yang, but all the experts who were watching the battle were also dumbfounded. This guy's physical body was so strong. If this is all you've got, surrender, Gufei's clone said indifferently. He didn't want to be high profile, but he had to. His strength didn't allow him to be low-key, because there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them. Chapter 53:15. A shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all the experts of the human clan and the demon clan. The countless beams of golden light shot out by Fengyang ancestor hit Gu Fei's doppelganger directly. The beams of golden light, which could even pierce through divine iron, were all shattered when they hit Gu Fei's doppelganger. Such powerful beams of golden light couldn't hurt Gu Fei's doppelganger at all. This guy's physical body is so powerful. All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. After all, it was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang ancestor, who would dare to take an attack from him with their physical body. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there was absolutely no emperor who would dare to take an attack from Patriarch Fengyang with their physical body. However, this person called Li Heidao dared to take an all-out attack from Patriarch Fengyang with his physical body and come out unscathed. This was terrifying. Only a fierce dragon can cross a river, Patriarch Phyrecolin said in a low voice from afar. With such combat strength and such a strong physical body, this guy's cultivation had probably surpassed the Emperor realm and reached that legendary realm. If this was true, then who in the entire Eastern Barren Territory could be a match for this guy called Li Heidao? Even Patriarch Phyrecolin, who had dominated the Eastern Barren Territory for countless years, felt a little uneasy. Huang Fuzun also appeared nearby. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in shock. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't look like Gu Fei. Gu Fei had changed his appearance and aura. For a moment, even Huang Fuzun couldn't recognize Gu Fei's doppelganger. At this moment, an extremely cold aura appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered in one place. A huge saber shadow appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Kill! With an angry roar, the saber shadow directly chopped down from the sky. Wherever it passed, a huge black crack appeared in the void. Is that the Fire Phoenix saber? Someone exclaimed. The Phoenix clan had a clan protecting Tao artifact, the Fire Phoenix saber. It was a legendary supreme Tao artifact that surpassed the royal tier. What a terrifying saber! Even Patriarch Fire Qilin, who had roamed the eastern wilderness for countless years, was shocked to see this scene. The Phoenix Lord had used the Fire Phoenix saber. It had been a long time since the Fire Phoenix saber had appeared in front of the world. It had been so long that the younger generation of Eastern Barren Territory cultivators didn't even know that the Phoenix clan had such a powerful Tao weapon. Rumble. When the Phoenix Supreme cleaved down with his blade, the entire world shook, and the might was earth-shaking. Finally, there's something to see. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up at the saber descending from the sky and said indifferently. However, even in the face of such a powerful blade, he still did not have any intention of dodging. The cold blade chi descended from the sky, and the impact caused the dust on the ground to rise. However, in the next moment, another shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's clone stretched out his right hand and grabbed the gigantic saber light that was slashing down from above. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was no small matter. This was an attack from the Fire Phoenix saber, and it was the Phoenix Supreme's full-powered attack at that. Yet this guy called Li Heidao had grabbed it just like that. All the spectating cultivators' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This scene was too shocking. This guy's cultivation is definitely beyond the Emperor realm. Patriarch Fire Qilin's voice trembled. How can someone like this be unknown? Hualing Xian frowned. That's right. How could such a person be unknown? Patriarch Fire Qilin added. With this person's cultivation, he was probably one of the best in the entire Void realm. However, no one had heard of the name Li Heidao. Super forces like the Eastern Barren Phoenix clan and the Fire Qilin clan had eyes all over the major regions. There was no reason for them not to know if such an unparalleled cultivator had appeared in the Void realm. Everyone was extremely curious to know who this guy was. or rather, which old fogey was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even peak Emperor realm cultivators like Patriarch Fire Chilin were old. No one could easily cultivate to the Emperor realm. Those who could become Emperor realm cultivators had cultivated for countless years. To break through to the Emperor realm and take that legendary step was even more difficult. This guy called Li Heidao couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He must be one of those old fogies who had cultivated for countless years and wanted to play around. Who is it? All the big shots were guessing. Could it be Master? Huang Fuzun muttered to himself. It seemed that only Master had the strength to beat up 2 emperors of the Phoenix clan. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's clone grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber, Feng Yang turned into a fireball and charged at Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming fireball. This guy is incredible, Hualing Xian exclaimed. Gu Fei's clone had blocked the joint attack of the 2 sovereigns of the Phoenix clan by himself. There was no one else in the entire eastern wilderness who could have such combat strength. Roar! Feng Yang roared angrily. The fireball he had transformed into exploded. A terrifying fire elemental power erupted and blasted a huge crater in the ground. One after another, transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Everyone, including the experts of the demon race, watched the battle nervously. Ordinary emperors wouldn't be able to withstand Feng Yang's attack. They would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, all the experts wanted to know if this guy called Li Heidao could withstand such an attack. Then, all the experts were stunned. Even under such a terrifying attack, Gu Fei's clone remained unharmed. How is this possible? Feng Yang was sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. His trump card was equivalent to self-destruction. Even if he could kill the enemy, he would be greatly injured. This patriarch of the Phoenix clan was really fighting with his life against Gu Fei's clone. Damn it! Phoenix Lord desperately urged the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand to press it down. However, no matter how much he urged, the Fire Phoenix saber couldn't move even an inch. What shocked Phoenix Lord even more was that this guy had grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber with his bare hands. He had completely ignored the sharpness of the Fire Phoenix saber. This was the Fire Phoenix saber. No one had ever been able to block the Fire Phoenix saber with their bare hands. In the history of the Phoenix clan, nothing like this had ever happened. Chapter 53:16. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei's doppelganger was so terrifying that all the human clan and demon clan experts were stunned by his battle strength. At that moment, Gu Fei's clone sent Patriarch Feng Yang flying. His right hand was still holding onto the Fire Phoenix saber that Phoenix Supreme had cleaved down. No matter how Phoenix Supreme circulated the Yuan Qi in his body and tried his best to inject it into the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand, the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand didn't budge at all. Let go! Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. His hand that was holding the Fire Phoenix saber exerted strength, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his hand. Phoenix Supreme only felt a huge force pass through the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand. It shook his hand so much that he felt a sharp pain and blood seeped out of his hand. However, Phoenix Supreme held on to the Fire Phoenix saber with all his might and refused to let go. You won't let go even after your hand cracked. You are awesome. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. In the next moment, his right hand trembled, and an even more powerful force erupted from his hand. Roar! Phoenix Supreme roared with all his might. His Yuan Qi surged, and a huge Fire Phoenix phantom surged from his body. All his strength was gathered on his hands that were holding the Fire Phoenix saber. However, it didn't seem to be of any use. A bloody mist exploded from Phoenix Supreme's hands. The flesh and blood on his hands were shattered, revealing white bones. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand was too strong. What? He's not letting go even after this? All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Mother asterisk her, let go of me. Gu Fei's clone turned vicious as well. He roared angrily, and the hand that was holding the Fire Phoenix saber shook again. This time, his power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Phoenix Supreme's hands that were holding the Fire Phoenix saber were turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the void. Even his bones were turned to dust. Of course, with Phoenix Supreme's cultivation level, his crippled hands could quickly recover. The Phoenix Sovereign screamed and was sent flying. He kept coughing up blood, and the blood he coughed up contained terrifying divine fire. The Phoenix Sovereign was one of the strongest Emperor realm cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be beaten so badly by a human? At this time, the Fire Phoenix saber naturally fell into the hands of Gu Fei's avatar. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Lord crashed into the forest dozens of miles away. The divine fire that erupted from his body turned the entire forest into a sea of fire. Preposterous. The Phoenix Lord was enraged. He activated the secret skill of the Fire Phoenix race right away without a care for anything else. In the next moment, an endless amount of spiritual chi gathered towards the Phoenix Lord in a frenzy. A fireball appeared in the sea of fire, and within the fireball, a fire phoenix was being reborn. Terrifying waves of fire elemental power burst out from the fireball. Even the soil was melted by the heat, and the ground within a radius of tens of miles was dyed red. Nirvana! Seeing this, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. It was hard to say how powerful the Phoenix Lord would be after Nirvana. After all, this was the trump card of the Phoenix race. On the other side, Fengyang was undergoing Nirvana as well. The news that the two ancestors of the Phoenix race underwent Nirvana at the same time shook the entire Eastern Wilderness. All the experts present were shocked to the extreme. This human cultivator had forced the two ancestors of the Phoenix race to undergo Nirvana at the same time. No one in the Eastern Wilderness could match this kind of compatibility. No demon could. At this time, in the mountains outside Dongyang City, it was as if two divine suns had appeared. The entire land was burning, and the mountains were collapsing one after another. The entire land looked like it was about to be burned to ashes by the two divine suns. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby had no choice but to retreat further away. Looks like the two old fogies of the Phoenix race are going to fight to the death with that guy called Li Heidao. Forefather Fire Qilin said solemnly, "This Huling and Xian were scared out of their wits." It has to be said that Fengyang and the Phoenix Lord were both ancestors of the Phoenix race. They were both peak emperors. Li Heidao was also a heaven-defying cultivator. Once the two of them fought to the death, the area around Dongyang City would definitely suffer. Perhaps even Dongyang City would be affected. The consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was in a very good mood in the Cloud's celestial house. Who was Lin Xiaotian? He was also a ruthless person back then. He dared to go to Ling Tian Palace alone and challenge the legendary Ling Tian Palace master. He had already guessed that the person who could torture the two ancestors of the Phoenix race was definitely Gu Fei. Aside from Gu Fei, who else had such combat power? If Gu Fei killed the two ancestors of the Phoenix race, the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan would never let it go. At that time, even Gu Fei would be in trouble. However, no matter how cunning Lin Xiaotian was, he could never imagine that the person who tortured Fengyang and Fengzun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, was not Gu Fei himself, but his primordial stone man doppelganger. Gufei's Khanate stone golem avatar was already very strong. After his refinement, this Khanate stone golem avatar was even more powerful. Even the fire phoenix blade of the phoenix race couldn't hurt Gufei's Khanate stone golem avatar. Gufei's stone avatar wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to wait for the two of them to complete their nirvana rebirth before he attacked. Only then would he enjoy himself. Is this guy an idiot? He didn't attack before Fengyang and the Phoenix Lord completed their nirvana rebirth. All the experts were extremely nervous at this time. Everyone knew that if they attacked when the two ancestors of the Phoenix race were undergoing nirvana rebirth, they would definitely win. Only a fool would wait for the two ancestors to complete their nirvana rebirth. "Shut up, all of you," Huang Fuzun shouted in a deep voice. Those who were whispering didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Huang Fuzun's name had spread all over the eastern wasteland these days. Who dared to provoke this devil? Even the experts of the immortal ancient city didn't want to provoke this madman. Roar! Roar! Two roars sounded at the same time, and the horrible sound waves spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the void shook, and the mountains were instantly shattered by the sound waves. Countless screams and cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Those with high cultivation, such as Ancestor Fire Qilin, were naturally not affected, but those under the Emperor realm were unlucky. Their ears were immediately shaken by the sound waves, causing them to bleed. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. Of course, those who could fly were all at the immortal realm. Falling from the sky wouldn't kill them, but they would be covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely pathetic. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful figures stood up in the boundless divine fire. The two ancestors of the Phoenix race had completed their nirvana rebirth. Both their energy and combat strength had surpassed their limits. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the void around them to tremble. Fengyang and the Phoenix Lord were so powerful that it made people shiver. You shouldn't have let us complete our nirvana. Chapter 53:17. Gufei's clone was fighting the two forefathers of the Phoenix clan. The two forefathers were the pillars of the Phoenix clan. If anything happened to them, the entire Phoenix clan would fall from the sky to the ground. Without an Emperor realm expert, the Phoenix clan was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Eastern Barren Territory's experts. Everyone would take a bite until this piece of meat was eaten clean. Therefore, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzuan, could not afford to lose. You shouldn't have let us succeed. At this moment, two figures stood up from within the boundless god flames. Every single one of them was extremely strong, causing the surrounding void to distort under the scorching heat of the god flames. Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation and combat strength had not only recovered to their peak, they'd even surpassed it. Too powerful, too terrifying. All the experts who were watching the battle were shocked by the two experts, Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord. These two fellows have already broken through to the half-step transcendent Emperor realm, Forefather Phyrecolin said in shock. The two had become so powerful after undergoing nirvana. If they worked together, they could probably sweep through the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The legendary realm? Hualing Xian exclaimed. Under her grandfather's protection, she'd enjoyed watching the battle. Sigh. Forefather Phyrecolin sighed. He'd cultivated his entire life, but hadn't been able to reach that realm. One had to admit that the Phoenix clan's secret art was truly amazing. This secret art could completely stimulate Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign's potential, allowing their combat strength to surpass their limits. Fengyang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation had reached peak Emperor realm a long time ago. Nirvana's secret art could allow their combat strength to surpass their limits. Forefather Phyrecolin couldn't help but feel nervous. So what if I let you succeed in Nirvana? Gufei's clone said indifferently. You're too arrogant. Fengyang glared at Gufei's clone. I'm not arrogant, you're just too weak, Gufei's clone said proudly. Why are we wasting time with this madman? Just kill him. The Phoenix Lord walked toward Gufei's clone step by step. That's true. Let's just kill him. Fengyang also began to close in on Gufei's clone. The two experts rushed towards Gufei's clone at the same time. With every step they took, the void would tremble and transparent spatial ripples would spread out from under their feet. You two bastards, do you want to gang up on me? Do you have any shame? At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. In the next moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Countless runes surrounded the newcomer as he sat cross-legged on the golden lotus. This golden lotus platform was the Buddha's lotus platform formation disc. Huang Fuzun finally showed up. If he did not show himself now and infuriated his master, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, in his opinion, Fengyang and Phoenix Lord were just clowns before his master. Huang Fuzun didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to show his loyalty. Huang Fuzun wanted Gufei to help him refine a new formation plate with the divine metal. Of course, he had already refined the Buddha's lotus platform, which was not bad at all. Huang Fuzun, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Phoenix Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared before Huang Fuzun. He threw a punch at Huang Fuzun. The violent fist force caused a gust of astral wind to blow high up in the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the astral wind. Damn it! Huang Fuzun was shocked. He didn't expect the guy to attack without a second thought. He hurriedly activated the formation plate. In the next moment, a layer of runes appeared on the formation plate and covered him. Bam! Phoenix Lord's punch scattered the runes around Huang Fuzun and landed on Huang Fuzun's chest. Huang Fuzun and the Buddha's lotus platform were sent flying dozens of miles away. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. He sent Huang Fuzun flying with one punch. Such combat strength was indeed incredible. After undergoing Nirvana, the Phoenix Lord was able to send Huang Fuzun flying with a single punch. Such combat strength scared all the experts present. The most depressed one was Huang Fuzun. He never thought that he would be sent flying by a punch from the Phoenix Lord. His chest caved in where he was punched. His sternum was shattered, and the clothes on his back were torn. Phoenix Lord's fist force went into Huang Fuzun's body and came out, tearing the clothes on his back. Of course, with Huang Fuzun's cultivation level, it was impossible to kill him with one punch. However, he was also badly injured. It would take some time for him to recover. Not only did he fail to show his loyalty in front of his master, he also lost face in front of his master. Huang Fuzun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You can't even withstand one blow. Phoenix Lord retracted his fist and sneered. You hit my man. The consequences will be severe. Gufei's clone looked at Phoenix Lord and said indifferently, What did you say? Phoenix Lord stared at Gufei's clone coldly. Huang Fuzun is your man. You're Gufei? Fengyang, who had been staring at Gufei's clone, suddenly said, What? All the experts watching the battle were shocked. This guy named Li Heidao was the legendary Gufei who dared to fight with Lingtian Palace Master. If this peerless villain came, the Phoenix clan would be in trouble. At this time, even Lin Xiaotian in Dongyang City was shocked to the extreme. He had never seen Gufei and didn't know what Gufei looked like. In fact, in the entire East Baron territory, who had seen Gufei, the peerless villain, Gufei is here? What should we do? Compared to Lin Xiaotian's calmness, East King panicked. Gufei was so powerful. How could they be a match for Gufei? Master is here? How is this possible? Soon, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou received the news. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou knew that their master couldn't leave Myriad Buddha Mountain right now because their master had to refine the devil source he had obtained from the devil cave. That devil source was not so easy to refine. Therefore, the master who had appeared near Dongyang City was definitely not their master's original body. Is it a clone? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were shocked. Their master's clone was strong enough to fight with the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan. At this time, in the sky outside Dongyang City, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were confronting Gu Fei's clone. The Phoenix clan could undergo nirvana rebirth and break through their limits. The current Fengyang and Phoenix Lord didn't care about Gu Fei's clone at all. This was because they guessed that Gu Fei's clone's cultivation realm was only a half-step Supreme Emperor. You guys come together. Gu Fei's clone crooked his finger at Fengyang and Phoenix Lord. What? Fengyang and Phoenix Lord were furious when they saw that Gu Fei's clone was still looking down on them. Boom. Boom. Chapter 53:18. After undergoing nirvana, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely powerful. In their current state, they could definitely dominate the Eastern Barren territory. They could even fight their way into Middle Sky and fight against the Buddha and Sky clan. However, it was a pity that they were going up against Gu Fei's clone. Although Gu Fei's clone was only at the peak of the Emperor realm, his body had been tempered by Gu Fei's main body. It was so strong that even a half-step Emperor Realm Dao artifact wouldn't be able to hurt him. Boom, boom. The two Phoenix ancestors exploded with boundless sacred fire. The space around them twisted from the heat. Kill! Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign exploded with murderous intent. They were determined to kill Gu Fei's clone. If they didn't kill Gu Fei's clone would become a shadow in their hearts. If that happened, they would never be able to break through to the transcendent Emperor realm. How fierce, haha! Gu Fei's clone laughed and used the 8 desolation steps. Countless figures of Gu Fei's clones appeared in the air. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's attacks couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. Their sacred fire also couldn't hurt Gu Fei's clone at all. Gu Fei's clone moved quickly in the endless sacred fire. It was as if he was playing with the Phoenix ancestor. He was extremely relaxed and didn't look like he was fighting to the death with the two ancestors. All the experts watching from afar were shocked by the movement technique of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The 3 figures moved quickly in the sacred fire. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound of collision. This meant that they hadn't really fought yet. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely depressed. The 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix's clan turned into 2 dazzling flames, causing the void to tremble in their path. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. Coward, don't run if you dare. Fengyang roared. Haha, I'm not running away. I'm just teasing you, you know? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. What? The 2 patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzun, were so furious that they almost lost their minds when they heard that. This guy had underestimated them. Boundless fire net. Fengyang and Fengzun, the 2 great patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, worked together. Boundless divine fire surged, and a huge fire net appeared in the sea of fire, covering Gu Fei's clone. Invulnerable. Gu Fei's doppelganger stopped and sat cross-legged in the void, allowing the fire net to trap him. However, the void around him was distorted, and the fire net couldn't get close to him. What kind of divine ability is this? When Ancestor Fire Qilin, who was watching from the side, saw this, he could not help but frown. Let's destroy this guy's body and soul. Fengyang and Fengzun were overjoyed when they saw that Gu Fei's doppelganger was trapped. They performed the purgatory furnace again, wanting to refine Gu Fei's doppelganger. Rumble, boundless fire elemental power, was drawn over by them. The furnace was 30,000 meters tall, and the divine fire inside was extremely powerful. Even immortal godly metal would be instantly melted into a wisp of smoke if it was thrown into this 30,000-meter furnace. The scene of this towering furnace towering between the heavens and the earth was simply too shocking. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger just sat in the void. No matter how powerful the fire of the furnace was, none of the divine fire could touch him. How is this possible? Fengyang and Fengzun, the two great ancestors of the demon clans, were dumbfounded when they saw that. They had already reached nirvana and stimulated all of their potential. But now, it seemed like they still could not defeat this guy. An hour passed, and Gu Fei's doppelganger was still unmoving like a mountain. 2 hours had passed, and there was no change at all. The furnace, on the other hand, had refined the void around Gu Fei's doppelganger into countless cracks. If it continued, even the void would be refined. Master, Huang Fuzun panicked when he saw Gu Fei's doppelganger trapped in the furnace. He did not know that Gu Fei's real self was on Mount Million Buddha. The Gu Fei trapped in the furnace was just Gu Fei's doppelganger. Huang Fuzun would be shocked if he did not know. If Gu Fei died, he would be buried with him. Gu Fei had planted a fatal forbidden technique on him. You despicable bastards! Huang Fuzun had been severely injured by Fengzun. He took a few healing pills and rushed over. Kill! He waved his right hand in the void, and a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain range below, pouncing at Fengyang with its claws and fangs bared. It was a dragon formed by the qi of the mountain range. He had already planted formation plates in the surrounding mountains to draw the power of the earth for his own use. You only know how to draw the qi of the earth veins for your own use. You've fallen behind after all. Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice rang in Huang Fuzun's mind. Huang Fuzun was shocked. You still dare to come to die? At this time, Fengzun rushed over and smashed Huang Fuzun's earth vein dragon with one punch. The violent fist energy sent Huang Fuzun flying again. There was no other way. After Fengzun's nirvana, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was no longer someone Huang Fuzun could deal with. Huang Fuzun vomited blood again. However, he laughed weirdly despite the fact that he was vomiting blood, because at this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger sent a formation method into his mind. This formation method was a formation that drew the power of the stars in the world. If he could draw the power of the stars for his own use, Huang Fuzun's combat strength would skyrocket. The unity of heaven, earth, and man was the ultimate way of formation. Huang Fuzun had only cultivated the earth formation method. Although it was impressive to draw the power of the earth for his own use, it was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Thank you for the method, Master. Huang Fuzun was overjoyed. This formation technique made him feel like he had been enlightened. It solved all the problems he had been facing for many years in the field of formation. Huang Fuzun was also an amazing person. He had opened up the path of Formation Emperor with his own strength. After receiving this formation method, Huang Fuzun felt like he had found a treasure. He quickly mastered it. At this time, Fengzun only wanted to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, so he didn't go after Huang Fuzun. However, what frustrated Fengyang and Fengzun was that no matter how much they urged the furnace, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Moreover, Fengyang and Fengzun were frustrated that this guy was still drawing the power of the furnace to refine the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand. The Fire Phoenix saber was the Phoenix clan's treasure. What would happen if he refined it? Damn it! Chapter 53:19. The battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had reached the final stage. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had used their trump cards. However, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's clone. Left with no choice, Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord could only charge into the 10,000 Zhang furnace and attack Gu Fei's clone. They couldn't just watch as the Phoenix clan's ultimate treasure, the Fire Phoenix saber, was refined by their opponent. Kill! Feng Yang roared and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Using his body as a saber, Feng Yang's attack was extremely powerful. Even the void was torn apart. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Fire Phoenix saber's all-out attack. Boom! At the next moment, Gu Fei's clone exploded. At this moment, he had successfully refined the Fire Phoenix saber, and the power of the 5 elements erupted from his body. Without hesitation, he swung his saber to meet the saber light. The power of the 5 elements erupted from the Fire Phoenix saber. The power of Gu Fei's clone's slash was extremely powerful as well. Clang! In the next moment, the 2 saber lights instantly slashed together, making a sound of metal colliding. The saber light transformed by old ancestor Feng Yang was directly slashed away by Gu Fei's doppelganger. On the other hand, Gu Fei's clone was as still as a mountain. Gu Fei's clone sent old ancestor Feng Yang flying with his saber and swept the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand, meeting the old ancestor Phoenix Lord's attack. Fire Phoenix spreads wings. The Phoenix Lord's wings fluttered, and 2 divine saber lights met the Fire Phoenix saber that Gu Fei's clone had slashed at. Without any suspense, the Phoenix Lord was also sent flying by Gu Fei's clone. What? Feng Yang's figure appeared in the void, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even though he had undergone nirvana, he still couldn't fight this guy? It was the same for the Phoenix Supreme. He had undergone nirvana, and his battle prowess had soared. However, he realized that he was still no match for this person. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Phoenix Supreme was about to go crazy. Could this guy be a transcendent emperor? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? In front of this person, he felt powerless for the first time. Thank you for gathering such a powerful force. Thank you. Ha! As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he immediately channeled his mysterious technique. In the next moment, his body seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, furiously devouring the fire elemental power of the 10,000 Zhang furnace. What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked by this scene. This guy could actually devour the power of the furnace. How was that possible? Rumble. One after another, streams of fiery light condensed from the essence of fire rushed towards Gu Fei's clone from all directions. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign hurriedly gathered their fire elemental energy. However, they soon realized that no matter how much fire elemental energy they gathered, the power of the 10,000-foot furnace was still being devoured by Gu Fei's clone. Roar! Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign kept roaring. Powerful fluctuations of the power of fire broke out from their bodies, and a phantom of Fire Phoenix emerged from their bodies. The power of the 10,000-foot furnace standing between heaven and earth was constantly weakening, and the light became dim. In just a few seconds, Gu Fei's clone had already devoured countless power of fire elemental energy. Haha, great! Gu Fei's clone laughed. The power of fire elemental energy was constantly devoured into his body, and even he had a feeling that his body was about to swell. Buzz. The Fire Phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone made a series of vibrations, and countless ancient Tao patterns loomed on the Fire Phoenix saber. Each Tao pattern was revealing endless fluctuations of the power of fire elemental energy. Even the Fire Phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone was devouring the essence of fire elemental energy of the 10,000-foot furnace. Well, I'll give you a chance. Capture Lin Xiaotian, and I'll let you go, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. This Feng Yang and Phoenix sovereign couldn't take it anymore. If they were devoured by the opponent like this, their cultivation would be completely devoured by the opponent. Okay, I promise you, Lord Phoenix said without hesitation. You're very straightforward. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised to see Phoenix Sovereign answering so straightforwardly. If I can't win, I naturally have to lower my head. There's nothing to say. Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. Okay. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his sleeves, causing the 10,000 feet furnace to collapse and be devoured cleanly by him. No one thought that this guy, Li Heidao, was still pretending to be weak. He could actually devour the 10,000-foot furnace so easily. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign, only felt that their bodies were hollowed out in an instant. The 10,000-foot furnace was condensed with the powerful vitality of the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign. It was devoured by Gu Fei's clone, just like that. Naturally, their vitality was greatly damaged. Okay, get out of here, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They just turned around and left. We're in big trouble. Lin Xiaotian was a peak emperor. He guessed the reason why the battle outside suddenly stopped. It seemed that Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign had to lower their heads. As expected, after Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign entered Fengyang City, they headed straight for Dongyang City. However, they missed their target because Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. No one knew where they went. Didn't we already keep an eye on them? Why did they still escape? The Phoenix Supreme was furious because they would not be able to answer to Gu Fei's clone if that happened. How did they escape? Fengyang pondered. This was too unbelievable. Only they knew the secret passage of the Phoenix clan in and out of Dongyang City. It was impossible for outsiders to know that secret passage. The current Dongyang City was not only protected by the city defense formation, but also blocked by the killing formation set up by Huang Fuzun. Even an emperor could not escape from Dongyang City without making any noise. What should we do now? Phoenix Sovereign vented for a while, and then said to Feng Yang, "What else can we do? Let them come in and search." Feng Yang said indifferently. Phoenix Sovereign sighed. The Phoenix clan of the Eastern Wilderness had never been so aggrieved. They were attacked and had to bow to the other party. The Phoenix clan is just SOS. In the sky, Gu Fei's clone sighed. Lin Xiaotian was a ruthless character. Under such circumstances, he could still escape with Dong Wang. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but admire this guy. Gu Fei's clone didn't expect Lin Xiaotian to escape. He was starting to appreciate his talent. Chapter 53:20, Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. Lin Xiaotian had escaped with Dong Wang. No one knew how the two of them escaped from Dongyang City, because the current Dongyang City was even more secure than an iron bucket. Even Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, had to use the secret passage to enter and exit Dongyang City. Lin Xiaotian could disappear silently with a person, which shocked the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. Search the entire city. If you can't find anything, don't come back. Feng Zun roared at his subordinates. Yes, the group of experts of the Phoenix clan quickly accepted the order. Feng Zhan was also among the experts of the Phoenix clan. He was also one of the best in the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, and there were many people following him. He directly found young Master Qing and Go Sheng and asked them to mobilize their friends in the city to search for Lin Xiaotian and King Dong in the whole city. the general of the city, Lang Tianhao, and his son, Lang Shan, led the regular army of Dongyang City to search openly. There was also Feng Zhan in the dark. This way, the Phoenix clan really mobilized all the forces in Dongyang City. The fat man from the Celestial sect had been watching the show. The Celestial sect was even more mysterious than Ling Tian Palace. The fat man didn't seem to care about the chaos in Dongyang City at all. The people of the Celestial sect were playing around in the human world. No one knew where they would appear. Damn fatty, I heard that your sect is very mysterious. The fat man was watching the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan deploy troops from the tall building of the Yunxian house. He was engrossed in watching when a beautiful female voice came from the side and scared him. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So, it's the two fairies. The fat man smiled. I wonder why the two fairies are looking for me. Fatty said with a smile, Can I look for you if there's nothing? Xiaoya said, I'm not interested in a silly little girl like you. The fat man looked at Xiaoya and said, At this time, Xiaoya was only 8 or 9 years old. Ever since she reached the divine realm, she seemed to have always maintained this appearance. What did you say? Xiaoya glared at him, and a murderous aura spread from her body. Little girl, your temper is really bad. Fatty did not put Lilia in his eyes at all. Damn Fatty, this senior sister of mine is my master's favorite disciple. If you offend this senior sister of mine, you'll be in big trouble. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Is that so? Who is your master? Fatty asked curiously. Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. What? Fatty staggered and almost fell. He really didn't know that the master of these two was actually Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to fight with the palace master of Ling Tian Palace. The Gate of Heaven was very powerful, but compared to the Ling Tian Palace, the Gate of Heaven was a little lacking. Otherwise, the Ling Tian Palace would not be the #1 faction in the world, and the Ling Tian Palace master would not be the #1 expert in the world. This Gu Fei dared to fight with Palace Master Ling Tian. He was really too awesome. As soon as he heard that they were the disciples of Gu Fei, Fatty was shocked. It turns out that the two fairies are the disciples of Senior Gu. I'm really sorry, Fatty said with a dignified face. Are you afraid? Ha ha. Long Xiaozhou laughed. You're scared. Xiaoya said indifferently. Fatty was really speechless. At this time, the entire Dongyang City had been in chaos because of the Phoenix clan. Countless humans and demons were crying for their parents. However, even if the Phoenix clan turned the entire Dongyang City upside down, they would not be able to find Lin Xiaotian because they were no longer in Dongyang City. Interesting. Outside Dongyang City, Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed because he sensed the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. Lin Xiaotian and King Dong were already thousands of miles away from Dongyang City. However, he didn't make a move. If he did, it would be meaningless. Huang Fuzun and the others couldn't sense the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. In Dongyang City, Feng Yang and Feng Zun both released their powerful divine senses. They wanted to search every inch of the void in Dongyang City. Of course, they found nothing. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little curious. How did Lin Xiaotian and King Dong escape from the city? I don't think they can find anyone. At this time, Long Xiaozhou leaned on the railing of the Yunxian house. She couldn't help but shake her head when she saw the countless experts of the Phoenix clan causing chaos in Dongyang City. Of course, they can't find anyone, Fatty said proudly. Damn, Fatty, why do you say that? You know something? Xiaoya stared at Fatty and said, Because I gave them a way out. Fatty was even more proud. What? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were shocked when they heard this. Is it really you? Long Xiaozhou looked at Fatty up and down. At this time, she realized that she couldn't see through Fatty's strength. As a result, Long Xiaozhou was even more shocked. Fatty, you've really hidden yourself well. Long Xiaozhou laughed. What's there to hide? Fatty pretended to be stupid. Senior sister, do it. As Long Xiaozhou spoke, he directly punched the fat man's fat face. At the same time, Xiaoyu also flew up and kicked Fatty's waist. What do you want to do? Fatty was taken aback. He tilted his head and swung his bucket-like waist, causing Long Xiaozhou's fist to brush past his forehead. Xiaoya's toes also brushed past Fatty's clothes at his waist. This Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's shock was no small matter. This damn Fatty was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The three of them fought on the Yunxian house. Although Fatty was like a ball, he was very slippery. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya joined hands, but they didn't hit anything. He dodged all of their attacks. Fatty's body movement was amazing. Hey, fairies don't. Fatty shouted as he dodged, waving his hands and feet in joy. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were furious. This guy didn't fight back at all. This made them very depressed because if Fatty didn't attack, they couldn't use their 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The cultivation techniques of the immortal sect were really interesting. Fatty's body movement was really strange, but it was also very useful. If Fatty's body movement was used to escape with Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's cultivation, they really couldn't stop him. Of course, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya also had a trump card that they hadn't used. Damn Fatty, fight back. Long Xiaozhou said while attacking. You coward. Xiaoya also said, angrily, Haha, I won't attack. What can you do to me? Fatty said with incomparable pride. Long Xiaozhou was angry. You think we can't do anything to you if you don't attack? Chapter 53:21. Dongyang City, Yunxian residence. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were battling the Fatty from the Immortal Gate. The Fatty was quite capable. He didn't fight back and kept dodging. This made Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya very unhappy and depressed. Because the Fatty didn't fight back, their 9 secrets of the Immortal Path was useless. Moreover, they weren't very familiar with some of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, so they wouldn't casually use the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. I say, fairies, why are you making things difficult for me? Fighting isn't good. Why don't we find a place to eat and drink tea? The Fatty kept talking as he dodged. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya had a big headache because of this guy. Fairies, why don't I treat you? The Fatty said, I'll treat you to a machete. Long Xiaozhou flipped her right hand angrily, and a saber immediately appeared in her hand. A heart-palpitating aura seeped out from the saber. This saber, when the Fatty saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, he broke out in cold sweat. Could it be Sovereign Slayer's saber? The Fatty exclaimed. His chubby face became extremely nervous, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You're quite knowledgeable. Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer's saber. Oh my God! When the Fatty saw that Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer's saber, he jumped 1,000 feet into the air and instantly fled toward the city. He was many times faster than a rabbit. This guy is so fat, but he's so fast. When Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya saw this, they were also dumbfounded. Go after him. What are you waiting for? Little you rushed out of the elemental immortal residence and chased after Fatty. Long Xiaozhou also chased after her. She wasn't going to let the Fatty go so easily. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the city. 2 beautiful women, one big and one small, were chasing a Fatty who was as fat as a ball. Everywhere they passed, they attracted the attention of countless humans and demons. What are they doing? Feng Yang and Feng Zun also noticed that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were chasing after Fatty. Ancestors, those 2 women are Gu Fei's disciples, and the fatty they are chasing is a disciple of the immortal sect. Feng Zhan, who was waiting on the side, said carefully. What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked to hear that. Gu Fei's disciple was hunting down the disciples of the immortal sect. What's going on? Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were confused. Was Gu Fei going to attack the immortal sect? That was an immortal sect, a legendary hidden sect. The immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where they were located. However, although the immortal sect was mysterious, it was recognized as a superpower that was second only to the Ling Tian Palace. Who would have thought that a disciple from such a powerful sect would be chased by Gu Fei's disciple to such a sorry state? That is, Royal Slayer Saber? When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, they were shocked. Royal Slayer Saber was the #1 Dao weapon in Nanman. Legend had it that Royal Slayer Saber had tasted the blood of an emperor. Moreover, this sovereign beheader saber was snatched from the hands of barbarian emperor by Gu Fei. It was his spoils of war, and barbarian emperor was probably killed by Gu Fei with this sovereign beheader saber. When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign thought of this, they couldn't help but sweat. At that moment, rays of golden light rushed out of Xiaoya's body. The golden light turned into armor and stuck to her body. In an instant, Xiaoya turned into a golden god of war. Even the Phoenix Supreme and Feng Yang could feel that Xiaoya was different from the others. Golden armor. After Xiaoya put on the golden armor, her aura changed drastically. The aura that the golden armor exuded made Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's heart palpitate. Gu Fei actually gave these two peerless Dao weapons to his disciple. Feng Yang was dumbfounded. One should know that these two peerless Dao weapons weren't ordinary Dao weapons. Back then, Barbarian Sovereign relied on these two peerless Dao weapons to dominate the world. Emperor Barbarian had used these two supreme Dao weapons to unify Nanman. He even wanted to fight his way out of Nanman and fight for supremacy in Zhongtian. Unfortunately, the waters of Zhongtian were deep and Nanman returned in defeat. However, this was enough to prove the power of these two supreme Dao weapons. Now, Emperor Barbarian's two supreme Dao weapons had appeared in the hands of two girls. If Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign didn't have any thoughts about it, it would be impossible. If they had these two supreme Dao weapons, would they be able to fight against Gu Fei? When they thought of this, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign couldn't help but be tempted. The supreme Dao weapons were right in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Should we snatch them? Phoenix Sovereign sent a voice transmission to Feng Yang. Feng Yang didn't say anything, because everyone knew that once they made a move, there would be no turning back. It would be considered as going against Gu Fei. We can't be decisive. Phoenix Sovereign continued. Then let's snatch them. Feng Yang roared. He extended his right hand and grabbed Xiaoya. He wanted Xiaoya's golden armor. There was no such thing as a free lunch. How was it possible to get the other party's supreme Dao weapon without taking the risk? The other party wouldn't hand it over to them. Snatch them. Seeing Feng Yang make a move, Phoenix Sovereign also made a move. He wanted the Sovereign Slayer in Long Xiaozhou's hand. These two, in the sky, Gu Fei's clone's eyes turned cold when he saw this. They actually went back on their word and attacked his two disciples. This was too despicable. Phoenix Sovereign and Feng Yang were the patriarchs of the Phoenix clan and Emperor Realm experts. As for Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, one was at the peak of God King, and the other was only at the peak of God Realm. Does the Phoenix clan have any shame? Huangfu Zun roared when he saw this. His voice reverberated in Dongyang City and shook the souls of countless living beings. All the living beings in Dongyang City were terrified to the extreme. Rumble, Huang Fuzun made a move immediately. He activated the killing formation with all his might. In the next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded and countless illusions of dragons rushed out from the ground. At the same time, starlight descended from the sky and dispersed the clouds above Dongyang City. It was the power of the stars in the sky that was drawn by Huang Fuzun. Gu Fei's clone had imparted him an array Dao cultivation technique, and he was able to use it on the spot. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone also nodded inwardly. Huang Fuzun was really talented in the Dao of formations. Roar! Endless starlight turned into a huge dragon that swooped down on Dongyang City. It was like the dragon ancestor had descended from the heavens. Countless living beings in the city were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Rumble. Chapter 53:22. Huang Fuzun's talent in formation Dao was really good. In Gu Fei's eyes, it was already amazing. It has to be said that Gu Fei's vision was very high in the entire Void Realm. Even Long Xiaozhou's talent in formation Dao was not as good as Huang Fuzun's. Huang Fuzun's reputation as the #1 formation Dao master in the Void Realm was not just for show. Back then, Huang Fuzun was so famous, but in order to refine the ultimate formation disc in his eyes, he guarded the fallen Star Mountain range alone for thousands of years. Although he was no longer famous, his cultivation was even stronger. At this moment, inside Dongyang City, Feng Yang and Feng Zun wanted to steal the peerless weapons from Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Huang Fuzun could no longer sit still and directly activated the killing formation. After he improved the killing formation, it could attract the power of the stars in the sky. This surprised even Gu Fei's avatar. At this moment, Huang Fuzun attracted the power of the heavens and the earth to attack together. An extremely terrifying power erupted, causing the entire protective formation of Dongyang City to tremble. What are the ancestors doing? Feng Zhan and the others were shocked by this scene. Even Lang Tianhao and his son were a bit confused. Were the two ancestors really willing to offend a peerless monster like Gu Fei? Bam! With a muffled sound, Long Xiaozhou was sent flying by Feng Zun. With a bang, he smashed a pavilion and caused dust to fly everywhere. Although Xiaoya was protected by the golden armor, she was also sent flying. How dare you! Bullying the weak. Your Phoenix clan is really despicable and shameless. Huang Fuzun let out a roar and operated the killing formation at full power. The shadows of the dragons entangled the city protection formation of Dongyang City. The city protection formation of Dongyang City immediately became unstable. Countless runes intertwined on the protective formation of Dongyang City. When Huang Fuzun was angry, he was very terrifying. The protective formation of Dongyang City showed signs of collapsing, which scared Lang Tianhao and the others. It has to be said that once Huang Fuzun killed his way in, the consequences would be very serious. If Huang Fuzun went on a killing spree in the city, countless creatures in the city would suffer. In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood. Dongyang City's city protecting formation had been attacked, and he had also been affected. Huang Fuzun is a lunatic. The black-robed array master gritted his teeth and said. He sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to activate the array disc with all his might. In the city, countless human clan and demon clan were still searching for Lin Xiaotian and East King. Damn it! At that moment, Long Xiaozhou had already activated the power that Gu Fei had planted in the Sovereign Killer Blade. In the next moment, an extremely ferocious aura exploded from the blade in her hand. What The Phoenix Lord's expression changed when he sensed the energy erupting from the sovereign beheading saber. Kill! Long Xiaozhou seemed to have changed into a different person. He held the Emperor Slayer blade and slashed towards Phoenix Supreme. Hum! The Emperor Slayer's saber let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, a dazzling saber light rushed out of Long Xiaozhou's hand. It soared thousands of feet in an instant and slashed right in front of Phoenix Lord. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and dodged without thinking. He couldn't block the strike at all. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Roar! The Phoenix Lord cried out in pain. Blood appeared, and one of his arms flew up. In the next moment, the arm turned into a golden wing and fell from the sky. In the end, he still couldn't completely dodge Long Xiaozhou's attack. One of his wings was cut off by Long Xiaozhou. An angry woman was not to be trifled with. It was a left wing. When Gu Fei's avatar saw this, he reached out and broke the city's protection formation. He grabbed the golden wing that Long Xiaozhou had cut off. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the city's protection formation to be as fragile as paper in the eyes of the person outside. Braised phoenix wings should be pretty good. Gu Fei's avatar, who was sitting in the sky outside Dongyang City, smiled. Damn it! The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. They seemed to have underestimated the person outside, but they couldn't turn back now. At this moment, Feng Yang was also forced to retreat by Xiaoya, who was going all out. With Xiaoya's cultivation level, it was impossible for her to activate the golden armor. However, the golden armor contained the power that Gu Fei had planted in it. Therefore, the power that the golden armor displayed was heaven-defying as well. Lilia could actually rely on the power of the golden battle armor to fight against an emperor. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Of course, everyone could see that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were using the power of the peerless weapons to fight against the two Phoenix ancestors. This made Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord even more jealous. If they could get these two peerless weapons, they would have a chance to fight against Gu Fei. Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord attacked even more ruthlessly. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu weren't to be trifled with. The 9 secrets of the celestial path were endless. They could use them to practice with the two Phoenix ancestors. This is, as soon as Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu attacked, the Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang were immediately flustered. Swish! There was a flash of blade energy, and a bloody mark appeared on the Phoenix Lord's back. One of his wings had been cut off by Long Xiaozhou, so his combat ability had decreased a lot. On the other side, Xiaoyu was wearing the golden armor. She had a shield in her left hand and a spear in her right. She was locked in battle with Feng Yang. The power of the royal beheader blade, and the golden armor was activated by the power that Gu Fei had planted in them. There was a time limit. Once the time was up, the two weapons would return to their original forms. Therefore, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were fighting with all they had. The two Phoenix ancestors, Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord, were forced to retreat again and again. How is this possible? All the spectators found it hard to believe that the two little girls could compete with the Phoenix ancestors. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? With their level of cultivation, how could they use these two peerless, godly weapons? In the sky, Phyrecolin ancestor stared at the battle in the city with a frown. Gu Fei's two disciples were amazing. How did they do it? Phyrecolin ancestor was really curious. If you want to know, I can ask them after they finish fighting. Hualing Xian smiled. You? How? You don't know them well. Phyrecolin ancestor said disapprovingly. That's easy. If we don't know them well, we'll get along until we do. Hualing Xian said confidently. Yes, you're amazing. Phyrecolin ancestor gave Hualing Xian a thumbs up. Master, please break Dongyang City's defensive formation, and let me kill my way in. Huang Fuzun came before Gu Fei's clone and bowed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. Chapter 53-23. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya at the same time. Huang Fuzun, who was outside the city, was anxious. He wanted to ask Gu Fei's clone to help. However, Gu Fei's clone was not in a hurry. He wanted to watch the show first. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya both had their own trump cards. How could Gu Fei's disciple be so easily bullied? From time to time, the sound of the sovereign beheading saber could be heard in Dongyang City. Powerful saber energy surged from the city, shocking everyone. The sovereign beheading saber appeared again. Of course, the super forces in the entire void realm knew where the sovereign beheading saber went. The saber was originally in the hands of the barbarian sovereign. However, after the barbarian sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, the saber fell into Gu Fei's hands. Now, the sovereign beheading saber was in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple, Long Xiaozhou. This surprised the experts watching the battle, because no one expected Gu Fei to give the sovereign beheading saber to his disciple. After all, it was the sovereign beheading saber, the #1 saber in the southern barbarian continent. In fact, these experts didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't care about the sovereign beheading saber at all. Long Xiaozhou's dragon and saber actually forced the Phoenix Lord to retreat. This stunned the experts watching the battle. The Phoenix Lord was an existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. This saber is so powerful. Patriarch Phyrecolin exclaimed. He didn't expect Long Xiaozhou to turn the tables with the sovereign beheading saber. Her opponent was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Feathersword. The Phoenix Lord shouted. In the next moment, countless shadows of golden feathers rushed out from his body. Each feather instantly turned into a shocking sword rainbow that pierced towards Long Xiaozhou. Chaotic reversal. Long Xiaozhou withdrew the sovereign beheading saber. In the next moment, a chaotic force erupted from her body, causing the surrounding void to distort. Countless sword lights that were piercing towards Dragon Boat suddenly pierced out in all directions. Then, wherever the sword light passed, houses were slashed and collapsed by the sword light. Some unlucky fellows were directly swept by the sword light, and their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The surrounding demons and humans fled in terror. If they were hit by the sword light, their bodies and souls would be destroyed, because it was an emperor-level sword light. Apart from the emperor realm, no one could withstand the sword light of the emperor realm. As long as they were hit by the sword light, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were really unlucky. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and furious. Coiling Dragon slash. The Kingslayer saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand turned into a huge dragon that coiled around Phoenix Lord. Sweeping sword 8 directions. The Phoenix Lord did not dare to be careless. The sword feathers on its body appeared again, and each sword feather slashed at the giant dragon that was entangling it. A series of metal clashing sounds rang out. The golden sword feather and the huge dragon formed by the saber chi dissipated in the void at the same time. 2 silhouettes flashed rapidly in the void, and an intense battle ensued. As for Xiaoya, she had also completely activated the power of the golden armor. She was like the reincarnation of an ancient golden deity, extremely powerful. Xiaoya turned into a bolt of golden lightning and kept clashing with Fengyang. Fengyang was extremely frustrated. He had used the power of Nirvana to fight the little girl, but not only was he unable to gain any advantage, but he was also forced to keep retreating. How frustrating! True sun explosion. Fengyang roared and immediately used his trump card. The spiritual energy of fire around his body was vast and mighty, and 9 fireballs immediately appeared around him. The fire elemental power that erupted from each fireball was extremely powerful. Kill! Feng Yang roared, and the 9 fireballs immediately blasted at Xiaoya. The moment the 9 fireballs blasted at Xiaoya, the entire world seemed to be crushed by the 9 fireballs. It was as if 9 godly suns had fallen, and the power was extremely terrifying. "Haha, return it to you." Xiaoya laughed loudly. The next moment, the void around her also distorted, and the power of chaotic qi erupted. All the fireballs that were blasted at her were directly reversed and smashed directly at Feng Yang. Seeing this scene, Feng Yang was really shocked. Boom! The 9 fireballs exploded at the same time, and each fireball released a terrifying power of destruction in an instant. The power released by the 9 fireballs at the same time was too strong. Feng Yang was directly blasted away, and his entire body flew more than 10 miles away. He crashed heavily on a layer of light formed by the power of the city defense formation, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Ha! Xiao, you laughed loudly. At this moment, she finally understood the true meaning of this secret skill. Senior sister is indeed senior sister. She's too awesome. Long Xiaozhou, who was watching from afar, was shocked as well. She had only just started cultivating the chaotic secret technique. Yet, Little Yu was able to return the opponent's attack back to its original state. To be able to return her opponent's attack intact meant that Xiaoya's chaotic secret skill was already at the initial level. Are you jealous? Junior sister, you have to work hard. Xiaoya smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. As she attacked, she operated the chaotic secret skill at the same time. Phoenix Lord's attack could not even get close to her. This can't go on. Feng Yang transmitted to Phoenix Lord. Then what should we do? Phoenix Lord replied. Let's use that move. Feng Yang suggested. Phoenix Lord did not say anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. As Feng Yang spoke, he turned into a ball of fire in the next moment. It was an extremely dazzling ball of fire. The fire was extremely terrifying, and even the void was distorted from the heat. What's this again? Outside Dongyang City, high in the sky, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown when he saw this. The ball of fire that Feng Yang turned into had some background. It was the innate true fire, a true fire nurtured by heaven and earth. Every wisp of it could distort the void and make it unstable. If this fire were to evolve again, it would be able to burn a huge hole in heaven and earth. However, it wouldn't be easy for the fire to transform again. At this moment, Phoenix Lord also turned into a ball of fire. However, this fire was different from the fire that Feng Yang turned into. This fire was extremely cold, and it was a cold flame in heaven and earth. One cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. This fire was also divided into yin and yang. What the hell? Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were shocked. What were these two doing? One was extremely hot, and the other was bone-chilling. It was rare for 2 kinds of fire to appear at the same time. Finally, this is getting a little interesting. Gu Fei's clone said calmly. The 2 balls of fire instantly collided with each other. Boom. Chapter 53:24. Dongyang City was in a mess. When countless strong cultivators of the human clan and demon clan searched the city for Lin Xiaotian and East King, the 2 ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun suddenly attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. The result was even more chaos in Dongyang City. Feng Yang and Feng Zun thought that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were pushovers that they could pinch however they wanted. However, who would have thought that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were also ruthless. They directly used the king beheading blade and the golden armor to fight the two Feng clan ancestors. Then the creatures in Dongyang City were unlucky. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When this kind of emperor-level power spread out, the houses in the city immediately collapsed. Countless creatures scrambled to escape. The two ancestors, Fengyang and Fengzun, were forced to turn into a ball of flame by Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. They were two balls of divine fire, one cold and one hot. These two godly fires were not simple. Even Gu Fei's incarnation, who was watching from the sky above the city, was surprised. These two phoenixes managed to refine two innate, godly fires. All of a sudden, the two innate divine fires collided with each other and fused together. What is going on? Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was baffled. Could it be that these two fellows could transform? Nirvana couldn't beat Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, so they used transformation? Once the two divine fires fused, there would definitely be an astonishing change. However, Gu Fei's clone couldn't tell what the change was at this moment. Buzz. The void trembled as the two balls of fire fused. The power of fire that erupted was extremely powerful. The two balls of fire intertwined and collided with each other. They rushed into the sky and broke through the formation around Dongyang City. Countless runes dissipated into the void. Boom! The two divine fires collided with the killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up. Then, without any suspense, the killing formation that Huang Fuzun had set up was smashed open by the two divine fires. The divine fires spread out, and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. This Huang Fuzun, who was standing behind Gu Fei's avatar, was shocked to see this. Had this kind of combat strength surpassed the Emperor realm? If that was the case, he might not be able to withstand it. Huang Fuzun glanced at Gu Fei's clone. If he couldn't hold on, his master would have to step in. In Huang Fuzun's opinion, the two from the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan were nothing compared to the Sky Ancestor and the Buddha Ancestor. Even the old ancestor of the Sky clan had become Master's disciple, and the old ancestor of the Buddha clan had to lower his head in front of Master. What were these two fellows of the Phoenix clan? Boom! At that moment, the two clumps of divine fire that were entangled with each other rushed into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. At the next moment, a figure formed from flames appeared in the world. The entire world was shaking, and the entire sky was burning red. This figure was so powerful that even this world could not contain his divine body. All the living beings in Dongyang City looked up at the sky and were shocked by the scene in the sky. If this happened in Dongyang City, then all the living beings in the city would suffer. Fengzhan and the other descendants of the Phoenix clan were sweating just thinking about it. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya also rushed out of Dongyang City. They didn't want to turn the entire city into ruins. They really fused. In the sky, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. Even he didn't think that Fengyang and Fengzun could really fuse. The fiery figure formed by the fusion was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming figure flashed, and Long Xiaozhou was sent flying away. Kill! Xiaoya, who looked like a golden deity, charged at the fiery figure. However, the fiery figure waved his hand, and Xiaoya was sealed in ice. She instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Just as Xiaoya was about to fall to the ground and be smashed into pieces, a figure rushed over and caught her. Huang Fuzun. The fiery figure waved his right hand, and a terrifying divine fire burned at Huang Fuzun, who had caught Xiaoya. At this moment, the fiery figure was simply invincible. So strong. Blood seeped out from the corner of Long Xiaozhou's mouth. Even though she had used the power of the Sovereign Slayer saber, she was still injured. Xiaoya was in an even worse state. She was directly sealed in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. If Huang Fuzun hadn't caught her, she would have been smashed to pieces. So cold. Huang Fuzun, who caught Xiaoya, was hit by the cold air from Xiaoya's body. He felt like his blood was about to freeze. Fortunately, the ice on Xiaoya's body quickly melted. Xiaoya's entire body was drenched, and her face was pale. She was frozen. "You all deserve to die." The fiery figure roared and pounced at Long Xiaozhou. Sky-splitting slash. Long Xiaozhou didn't show any weakness. She used all her strength to activate the Sovereign Slayer saber. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the saber and met the fiery figure. However, a scene that shocked Long Xiaozhou happened. The saber chi that erupted from the Sovereign Slayer saber actually slashed at the fiery figure. Long Xiaozhou felt that her saber had slashed at the air. There was no feeling of strength at all. This before Long Xiaozhou could react. A fist surrounded by divine fire had already smashed in front of her. Long Xiaozhou closed her eyes. However, she only felt a gust of hot air blowing on her face. The fiery figure's fist didn't hit her face. She opened her eyes and saw a hand grabbing a fist surrounded by divine fire less than a foot in front of her. The divine fire was so hot that even the void was distorted. "Master." When Long Xiaozhou looked, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of her. The fiery figure was shocked and angry. "Did you have a good time beating up my disciple?" Gu Fei's clone grabbed the fiery figure's fist and sneered. The fiery figure didn't say anything and directly dissipated in the void. The next moment, when the fiery figure appeared again, he was already behind Gu Fei's clone and hugged Gu Fei's clone. Then, monstrous divine fire erupted from the fiery figure's body and instantly engulfed Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand and directly sent Long Xiaozhou 100 miles away, avoiding the eruption of divine fire. "Are you AF * King Idiot?" Gu Fei's clone's voice came from the sea of fire. Wasn't this guy providing primordial chi to him? Moreover, he couldn't refuse it. Chapter 53:25. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzuan, had fused together and turned into a humanoid flame. This humanoid flame was extremely powerful and sent Long Xiaozhou and Little Ya flying with a single move. Such combat strength had definitely surpassed the Emperor realm. Just as the flaming man was about to land a punch on Long Xiaozhou, Gu Fei's clone made his move. He had finally made his move. "You treacherous bastard." Gu Fei's clone blocked the flaming man as soon as he made his move. "Go to hell." The flaming man's body emitted a violent spiritual wave. In the next moment, a towering divine fire erupted from the flaming man's body and engulfed Gu Fei's clone in an instant. Fortunately, Gu Fei's clone had sent Long Xiaozhou away first. Otherwise, Long Xiaozhou would have been in danger. "Are you an idiot?" "Ha ha." Gu Fei's doppelganger burst into laughter. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, crazily devouring the extremely pure fire essence in the surroundings. One had to admit that the power of the two innate divine fires fusing together was extremely terrifying. However, this was nothing to Gu Fei's clone. One should know that this clone of his was also a Khanate item, a Khanate stone man. It would not be easy for the two innate divine fires to refine the Khanate stone man's body. The flaming man was both shocked and furious. He could feel his vital chi being drained continuously. Even the surrounding divine fires were weakening. "Come at me more," Gu Fei's clone shouted. "Kill." The flaming man roared angrily. In the next moment, countless divine fires turned into fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone from all directions. The densely packed fire blades completely sealed off Gu Fei's clone. Every inch of the void was filled with extremely sharp blade, aura. However, all the fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone vanished without a trace when they came within 3 feet of Gu Fei's clone. The Flame Man was dumbfounded. How could such a powerful flame blade be refined by this guy? Even those who had surpassed the Emperor realm weren't his match. How was that possible? Countless experts who were spectating the battle were shocked to see this scene, because this scene was just too shocking. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Supreme had undergone nirvana once. Now, they had fused together and turned into a flame man. This was their true trump card. However, even if they used their final trump card, they still couldn't defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger. Here you go. Gu Fei's doppelganger devoured all the fire blades. In the next moment, countless fire blades reappeared and slashed at the flaming man. Humph! The flaming man laughed coldly. In the next moment, he turned into nothingness and vanished without a trace. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw a punch at the void. The powerful fist force caused countless cracks to appear in the void. A figure fell out of the void, and the entire sky was once again burned scarlet red. How is this possible? The Flame Man was dumbfounded. He had already escaped into the void, but his opponent was still able to blast him out of it. This guy's combat strength was just too insane. Gu Fei, don't push me too far. The Flame Man roared angrily. What? He's Gu Fei? The experts who were spectating the battle were inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei. This name had shaken the entire Void realm. They didn't expect Gu Fei to be an unprepossessing young man in black. No wonder he has such combat strength. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The big shot sure knows how to play. The experts around them whispered among themselves. What do we agree on? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. The Flame Man was formed by the fusion of Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign. He naturally knew what had happened. However, Feng Yang and Feng Zun actually attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya because they coveted the peerless godly weapons in their hands. This made Gu Fei's clone very unhappy. Gu Fei couldn't stand those treacherous fellows the most, especially when the two of them had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. Although it was a clone, it was still Gu Fei. Boom! Boundless divine. Fire burst from the flame man's body again. The two divine fires intertwined, one yin and one yang. The two divine fires clashed, and the explosive power was extremely strong. It has some consciousness. This fire also has yin and yang. It's perfect for me to craft a Tao treasure. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately retreated. The yin-yang divine fire pounced at Gu Fei's clone like two fire dragons. At this moment, all the experts who were spectating the battle were extremely nervous. The outcome was about to be decided. Chaos of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's avatar spun his hands in a circle in front of him. In the next moment, the two fire dragons spun in front of him like a yin and yang Tao diagram, and his hands were the two extremes of yin and yang. What? Seeing this, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya stared at Gu Fei's clone. Master was master. Chaos of heaven and earth. It was clearly the chaos reversal secret technique to the extreme. The yin and yang of heaven and earth could be reversed at will. Master is very good at using secret techniques. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Humph, otherwise you would be master. Xiaoya smiled. That's right. Long Xiaozhou smiled too. If she could be so good at using secret techniques, she would be master. However, the Flame Man was stunned by the scene before him. This secret technique was amazing. Come here, all of you. Gu Fei's clone unleashed his full power. The yin and yang flames on the Flame Man quickly dimmed, but the yin-yang diagram in front of him became clearer. Roar. The flaming man roared angrily, causing the entire world to shake. A power surpassing the Emperor realm rippled out. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar were shaken to the point that their ears bled. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. At this moment, two figures appeared on the flame man. They were Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun. The two of them were about to lose the fusion state. Once Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun separated from the fusion state, they would be dead for sure. They would have no chance of winning. However, the two yin-yang divine fires were what allowed them to fuse together. And these two yin-yang divine fires were being absorbed by Gu Fei's clone. Once these two energies were absorbed by Gu Fei's clone, Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun would no longer be able to fuse. You want to play this trick with me? I'll play you to death. Gu Fei's clone smiled. Chapter 53:26. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly absorbed the two yin-yang divine fires on the flaming man. As a result, Fengyang and Fengzun, who had fused together, were in a miserable state. Their figures kept flickering on the fireman's body as if they could separate at any time. If they broke free from the fusion state, Fengyang and Fengzun would be finished. This time, Gu Fei's clone would never let them go because they had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. He never showed mercy to traitors. You two aren't worthy of a peerless fire like the yin-yang fire. Gu Fei's clone continued to devour the yin-yang fireman. His fire elemental force continued to rise, and the yin-yang pattern became clearer. Roar! The fireman suddenly let out a roar, and his power erupted like crazy. He forcefully stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. Good, you have guts. Gu Fei's doppelganger gave the flaming figure a thumbs up. The fireman forcibly stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. This naturally injured his origin energy, but he could still maintain the fusion state. Run! Without any hesitation, the flaming man turned into a beam of fire and soared into the sky, tearing through the air at an extremely fast speed. What Gu Fei's clone wanted to chase, but he had devoured too much yin-yang fire and hadn't had time to refine it completely. He could only watch helplessly as the flaming man escaped. Master, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya rushed over. The battle had come to an end. No one had expected the battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord, to end like this. The countless members of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were terrified. The two ancestors had lost, so their fates in the city would be miserable. Master is different. Huang Fuzun was happy. Fengyang and Fengzun had been beaten away, so Dongyang City of the Phoenix clan had fallen into his master's hands. However, Huang Fuzun knew that his master wasn't going to manage Dongyang City. In the end, wouldn't Dongyang City belong to him? Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Thinking about this, he became extremely excited. Dongyang City was one of the 5 immortal ancient cities in the Eastern Wasteland. If they could control the entire Dongyang City, it would be an unprecedented feat. The 5 immortal cities of the Eastern Wasteland had always been the territory of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. There had never been a human who could occupy these 5 immortal cities. Dongyang City was the territory of the Phoenix clan. The Eastern Wasteland Phoenix clan was one of the 5 major demon clans of the East. Gu Fei's clone had beaten away the 2 great ancestors of the Phoenix clan. Next, he would take over this city. This was the first time a human had taken down an immortal city. Huang Fuzun immediately removed the killing formation outside the city. However, Dongyang City's city protecting formation was still there. Inside the city lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was still in a secret room. Sigh, there are still people who aren't afraid of death at this time. Huang Fuzun sneered. I won't let you enter the city so easily." Inside the secret room of the City Lord's mansion, the Formation Master controlling the city's protection formation clenched his teeth. He was surrounded by demonic light, and he was even burning his life origin energy to activate the formation disk floating before him. Countless runes appeared on the formation disk. The huge hole created by the Flaming Man had been repaired, and the protection formation was operating at full power again. Boom! Huang Fuzun directly attacked the protection formation. A muffled sound echoed across the city. Countless creatures in the city trembled. Feng Zhan and the other core members of the Phoenix clan began to escape. Gu Fei's clone was too lazy to care about these ants. With Huang Fuzun's cultivation level, he couldn't break the protection formation at all. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone pressed down with his right hand. Rumble, the protection formation of Dongyang City collapsed, and countless runes dissipated into the void. The entire world darkened, and the countless creatures in the city were in despair. No one expected such a terrifying existence to come. The giant hand in the sky shrouded the entire city and was pressing down. The entire city was shaking, and it was a shocking scene. All the creatures in the city thought they wouldn't be able to escape this time. As long as the giant hand fell, the entire immortal city would be erased. At this moment, the Formation Master in the secret room coughed out blood. The formation disk floating before him was covered in countless cracks. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Damn it! The Formation Master coughed out another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The protection formation had been broken, and he had suffered a great impact. Bam! The array disk that was suspended in the void directly fell from the sky and smashed into pieces. It's over. The Formation Master of Dongyang City let out a sigh and slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone withdrew the giant hand, but all the creatures in the city were scared out of their wits. Ha! They're just a bunch of delivery men. A burst of laughter came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky. It was Huang Fuzun. At this moment, Huang Fuzun was extremely arrogant, looking down at the countless creatures in the city. I say, "Old man Huang Fu, you're just one person. Do you really think you can take over the entire city?" At the same time, two figures descended from the sky. This is countless living beings in the city looked up at the sky in horror. They were Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. "Aren't there only two of you, your highnesses?" Huang Fuzun smiled. "Wrong. My junior sister isn't human," Xiaoya said very seriously. Huang Fuzun was speechless. Only Xiaoya dared to talk to Long Xiaozhou like that. Long Xiaozhou was not only the disciple of Gu Fei, but she was also the princess of the West Ocean Dragon tribe. Even Huang Fuzun would not dare to disrespect her. "You three, do as you see fit." After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. This Huang Fuzun, Long Xiaozhou, and Xiaoya were all stunned. They didn't expect Gu Fei's doppelganger to leave so easily. There were many good things in the city, but Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want any of them. Give them all to them. "Your Highnesses, what should we do now?" Huang Fuzun asked. "What else can we do? You can't take over this city by yourself." Long Xiaozhou smiled. "I can't, but your Highnesses can't either," Huang Fuzun said indifferently. "You're right, but have you forgotten that we have a junior sister?" Xiaoya suddenly said. "What?" Huang Fuzun was startled. He knew about Xiaoya's junior sister. She had a shocking background. She was the ancestor of the Heaven Culmination clan. Chapter 53:27. Not many people knew that Gu Fei had accepted 3 disciples in the Void Realm. Xiaoya was Gu Fei's first disciple in the Void Realm. She was the reincarnation of a powerful monster. Although she was only at the Immortal Realm, she would soon reach the Immortal Realm. By then, she would be the youngest immortal king in the history of the Void Realm. His second disciple, Long Xiaozhou, also had a powerful background. She was the youngest daughter of the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan, the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan had dominated the Void Realm for countless years. Of course, when Gu Fei accepted a disciple, he never looked at their background. He only valued their character and talent. Character came first, talent second. If one's character was not good enough, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to catch Gu Fei's eye. However, Gu Fei's third disciple had a powerful background. He was the ancestral patriarch of the Sky Clan in Zhongtian. Huang Fuzun was frightened just thinking about it. The ancestral patriarch of the Sky Clan was the ancestor of the Sky Clan. He had existed for countless years, and no one knew how powerful he was. If such a being wanted to kill Huang Fuzun, it would be as easy as snapping a finger. Huang Fuzun was terrified when he heard that Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou wanted to invite the ancestral patriarch. Your Highnesses, if you invite that person here, I won't get anything, but I'm afraid that your Highnesses won't get any benefits either. Huang Fuzun said hurriedly, "What do you think?" Xiaoya said indifferently, "Well, how about we split the things in the city 40, 60? Huang Fuzun said, 40, 60? You take 40, and we take 60? Long Xiaozhou stared at Huang Fuzun. That's right. What do you think, your Highnesses? Huang Fuzun looked at Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. No, you take 40, and we take 60. How can we each get 30%? Xiaoya shook her head. Your Highness, how do you want to split it? Huang Fuzun was displeased. However, he didn't dare to show it. In terms of status, he had to call this Highness young master. How about this? You take 20, and we take 80? Xiaoya muttered. 2-8. Huang Fuzun couldn't believe his ears. 2-8. Cut in half at once. That was a sky-high price. What, you don't want to? Long Xiaozhou crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fuzun coldly. Yes, why wouldn't I be willing? Huang Fuzun hurriedly said. He had no choice. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were obviously suppressing him. How could he dare to say anything else? Otherwise, they would be crushed even worse. 2 it is. Huang Fuzun sighed. You 3 idiots. He's about to empty out the treasury, yet you're still here squabbling. A voice came from the sky. What? Huang Fuzun and the others were shocked to hear that. Someone actually dared to call him an idiot. However, they cared more about the treasure trove of Dongyang City. The treasure trove was an important place in the city, and it was where the Phoenix clan stored their treasures. At this moment, the core disciples of the Phoenix clan had already opened the treasure trove and were desperately moving out the treasures. When the 2 ancestors of the Phoenix clan were defeated by Gu Fei's avatar, the Phoenix clan began to retreat from Dongyang City. The other forces were still watching. This was because the battle at Dongyang City was between Gu Fei and the Phoenix clan. It seemed to have nothing to do with the other forces in the city. That was why, even though the Phoenix clan was defeated, the other forces didn't retreat. They had a lot of weight in the city, and without them, the city would be in chaos. That was why no matter who became the master of Dongyang City, they would need to maintain order in the city. No one wanted to see the city in chaos. The Fox clan, Wolf clan, and even the Dog clan all knew this very well. However, the descendants of the Phoenix clan could no longer sit still. Their ancestors had been defeated, so they had to retreat from Dongyang City. If they didn't retreat, then what awaited them would be the destruction of their clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't attack the descendants of the Phoenix clan, nor did he care about the other forces in the city. Preposterous. Huang Fuzun let out a roar and jumped down from the sky. The disciples of the Phoenix clan outside the treasury were shocked to see this. An extremely powerful coercion descended from the sky and directly pressed the disciples of the Phoenix clan to the ground. "These are all mine. What are you all doing?" Huang Fu Zun roared, and the disciples of the Phoenix clan who were still moving things in the vault were turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed instantly. Feng Zhan and the others had already left Dongyang City. Otherwise, Feng Zhan would have been the one to suffer. However, even so, the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses. It has to be said that the descendants of the Phoenix clan that could move the treasures of the Phoenix clan were not ordinary. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fu Zun. When the news spread out, the entire city was shocked. However, no one dared to say anything. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were like meat on someone else's chopping board. Young Master Qing, Lang Shan, and Go Sheng were all hiding somewhere. At this moment, even someone as strong as Lang Tianhao didn't dare to stand up for the Phoenix clan. Everyone knew that anyone who dared to stand up for the Phoenix clan would die. "Damn it, you dare to move my things? You're courting death." Huang Fu Zun started a massacre. Anyone who dared to touch his things would die. There was nothing wrong with that. "I say, old emperor, you're a bit too ruthless." Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya came down and were shocked. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fu Zun with just one roar. This was a big feud. The two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were still alive. Of course, they wouldn't dare to return to Dongyang City because their nemesis was there. If they dared to return, they would die. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were not stupid. The treasure trove was saved, but the Phoenix clan had countless properties in Dongyang City, and they needed people to take over. This was no small matter. Where could they find people? Of course, they had to find the local tyrant of Dongyang City. Huang Fu Zun was an uncouth man who only knew how to cultivate. How could he compare to Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Huang Fu Zun directly went to the city lord's mansion, while Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya gathered the leaders of the major forces in Dongyang City to discuss the matter of taking over the properties of the Phoenix clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't want to care about any of this. He didn't even enter the city. He was still sitting on a boulder on the mountain outside the city. Two divine flames swirled around him. Chapter 53:28. Gu Fei's avatar had defeated the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan. This was equivalent to ending the Phoenix clan's rule over Dongyang City. The Phoenix clan's territory would be taken over by Gu Fei's people. This was a heaven-shattering matter for the entire eastern wasteland. On the other hand, the rulers of the other four ancient cities in the eastern wilderness were restless. If Gu Fei attacked them, what should they do? It has to be said that the Phoenix clan, one of the 5 strongest forces in the eastern wasteland, had been defeated just like that. The other 4 clans were only on par with the Phoenix clan. The other 4 clans all felt danger. In their view, if Gu Fei could defeat the Phoenix clan, then he could defeat them as well. This was why the powerful people of the 4 ancient cities had formed an alliance. They had no choice but to form an alliance. Were they supposed to let Gu Fei defeat them one by one? The Phoenix clan was a good example. If they didn't form an alliance, they would be in big trouble. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these guys. Gu Fei's original body was still refining the Devil Dao source he had obtained from the extreme Devil Cave in Zhongtian's Myriad Buddha Mountain. However, it was not easy to refine a Devil Dao source of that level. Now, Gu Fei's Khanate Stone Man Avatar had obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Fire. These were Khanate Divine Fires, so it would not be easy to refine them. The two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, had spent their entire lives refining these two divine fires. Gu Fei's clone first had to erase the imprints of the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord on the two divine fires before placing his own imprint on them. Then he would be done. Just as Gu Fei's avatar was refining the Yin Yang divine fire, a huge change was taking place in Dongyang City. For the people living in Dongyang City, this was simply a change of the world. The leaders of the Wolf Clan, Dog Clan, and Fox Clan all entered the City Lord's mansion in Dongyang City. Everyone was anxiously waiting. Once the three great demon clans and Huang Fuzun's group failed, there would be a storm of blood in Dongyang City. In Dongyang City, the human race didn't have any status, but now their status had skyrocketed because the new master of the city was the human race. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to bargain with the two princes? A furious roar came from the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, there were three shivering fellows lying on the ground. A powerful emperor's might enveloped the entire hall. Under the might of an emperor, the wolf tribe's Lang Tianwei, the fox tribe's Qingshao, and the dog tribe's Quan Meng were nearly unable to maintain their human forms. "My lord, please calm down. It's not that we want to bargain with the two princes, but there will always be brave people with great rewards. If we don't give them some benefits, who would dare to accept this hot potato?" The Fox Clan's clan leader, Qing Xiao, said with a trembling voice. The Phoenix Clan's property was a hot potato for them. Who would dare to touch it? Taking over the Phoenix Clan's property for Gu Fei was a direct confrontation with the Phoenix Clan. Once the Phoenix Clan retaliated, Huang Fuzun and the others could just leave. However, their roots were here, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. "You're already lucky that I didn't kill you. How do you talk so much? Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Huang Fuzun roared, and his aura became even more powerful. The clan leaders of the three major clans were terrified. "Enough, old emperor, don't scare them," Xiaoya said. The throne in the main hall was empty. No one sat on it because everyone knew whose seat it belonged to. Whether it was Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, or Huang Fuzun, none of them dared to sit on it. "Your Highnesses, how do you propose we deal with this?" Huang Fuzun said helplessly, "That's it. Do as you say. You can leave." Long Xiaozhou waved his hand impatiently. Yes, the clan leaders of the three major clans were overjoyed and surprised. They left the main hall immediately. Huang Fuzun was displeased. Why did he have to give them a share of the profits? "We need to find a human to represent us," Xiaoya said in a low voice. If the demon race continued to dominate Dongyang City, and no one had the power to resist them, it would not be a good thing for them. "Take your time. I'm going to cultivate." Long Xiaozhou stood up and walked to the back of the main hall. She had obtained a lot of good things from the Phoenix Clan's treasury. She wanted to use these treasures to break through to the Emperor Realm. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was a big deal for both the West Sea Dragon Clan and herself. One should know that the West Sea Dragon Clan only had the old Dragon Emperor to support them. If anything happened to the old Dragon Emperor, the entire West Sea Dragon Clan would be in big trouble. Of course, now that Long Xiaozhou had become Gu Fei's disciple, the other forces wouldn't dare to do anything to the West Sea Dragon Clan, even if something happened to the old Dragon Emperor. But after all, being strong was the true strength. Xiaoya knew very well why Long Xiaozhou was in such a hurry to cultivate. Huang Fuzun didn't say anything. Soon, people saw the clan masters of the three clans leave the City Lord's mansion. Then, the three clans began to take action. Soon, the chaos in the city gradually calmed down. It had to be said that Xiaoya was a far-sighted and capable person. If it weren't for the three clans to maintain the stability of Dongyang City, the city would continue to be in chaos. The three clans were also working hard. After all, this was the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Who knew if the Phoenix Clan would come back and attack them? If the Phoenix Clan recaptured Dongyang City, the three clans could only wait to be exterminated. However, the three clans were still confident. After all, this was a city that Gu Fei had conquered. Anyone who wanted to mess with Gu Fei had to think twice. Gu Fei was a madman of his generation. Even the Zhongtian Buddha clan couldn't do anything to him. At this time, in an ordinary tea house in South Qilin City in the southern part of the Eastern Wilderness, a seemingly ordinary old man and a young man were sitting. The old man and the young man were Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang. Old ancestor Gu Fei and the Phoenix clan have become mortal enemies. In this way, our plan will succeed. Dong Wang was very happy, so he drank a few more cups. In the tea house, one didn't necessarily have to drink tea. There was also wine here. On the table in front of Dong Wang, there were 3 large plates of meat. There was stewed meat, barbecued meat, and boiled meat. The wine was not good, but it was strong. Have you become stupid? Lin Xiaotian directly slapped Dong Wang's head. It was really sad to have such a stupid grandson. It was a miracle that his grandson could live to this day. Old ancestor, this Dong Wang was puzzled. Are you stupid? Gu Fei doesn't take the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan seriously, nor does he take us seriously. If he wanted to catch us, would we still be sitting here drinking and eating meat? Lin Xiaotian sighed. What? Chapter 53:29. Gu Fei didn't take Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang seriously. Otherwise, his Khanate stone golem avatar would have dealt with them a long time ago. Keeping Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang alive would allow his disciples to practice. After the battle at Dongyang City ended, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. No one knew what Gu Fei was going to do next. The Phoenix clan of the Eastern Wilderness had been crippled by Gu Fei's avatar and lost Dongyang City. More than half of the core disciples of the Phoenix clan had been killed by Gu Fei. For the Phoenix clan, it would take hundreds of years of recuperation to recover. At this time, the culprit of all this had escaped to South Qilin City. This was the territory of the Fire Qilin clan, the territory of the Fire Qilin clan. Here, the Fire Qilin clan was the master. South Qilin City was the center of the entire southern region of the Eastern Wilderness and one of the 5 immortal cities. In an inconspicuous tea house in South Qilin City, Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang were drinking and eating. It was impossible not to attract attention. Since it was a tea house, they would naturally drink tea. Of course, the tea house also provided meat and wine. As long as one had spirit jades, spirit stones, and spirit crystals, what couldn't they buy? You two are in a good mood. At this moment, the door of the tea house darkened, and a tall figure walked in. This person came directly to Lin Xiaotian's table and sat down. You are. The person was a tall and fierce-looking old man, Fire Qilin ancestor. When Lin Xiaotian saw the person, he couldn't help but frown. What? Dong Wang was shocked. This old man was the master of South Qilin City, the ancestor of the Fire Qilin clan. How did he know he was here? Thinking of this, Dong Wang revealed a horrified expression. Was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan going to capture them and hand them over to Gu Fei? Brother Lin, you have turned Dongyang City upside down. Fire Qilin ancestor stared at Lin Xiaotian and sneered. Lin Xiaotian knew Fireshine old ancestor. Back then, Lin Xiaotian was also a ruthless man. He once challenged the experts of the 5 regions all over the world. The demon clan of the Eastern Wilderness was full of strong cultivators. Lin Xiaotian had fought with all the strong cultivators of the demon clan in the past. In the end, he even killed his way up to the 9th heaven to challenge the legendary invincible Ling Tian Palace Master. Brother Hualin, don't wrongly accuse me. The matter at Dongyang City has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiaotian shook his head directly. None of your business? The Phoenix clan has suffered greatly because of you. Why? Do you want to harm me now? Ancestor Fire Qilin sneered. It really has nothing to do with me. I haven't even seen Phoenix Sun and Lord Phoenix. How could I harm them? Lin Xiaotian denied directly. All right, I hope you don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Old Ancestor Firecolin got up and left. Old Ancestor. This East King didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of the two old ancestors. What are you talking about? We have been targeted by Fireshine. It will be difficult to sow discord between the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei. Lin Xiaotian frowned. He didn't come to Southern Unicorn City with East King for sightseeing. If the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei had a big battle, then the entire Eastern Wilderness Demon clan would really fight against Gu Fei. However, now it seemed that they had underestimated Ancestor Firecolin and the Fireshine clan. At this time, Phoenix Sun and Lord Phoenix had already fled back to the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. They activated the formation and hid. Moreover, the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses and could no longer fight. Now, only the 4 major demon clans were supporting the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan. Now we can only wait and see. Lin Xiaotian knew very well that he couldn't do anything in Southern Unicorn City while being targeted by Ancestor Firecolin. Old Ancestor, why don't we change places? East King looked at Lin Xiaotian carefully. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian, he would have died many times. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xiaotian. What do you mean change places? Lin Xiaotian glanced at East King. Since Ancestor Firecolin is targeting us, let's go to Western Mystery City. East King said, Western Mystery City, the territory of the Black Tortoise clan. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. Western Mystery City was the territory of the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 5 major demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness. However, the Black Tortoise clan rarely cared about the outside world because they often slept. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan had not appeared for thousands of years. Yes, why don't we go to Western Mystery City and have a look? East King nodded. Forget it. Let's not do anything for the time being. We will probably be watched wherever we go. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The Black Tortoise clan was not to be trifled with. In fact, the matter in Dongyang City was largely caused by the 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzun. They wanted to rob Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's Taoist artifacts. This was the rhythm of if you don't court death, you won't die. Therefore, the matter between the Phoenix clan and Gu Fei was not caused by Lin Xiaotian's provocation. Ancestor Firecolin was not as stupid as the 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. He even dared to rob the Taoist artifacts in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple. He was really bold. Now that Lin Xiaotian and East King were targeted by Ancestor Firecolin, they couldn't do anything. They could only stay in Southern Unicorn City for a few days and then leave. When Lin Xiaotian left Southern Unicorn City with East King, Ancestor Firecolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This evil star was finally gone. Old Ancestor, are we still afraid of Lin Xiaotian? On the tower of the east gate of Southern Unicorn City, Hualing Xian said to Ancestor Firecolin with disdain. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but this old guy has no scruples with East King. We are a big family, so it's not worthwhile to provoke this guy. Do you understand? Ancestor Phyrecolin sighed. Lin Xiaotian had no scruples, but Ancestor Phyrecolin had scruples. Once Lin Xiaotian started a massacre in southern Unicorn City, the consequences would be very serious. Gu Fei is so powerful, but he doesn't do it himself. What is he thinking? Hualing Xian sneered. Well, that guy is even worse than Lin Xiaotian. Don't make trouble for me. Ancestor Phyrecolin said with a serious face. At this time, in Dongyang City in the East Wilderness, on a mountain a dozen miles away from the city, Gu Fei's doppelganger let out a long roar. The two yin-yang divine fires were finally refined by him. The two divine fires turned into two fire wheels, one yin and one yang, and floated in front of him. Gu Fei's doppelganger jumped up from the big stone and stood directly on the yin-yang fire wheel. Then he rushed into the sky and instantly came to the sky. Alas! Gu Fei's doppelganger sighed. He didn't devour all the yin-yang divine fires of the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. It was a pity. How can I be regretful? The Phoenix clan had better hand over the rest of the divine fires, or I will destroy them. Chapter 53:30. Gu Fei's avatar finally refined the yin-yang divine fire, but he found that the yin-yang fire wasn't as powerful as he had expected. That was because a part of the yin-yang divine fire was with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign. The yin-yang divine fire Gu Fei's avatar obtained wasn't complete. Greetings, Master. In the City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei's avatar suddenly descended, which surprised Huang Fuzun. However, Huang Fuzun wasn't afraid of his master, because Gu Fei was very good to his subordinates. Greetings, Master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou quickly came to greet him. Go, send a message to the Phoenix clan. Hand over the yin-yang divine fire, or else the consequences will be very serious. Gu Fei's avatar said. Yes, Master. Huang Fuzun, Xiaoya, and Long Xiaozhou all accepted the order. Gu Fei is really going too far. He wants us to hand over the divine fire. In the depths of the Phoenix clan's ancestral ground, Feng Yang and Feng Zun were enraged after receiving the message from Gu Fei's clone. One must know that the yin-yang divine fire was a supreme treasure that they had cultivated for countless years. How could they hand it over just because of a single sentence from Gu Fei's clone? Was that even possible? Send my order down. Activate all the grand formations in the ancestral land. Phoenix Sun ancestor roared. That's right. I don't care if he kills his way in. Phoenix Sovereign gritted his teeth. Most of their yin-yang divine fire had been stolen by Gu Fei's avatar, which greatly damaged their origin energy. They hated Gu Fei's avatar to the bone. On this day, an extremely powerful fluctuation of origin energy came from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Master, the Phoenix clan won't hand over the divine fire. Xiaoya said to Gu Fei's avatar sitting on the throne in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion of Dongyang. They're courting death. There's nothing we can do. Gu Fei's avatar sighed. Master, I'll go kill those two right now. Huang Fuzun said angrily. All of you go. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. He mainly wanted to train his two disciples, especially Long Xiaozhou, who was about to break through to the next realm. It was very difficult to break through in seclusion, but it might be easier to break through in a life-and-death battle. Huang Fuzun, Xiaoya, and Long Xiaozhou left the hall and began to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenixes. Your Highnesses, it's impossible for the three of us to break into the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Huang Fuzun said to Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou after they left the hall. That's easy. A cloud-piercing arrow can summon a magnificent army. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Is His Highness going to summon the masters of the West Ocean? Huang Fuzun said. There is a teleportation formation in Dongyang City. You can summon as many people as you want. Little you said indifferently. Then this old man will watch the performance of the two Your Highnesses. Huang Fuzun smiled. You want to slack off. That won't do, Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Huang Fuzun's heart turned cold under Long Xiaozhou's stare. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao, you didn't waste any more time with Huang Fuzun. They left to gather people to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's ancestral land was no secret. The news that Gu Fei was going to attack the Phoenix clan's ancestral land quickly spread across Dongyang City. The entire city was shaken, and the descendants of the Phoenix clan that hadn't evacuated yet rushed out of the city like crazy. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiao, you didn't care about the members of the Phoenix clan. The three demon clans in Dongyang City ignored all of this. The three demon clans didn't dare to offend either one, because if the Phoenix clan came back, they would be in big trouble. Lang Tianhao of the Wolf clan was still the general of Dongyang City, and still led his wolf soldiers to defend the city. However, the wolf soldiers didn't stop the members of the Phoenix clan from leaving the city. For Lang Tianhao, the members of the Phoenix clan were like a bomb that would explode at any moment. Now that they were fighting to leave the city, he couldn't ask for more. Soon, one powerful figure after another appeared in Dongyang City. The half-step Huang Tianhong ancestor came. The red-browed Eagle King came with his 3,000 red-browed divine army. Luo Lai also came with his 13 disciples. There was also the one-armed sword king, Qiu Qianjian, who was carrying his sword. Han Chong also came alone. Both of them were cultivation madmen who focused on cultivation and killing. They wanted to become emperors as soon as possible, so they had no intention of developing their own forces. However, the red-browed Eagle King and Luo Lai were different. They were very ambitious and wanted to develop their own forces. The four kings and the great heaven ancestor were all Xiao Ye's people. These new powerhouses had appeared at Dongyang City, which shocked the three demon clans inside the city. In particular, the red-browed Eagle King's 3,000 red-browed divine army was extremely powerful. They were all at the god realm. Such an army was extremely powerful. This was a true army of God. The aura of 3,000 immortal realm soldiers gathered together was just too strong. Everywhere it passed, all living beings had to retreat. Greetings, Your Highnesses. In the city lord's mansion, the Huang Tianhong ancestor led the four kings to greet Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. They didn't see Gu Fei's clone. Rise. Xiaoya said calmly. Yes, the Huang Tianhong ancestor, and the others quickly stood up. My people are here. Where's yours? Xiaoya said proudly to Long Xiaozhou. Senior sister, with them here, do I still need to show off in front of you? Long Xiaozhou smiled. Xiaoya was speechless. Greetings, Senior Huangfu. The Huang Tianhong ancestor bowed to Huang Fuzun. So, few people came? Huang Fuzun was also speechless. The Huang Tianhong ancestor and the four kings were a bit embarrassed. They were Gu Fei's subordinates in the Void Realm. Only Xiaoya could mobilize them. Even if it was Long Xiaozhou, as long as Gu Fei didn't give the order, they wouldn't give a damn about her. Rumble, at this moment the entire hall suddenly shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. The entire world suddenly darkened. What's going on? In the city lord's mansion, Xiaoya and the others were shocked. They rushed out and looked up. In the sky above Dongyang City, there were countless figures looming. The army of the Phoenix clan is here? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou looked at each other and said in unison, Why aren't you too bad, disciples coming up? At this moment, an extremely majestic voice came from the sky. Master? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were stunned. Moss, Master? Chapter 53:31. Gu Fei's real body had come to Dongyang City in the eastern wilderness. Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially the eastern wasteland demon race. The alliance of the four great demon races was in an uproar. This Gu Fei was someone who dared to fight with Princess Ling Tian, and was not beaten to death by her. At this time, the sky above Dongyang City was extremely terrifying. Square formations lined up neatly in the sky, and the sound of drums shook the sky. The people of Dongyang City and the demon clan had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared out of their wits, and countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. Master has come personally. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were also shocked. They didn't expect their master to personally come to the eastern wilderness. Did their master really value the Yin-Yang divine fire that much? Gu Fei had arrived with his 100,000 celestial troops. These 100,000 celestial troops were the strongest subordinates of the vast heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was a legendary, peerless existence in eternal world, someone who had transcended eternity. The strongest celestial soldiers under him were not ordinary. The four generals were all in the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm was a legendary existence that surpassed the emperor realm. Now, Gu Fei had sent out the celestial soldiers. He was really going to destroy the Eastern Wilderness Phoenix clan. It had to be said that these 100,000 celestial soldiers were Gu Fei's trump card. Greetings, Master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly flew up to Gu Fei and bowed respectfully. Huang Fuzun and Ancestor Hong Tian also flew up to the sky with the four divine kings and knelt before Gu Fei. Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. At this time, Ancestor Tian Hong and Huang Fuzun were shocked to the extreme, especially the four armored generals standing behind their master. The aura that the four generals exuded made their souls tremble. The four great generals were simply too powerful. In the sky, the 10 square formations of 10,000 people were suppressing the area. This shocking scene was something that countless people in Dongyang City would never forget. All the spies watching Dongyang City were scared silly. At this time, all the superforces in the Void Realm realized how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Not only was Gu Fei powerful himself, but he also had a powerful army under him. This was no longer a divine army. Each of the celestial soldiers with spears was an existence beyond the god realm. They were powerful enough to sweep the entire Void Realm. All the experts were very puzzled. Why didn't Gu Fei use this army when he was in the southern wasteland? If he had used this army, how could the barbarian emperor be Gu Fei's opponent? Actually, it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't want to use the celestial troops and celestial generals. However, opening the Hong Sky realm wasn't an easy task. Back then, Gu Fei didn't have the cultivation base to open the Hong Sky realm. The four of you lead the army and destroy the Phoenix clan. However, do not kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Wu Jixian and the other three generals who were standing behind Gu Fei accepted the order at the same time. In the next moment, the bugle horn sounded and the army of 100,000 set off. Ancient banners fluttered in the wind. Under the leadership of the four generals, they marched towards the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Master, there's no need for you to come personally for such a small matter in the Phoenix clan. Xiaoya said, the world is going to change. Gu Fei suddenly sighed. When Xiaoya and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Even their master's expression was grave. Could it be that something big was going to happen? Boom! At the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race, a loud explosion rang out. With just a single strike, Wu Jixian had broken through the layers of formations of the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race. He then proceeded to kill his way in. The layers of formations in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenixes were like pieces of paper in front of Wu Jixian. They could not even withstand a single blow from him. Countless formation patterns dissipated into the void after being struck by his attack. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, who had been holed up in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race, charged out. However, their opponent was Wu Jixian, who was once the #1 general under the command of the great emperor of vast heaven. Wu Jixian was in existence at the peak of the eternal realm. Wu Jixian destroyed Feng Yang with 2 punches and took away the extreme yang true fire from Feng Yang's body. Then he killed Feng Zun with a slap and took away Feng Zun's extreme yin divine fire. The army of the Phoenixes that had charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race were completely annihilated by Wu Jixian's breath. Then the entire world fell silent. There was no need for the celestial soldiers and generals to take action. Wu Jixian alone had almost annihilated the Phoenixes. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals surrounded the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. Not a single expert of the Phoenixes could escape. Wu Jixian circled around the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. The disciples of the Phoenixes who resisted were killed mercilessly. He did not attack the old, weak women and children. Gu Fei's method was considered good. If it was someone else, they would have killed everyone in the Phoenixes. However, Gu Fei did not do that, nor did he care to do so. Although the Phoenixes were not truly annihilated, it would take at least a few thousand years for them to recover. After killing Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the people in Dongyang City finally calmed down. Otherwise, the people in the city would still be restless, and no one knew when they would erupt. "Master, are we not going back to the Myriad Buddha Mountain?" Xiaoya asked Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "We can't go back." Gu Fei sighed. He didn't expect to be tricked. Just thinking about it made him angry. At this moment, at the border between the Eastern Barren and Central Sky, Gu Fei's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals stationed themselves here after killing the troublemakers of the Phoenixes. Rumble. As soon as the 100,000 soldiers settled down, monstrous demonic energy came from the direction of Central Sky. Within the demonic energy, countless demonic shadows could be seen. "Fourth brother, you go," Wu Jixian said to Wu Jixian. "Yes, big brother." Wu Jixian grabbed his sky-breaking devil blade and led the 10,000 celestial soldiers to charge at the demonic energy. This was a battle between immortals and demons. When the celestial soldiers, led by Wu Jixian, swept across, countless demonic corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. The demonic energy that swept across the sky was dispersed by the celestial soldiers, led by Wu Jixian, and the sky shone brightly. The remaining demonic soldiers retreated like the wind. "Can't even withstand a single blow." Wu Jixian sneered and retreated. At this moment, Central Sky had become the domain of demons. No one expected such a thing to happen, not even Gu Fei. The current Myriad Buddha Mountain had become the Myriad Demon Mountain. Gu Fei originally wanted to refine the demonic source he obtained from the Devil Cave, but he didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Chapter 53:32. The demonic calamity came very suddenly. No one would have thought that the ultimate devil source in the Devil Cave would be tampered with. After the power of the devil source was released, it actually opened up a demonic zone. The demon inside was so powerful that even someone as strong as Gu Fei had to retreat temporarily. The whole of Middle Heaven, except for the ancestral land of the heavenly race, had been turned into a demonic land. The Buddha race was the worst off. Besides the Buddha emperors, all the disciples of the Buddha race had been turned into demons. The demonic nature that had erupted was so strong that it was difficult for anyone below the emperor realm to resist. Countless living beings had suffered from the demonic calamity. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. He could only retreat and figure out the other party's background first, because he had exchanged a palm strike with the demon in the demonic zone. He had been blasted out of the demonic zone. The demon in the demonic zone was probably a supreme infinity rank existence. Even if he had an infinity rank martial body, he would not be able to defeat such an existence. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were in the East region, so he had killed his way there and gotten rid of the Eastern Baron Phoenix race. At this time, the demon in the demonic zone was using the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the life force of living beings to quickly recover its body. At this time, the news of the heaven demonic calamity had spread throughout the void realm. Countless living beings were extremely terrified. Moreover, the demons had begun to attack other regions. Because Gu Fei's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals had blocked the demons' attack, the Eastern Baron demons were temporarily safe. The Eastern Baron demons had also begun to move. The allied forces formed by the 4 major demon clans set out and killed their way to the border between Middle Heaven and Eastern Baron. Let's go back to Southern Baron. Gu Fei decided to go back to Southern Baron because that was his base camp. It was better to leave Eastern Baron to the Eastern Baron demons. Master, the West Sea. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess of the West Sea dragon race after all. Naturally, she was very concerned about the safety of the West Sea dragon race. Don't worry, the West Sea is fine for now, Gu Fei said. Although the demon domain was strong, it was impossible for them to take over the entire void world. One had to know that the demon race and the Buddha race had already fought a battle. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, and the Buddha race had suffered even more. Even 3 of the 10 great Buddha emperors had died in battle. Only the 7 Buddha emperors managed to escape with a small number of their disciples. At this time, at the border between Middle Sky and Eastern Wasteland, the demons kept invading. Countless demonized demonic creatures kept crashing into the defensive spell formation at the border. The Eastern Baron demon race moved quickly. They set up a killing array at the border of Middle Sky and Eastern Baron to stop the invading demonic beasts. Woo! At this moment, the sound of a bugle horn rang out from Gu Fei's army camp. Then they quickly moved into square formations. The army set off. One by one, the square formations soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Seeing the 100,000 celestial soldiers retreat, the Eastern Wasteland demons were a little confused. Weren't they working together to fight against the demonic beings in the sky? With the presence of Gu Fei's celestial soldiers, the pressure on the allied forces of the 4 major demon clans was not that great. But now, with the retreat of the celestial soldiers, the pressure on the allied forces of the Eastern Baron demon race was huge. Gu Fei's army followed Gu Fei back to Southern Baron. At this time, the people of Southern Baron were also in a state of panic. All the living beings were terrified, afraid that the demons of Middle Sky would invade Southern Baron. Those were demons, terrifying existences that cultivated with the blood of all living beings. Once the demons invaded Southern Baron, many people would die. Gu Fei returned to the Southern Baron royal capital and immediately sent 100,000 celestial soldiers to the border between Southern Baron and Middle Sky. Patriarch Tian Hong, Huang Fuzun, and the others also followed the army to the border. Once they reached the border, they set up an array. Soon, a large group of demonic creatures appeared at the border. Fortunately, Huang Fuzun and the others had already set up a large array. No matter how many demonic creatures came, they could stop them. With Wu Jixian and the other 3 transcending emperors, even if the demon generals came personally, they would not be afraid. Master, I want to... At this time, Long Xiaozhou came to Gu Fei. You want to go back to the West Sea, right? In the palace hall of the Southern Baron royal capital, Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou. Now that the devil tribulation was coming, Long Xiaozhou naturally wanted to go back and have a look. I really can't hide anything from you, Master. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Go, Gu Fei said. Thank you, Master. Long Xiaozhou immediately left the Southern Baron royal capital. Through the teleportation array in the royal capital, she directly crossed the domain. The devil tribulation actually broke out. Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang, who were hiding from Huang Fuzun's pursuit, temporarily did not have to worry about Huang Fuzun's pursuit. They could watch the show with peace of mind. The devil tribulation was a super big show in the void realm. Hee, I'm afraid Gu Fei has no time to care about us at this time. Dong Wang said proudly. What are you so proud of? Lin Xiaotian directly slapped Dong Wang's head. This guy was short-sighted. It was a miracle that he could live until now. Old ancestor, why did you hit me? Dong Wang was inexplicably hit by his old ancestor. Do you think that demons are good things? Lin Xiaotian said impatiently. Those were demons. Wherever the demons passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. They would devour all the breath of life. If Gu Fei and the others could not withstand it, they would not be spared when the demons swept through the entire void realm. Dong Wang was speechless. Dong Wang and the others were temporarily safe, but the Buddha clan was unlucky. An extremely powerful devil general came out of the devil area and was still chasing after the 7 Buddha emperors. This devil general was unimaginably powerful. It was difficult for the 7 Buddha emperors to defeat this guy even when they joined forces. Rumble, a terrifying wave broke out at the border between Southern Baron and Zhongtian. The 7 Buddha emperors actually wanted to escape to Southern Baron. Were they trying to lead the devil general to Southern Baron? At the border between Southern Baron and Zhongtian, the devil general finally caught up with the 7 Buddha emperors. Then, a great war between Buddha and devil inevitably broke out. The 3 Buddha supremes of heaven, earth, and man attacked with all their might. The Buddha's light illuminated the world and dispelled the heavy devil chi. The 3 Buddha supremes worked together to unleash the devil-slaying palm print and blasted it towards the devil general. Roar! The devil general roared and threw a punch. Boom! There was a loud noise as the Buddha's power and devil power collided. In the next moment, a powerful energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Dust filled the sky, and everything within 100 miles was destroyed. Buzz! The heavenly dragon Buddha made his move. He turned into a golden dragon and charged towards the demon general at an extremely fast speed. The demon general punched out again, directly breaking the golden dragon into several pieces. The golden dragon disappeared, and Heaven Dragon Buddha's figure appeared in the void. He kept coughing blood. Chapter 53:33. 7 Great Buddha Supremes fighting against the devil generals was unprecedented in the entire cultivation history of the void realm. This battle was incomparably intense and earth-shaking. Roar! The golden sky dragon roared. That was the heavenly dragon Buddha Venerable's attack. He was already going all out. The golden sky dragon's claws tore through the void and directly grabbed towards the demon general. The demon general was incomparably domineering as he punched out once more. His fist force burst forth and sent the golden sky dragon flying. The Fury Buddha Venerable charged forward and also punched. Rumble, Boundless fist energy shook the heavens and earth, dispelling the demonic chi and rushing towards the demon general. Kill! The demon general's demonic might was matchless as he directly punched the Fury Buddha, venerable. Boom! Two extremely powerful forces erupted at the same time, causing the entire void to tremble. Countless ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions. The Fury Buddha Supreme was forced back by a dozen miles. The mighty energy waves swept through the sky and earth, destroying everything in its path. This Wu Jixian and the others, who were watching from afar, couldn't help feeling shocked. That devil general was very powerful. Even if he wasn't a transcendent emperor, he wouldn't be much weaker. Big brother, it seems like this demon hasn't used his full strength. Wu Jixian suddenly said. You saw it too? Wu Jixian said. Could it be that he's guarding against us? Wu Jidao sneered. Who cares? I don't want to help those baldies. The fourth brother, Wu Jizhan, said disapprovingly. This is a wonderful show. The four generals were all watching the show and had no intention of making a move. Seniors, demons are the public enemy of the world. What are you waiting for? Heavenly Buddha, Supreme, shouted at Wu Jixian and the others. We don't want to get involved in the battle between the Buddha and the demon. We'll wait until all of you are killed by that demon. The fourth brother, Wu Jizhan, shouted. What? No matter how good the temperament of the seven Buddhist supremacies was, they were infuriated at this moment. We have quite a good relationship with Senior Gu Fei. The Earth Buddhist sovereign said angrily. Sorry, my master is not here. Wu Jidao said calmly. Are you really going to watch him die? Human Buddha, Supreme said as he attacked. The seven Buddhist supremes surrounded the demon general and attacked with all their might. Even so, they could only barely block a pair of fists from the demon general. This devil general was really strong. With just a pair of fists, this devil general chased the seven great Buddha supremacies to the border of Zhongtian and Nanman. There's no need to say more. As long as you can escape into the southern barbarians, we'll make our move. Wu Jixian said loudly. When the seven Buddha supremacies heard this, none of them spoke. They had a tacit understanding with each other. For a moment, the battle between the Buddha and the demon could not be decided. Set the formation. The heavenly Buddha, Supreme, shouted. In the next moment, seven Buddhist auras shot up into the sky. Each Buddhist artifact exploded with unprecedented Buddhist energy. The seven Buddhist artifacts burst forth with Buddhist light, illuminating the entire world. They're going all out. Wu Jixian's expression turned grave. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled. Buddhist light erupted from the seven Buddhist treasures, transforming into a light screen that enveloped the devil general. Bam! The devil general punched out and smashed the light screen that was formed by the Buddhist light. The entire light screen immediately shook and countless Buddhist runes appeared on the light screen. The seven great Buddhist artifacts let out a buzzing sound at the same time. Go! The heavenly Buddha, Supreme, shouted again. In the next moment, the seven great Buddha Supremes turned into seven rays of Buddhist light that shot up into the sky and instantly rushed into the southern barbarians. When Wu Jixian and the rest saw this, they were speechless. These guys were really cunning. They pretended to fight to the death with the demon general. Who would have thought that after trapping the demon general with the Buddhist formation, they would immediately escape? Roar! When the demon general saw the seven great Buddha Supremes escaping, he immediately roared into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy erupted, and the Buddhist formation immediately collapsed. Even the seven great Buddhist artifacts that were set up in the formation exploded at the same time. What an arrogant devil! When Wu Jizhan saw this, his blood boiled. The heaven-splitting demonic saber in his hand also trembled slightly. Big brother, should we activate the formation? Second brother Wu Jishan looked at Wu Jishan and asked, he's just a mere demon. There's no need to activate the formation. Who's going to get rid of him? Wu Jishan said indifferently, Big brother, I'll go. Wu Jishan could not help but want to make a move. Go. Wu Jishan nodded and said, Ha, let me try you, demon. Wu Jishan laughed out loud and charged forward. The response to Wu Jishan was a punch from the demon. When the demon punch was thrown, it was earth-shattering. Terrifying demonic energy shook the universe and was unimaginably powerful. At this moment, the demon was even more powerful than when he was fighting with the 7 great Buddha Supremes. However, Wu Jishan was not a weakling. He had the cultivation of the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm was equivalent to the transcendent emperor realm. The transcendent emperor realm was a legendary existence in the void realm. Eat my saber. Wu Jishan held the heaven-splitting demonic saber in his hand and slashed forward fiercely. The divine saber in his hand broke through the heavy fist force and slashed at the demon general's fist. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. Wu Jishan's saber seemed to have slashed at a piece of immortal divine steel. The impact made his hand that was holding the saber feel numb. Wu Jishan was taken aback. In the next moment, he was sent flying. As for the demon general, he was also sent flying by Wu Jishan's saber. This move did not determine the victor. Again, Wu Jishan's battle intent was like a rainbow. He swung his saber and charged forward again. The 2 experts started fighting. Fourth brother's cultivation has regressed. Third brother Wu Jidao said, Fourth brother has not gotten serious yet. Second brother Wu Jishan laughed. The news of the invasion of the demons quickly spread to the Southman royal capital. All the living beings were terrified because countless living beings in Middle Heaven had been affected. The entire Middle Heaven had turned into a demonic domain. Countless living beings had turned into hideous and terrifying demons. As for Gu Fei, he stayed in the Southman royal capital. In the Southman royal palace, he was using the yin-yang divine fire to refine a Tao artifact. He had already recovered his eternal realm cultivation. Naturally, he was refining an eternal Tao artifact. He had fused the yin-yang divine fire wheel and refined it into a fire gourd. This was the yin-yang fire gourd. As long as he used the yin-yang fire gourd, he could absorb everything into the fire gourd and refine them into ashes. It was extremely powerful. Gu Fei wanted to use this Tao artifact to deal with those demons. One had to know that almost all the living beings in Middle Heaven had turned into demons. The number of demons was absolutely shocking. This yin-yang fire gourd was nurturing the yin-yang divine fire. As long as the demons were absorbed into it, they would be refined into ashes. It's done. In the cultivation room of the Imperial Palace, Gu Fei struck the last Tao pattern into the fire gourd. The entire fire gourd that was surrounded by fiery aura immediately changed. All the fiery aura converged into the interior of the fire gourd, and not a single trace of fiery aura leaked out. At first glance, this fire gourd looked like an ordinary gourd. There was nothing special about it. Ha! I'll call you Heaven-Devouring Fire Gourd.